Chapter 1, First Contact with Pikachu. Ash, who was sucked into the space-time wormhole, has now woken up from the dizzy contest condition and looked around in a daze. You know, the environment around Ash now looks much more comfortable than the previous basement. What is this? Just as Ash was surveying the surrounding scenery, he suddenly felt a burst of pain in his mind, which forced Ash, who was still observing the surrounding environment, to cover his extremely painful head with his hands. Along with this burst of pain, Ash found that there were countless memory fragments in his mind that did not belong to him, but for the owner of these memory fragments, the boy who always wore a unique fiery red cap. Ash was very familiar with it. The owner of this hat, except for the protagonist of the Pokemon generations who had the same name as himself, Ash could not think of another person. After receiving so many memory fragments, Ash finally understood what was going on with him. Although he had been obsessed with the world of Pokemon, he had also read some time travel novels. He had completely figured out his current situation. In short, Ash on Earth had traveled to the real Pokemon world because of the inexplicable reason of the sudden appearance of 3DS, and he also took over the body of Ash, the protagonist of Pokemon, in a similar way to the normal soul travel. The memory fragments Ash just received were the memory fragments of the original owner of this body. This is really unpredictable. After figuring out everything and understanding the cause and effect, Ash couldn't help but sigh. But since things have come to this point, let me fulfill Ash's dream that he has never fulfilled and become a Pokemon master. Now Ash is adhering to the principle of making the best of it. In this short period of time, he has accepted his current identity and plans to walk his own path in this world he has always dreamed of. But the most urgent thing is to get his first Pokemon from Professor Oak, the one that can defy the heavens, the unique Pikachu that everyone calls the God of Pikachu. Thinking of this, Ash instantly got off the bed and walked to the floor of the closet where his clothes were placed in his memory, intending to take out a set of clothes from the closet that now belongs to him and put them on. Anyway, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander have been chosen by someone, so Ash doesn't have to run to Professor Oak's laboratory in a hurry in pajamas like in the plot. What is this? Just when Ash was rummaging through his closet, he accidentally found a red and white jacket, which made Ash feel very novel. You know, in the animation, Ash's clothes have always been blue, and it is really rare to find a red-themed clothes in the closet. Then Ash decisively took out the red and white coat, took off his pajamas, put on the black short-sleeved shirt that he had thought of in the closet, and then put on the red and white coat that he had finally found. As for the choice of pants for the lower body, Ash had no choice, because in the closet, Ash found that all the pants were exactly the same black trousers, and there was no chance for Ash to choose. Ash just took out one of the black trousers from the closet and put it on himself. After changing into a set of clothes, Ash naturally put on the fiery red cap on the table. After all, this hat was obtained by Ash sending 1,000 postcards to the program, and it has extraordinary meaning. After putting on a set of clothes, Ash looked at his image in the mirror on the closet in his room. It must be said that after putting on this, Ash really looked like a human being, and his overall image score improved a lot. However, Ash, standing in front of the mirror, was getting more and more frustrated, muttering, "It looks pretty good, but why do I feel that after putting this on, I look so much like Ash in the Pokemon special? But now is not the time to worry about this. The most urgent thing is to go to Professor Oak to get my Pikachu." Fortunately, Ash only stared at himself in front of the mirror for a few seconds, and immediately came to his senses, rushed out of his room at a speed of 12.5 seconds per 100 meters, and before he had time to say hello to his mother Delia, who was still busy in the kitchen, he rushed out of the door of his house and ran to Professor Oak's laboratory. "Great! Great! Gary! Come on! Come on! Gary!" Before Ash ran to Professor Oak's laboratory, he saw the crowd outside the door of Professor Oak Laboratory and the cheerleaders who kept shouting slogans. Although I have seen such a scene once in the animation, it is still shocking to see such a scene in reality. Ash stopped decisively and looked at the crowd surrounding the door of Professor Oak and sighed, looking at this situation, I am afraid that the people in Pallet Town are almost all here. Before Ash squeezed into the crowd, he heard a voice from the crowd shouting loudly, "Thank you friends, thank you my girlfriends, I will definitely become a Pokemon master and make the name of this town Pallet Town famous all over the world." Then, as Ash watched, Gary, who was Ash's nemesis in the previous animation, got on the convertible, left Pallet Town, and began Gary's Pokemon journey. Although Ash wasted some time changing clothes before going out, so that he could not meet Gary in front of Professor Oak's door, but Ash was not worried about it. After all, the two of them still had a lot of time to meet, and Ash did not intend to be ridiculed by Gary for being late in front of the laboratory. "Are you Ash?" At this time, Professor Oak, the owner of the laboratory, came out of the laboratory at the right time and stood in front of Ash and asked in confusion. Ash was a little surprised to see Professor Oak in person at close range, but he was soon overwhelmed by his mood of getting Pokemon. He said to Professor Oak with shining eyes, "That's right. Professor Oak, what about my Pokemon?" "Your Pokemon?" "Although I heard that there will be 4 people coming today, Ash has no choice. There is only one Pokemon left for you. Come with me." With that, Professor Oak led Ash into his laboratory. To Ash's surprise, Professor Oak did not take out the 3 empty Pokeballs of Earl Dervish Pokemon for him to open one by one, but directly took out the Pokeball containing Pikachu and released the Pikachu inside the Pokeball. Pikachu. The moment Professor Oak released Pikachu, Ash, who had been unable to hold back, decisively pounced on Pikachu, and had long forgotten the words of Professor Oak's explanation, "This is Pikachu, also known as Electric Mouse. It is very shy and difficult to get along with people. If you touch it carelessly, you will be thunder-shocked." Sure enough, after Professor Oak finished speaking, Ash, who pounced on Pikachu, was directly welcomed by Pikachu in his arms in a unique way. Ash also enjoyed his first electric treatment. As for the effect, you can see how it works by looking at Ash's hair that has stood up. Seeing this result, Professor Oak on the side also said, "Just like this." Chapter 2, Captivate. After enduring a thunderbolt from Pikachu, Ash finally got his first Pokemon from Professor Oak, a Pikachu that was too proud to enter the Pokeball, and also got the Pokemon Pokédex and 6 Pokeballs from Professor Oak. As for why there were 6 Pokeballs instead of 5, you have to ask Professor Oak. Mom. When Ash walked to the door of Professor Oak laboratory with Pikachu, he saw his mother Delia waiting outside the door, which made Ash puzzled. However, from the tone of his voice, Ash was still a little unfamiliar with this mother he met for the first time. After all, if you have to say it, this was the first time they met, and it was not easy for Ash to say the word mom from his mouth. "I have prepared the travel items for you. Really, I have to take care of you in the end." However, Delia, who was sad about Ash's departure, did not notice her son's abnormality. Instead, she handed the green backpack to Ash and said, "There is a set of clothes in the backpack. As for food, just eat the canned food." Although there are still many things that need to be preached to his mother, Ash quickly took the green backpack from Delia and said, "Okay, I know, Mom, you don't have to worry anymore. I'm not a child anymore." In this way, Ash took the Pikachu he just met, said goodbye to his mother and the people who saw him off, left Pallet Town, where he had just arrived less than a day ago, and walked towards the Pallet Town forest along the way to Tokiwa City. I said, "Are you going to keep going like this?" Ash was now walking in the forest to Tokiwa City, and said to Pikachu, who was unwilling to enter the Pokeball, but was now slowly following Ash's feet, walking leisurely step by step. But this has made Ash very satisfied. At least the relationship between him and Pikachu is not the same as in the animation, where Pikachu is unwilling to move forward and is tied up by the original author. Pikachu. Ash was answered by Pikachu in an extremely dissatisfied tone. I said, can't we coexist peacefully? At this time, Ash had squatted down and said to Pikachu face to face in a very friendly way. Unfortunately, Ash was answered by Pikachu, who turned around with a disdainful look, then ran to a big tree nearby and sat up. I don't know what it plans to do. Seeing that Pikachu still ignored him, Ash gave up the plan to persuade Pikachu with all his heart, and took out some prepared ingredients from the magical backpack given to him by his mother Delia, intending to use these ingredients that can be eaten raw to cook a delicious dish, using his own plan B. You should know that Ash, who was an orphan since childhood, has been obsessed with the Pokemon world. Because he lives alone, his cooking skills are extraordinary. He makes 3 meals a day by himself. After a while, Ash's cooking skills are also improving rapidly. This is also the only skill he can show off besides Pokemon. Soon, in a few seconds, Ash has lit a fire, and then Ash took out the cooking tools and materials prepared by Delia's mother from his magical backpack and started his first cooking in the Pokemon world. Soon, under Ash's cooking, a pot of stew with many ingredients in it gave off a delicious aroma, which even attracted many wild Pokemon in the forest. I didn't expect this. Ash, who was trying the soup to see how salty it was, couldn't help but say as he watched the Pokemons coming around. He originally wanted to use the captivate of this delicious food to captivate Pikachu, but he didn't expect that before Pikachu was captivated, it attracted the little guys like Rattata and Pidgey in the forest. Pikachu, you should give in now. Ash's mouth slightly raised, looking at the Pokemon around him. After working on the food for half a day, Pikachu, who was sitting on the tree, should come down. Sure enough, Pikachu, who had been sitting on the tree trunk, couldn't hold back after smelling the food Ash made below, and ran down from the tree directly, looking at Ash with a friendly look. However, for the appearance of Pikachu, Ash did not intend to capture Pikachu with this pot of food. The food was just Ash's introduction. Ash also knew this Pikachu of Ash very well. This pot of food alone might not be enough to make Pikachu completely submissive. The real killer was that Ash took out a bottle of red ketchup from his backpack, and ketchup was also Pikachu's favorite food. Looking at Pikachu, who looked up at him, Ash decisively took out the bottle of ketchup from his backpack, and threw it to Pikachu and said, "Here you go." Pikachu, who had been prepared for a long time, jumped up directly, took the red bottle thrown by Ash, and opened the bottle cap with 2 small hands without saying a word, and then poured the ketchup into his mouth. Obviously, Pikachu knew what was in the bottle thrown by Ash, otherwise his movements would not be so skillful. Seeing Pikachu taking the ketchup and drinking it, Ash distributed the cooked food to the wild Pokemon according to their number. Of course, he also kept a lot for himself. After all, he had been busy for most of the day. After smelling such delicious food, Ash felt hungry. What is this? Just as Ash was feeding these wild Pokemon, he found a different little guy among the Pokemon, who should not appear in the forest of Pallet Town. It had a round body, a big mouth, and a shark fin like normal on its head. At this time, it was opening its big mouth and eating the food cooked by Ash. The appearance of this little guy also made Ash shout excitedly, "Gible!" That's right, Gible, a very rare dragon Pokemon in the Sinnoh region, actually appeared in front of Ash alive. How could Ash not be excited? At this time, all Ash was thinking about was how to get this Gible and bring it back to his team. Then Ash immediately found Pikachu, who was still happily eating ketchup. After some bargaining, he used 2 bottles of ketchup to get Pikachu's right to appear. On the other side, Gible, who was full, was ready to leave while Ash was bargaining. He planned to find a good place to digest this good lunch. "Gible, come and fight. I want to take you back." Seeing that Gible was about to leave, Ash decisively ran to Gible and said. Gible, who was originally planning to leave here, stopped his small steps decisively when he heard about the battle. He stared at Ash with sharp eyes, and looked like he was full of fighting spirit. It seems that this Gibble is also a thorough fighting maniac. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3, The Power of the Storyteller. At this time, Ash and Pikachu were extremely miserable and emerged from the stream in the forest. Both of them were wet and appeared on the land in the forest like a drowned rat. As for why this happened, Ash couldn't help but sigh at the power of the plot. Even though Ash himself did not intend to capture a Pokémon with his own strength to prove his strength to Pikachu like Ash in the original book, he was attacked by a large wave of Spearows, which made Ash and Pikachu in the original book very embarrassed to arrive at the first city, Tokiwa City. Originally, Ash thought that he and Pikachu would definitely not be attacked by such a large wave of Spearows as in the plot, but he didn't expect that during the battle between Gibble and Pikachu caused by the captivate of delicious food, Gibble used the wrong direction when using Dragon Rage, and the result was that this Dragon Rage directly hit a Spearow on a big tree. Originally, it was nothing for Gibble's Dragon Rage to hit a wild Spearow. After all, Dragon Rage has a fixed damage skill in the game. In the early stage of the game, it is a magical skill that can kill anyone who stands in the way. The reason is that there are not many Pokémon with HP above 40 in the early stage. As for the Spearow in this forest, Ash didn't think anyone could resist Gibble's Dragon Rage. He and his two pets only paid attention to the screaming Spearow when the Dragon Rage hit, and ignored it. But who knew that when Pikachu defeated Gibble with great effort, and then was successfully captured by Ash by throwing a Pokeball, before Ash could enjoy the joy of capturing Pokémon for the first time, he saw a large wave of Spearows coming out of the forest and attacking him, and all of them looked fierce. Seeing that this wave of Spearow was coming aggressively, Ash decisively took the Pokeball that had successfully captured Gibble on the ground and put it back in his bag, then immediately picked up the Pikachu that had just finished a fierce battle and was still panting on the ground, and began a victorious escape. In the end, when this wave of Spearow could not catch up, Ash was forced to jump directly into the stream in the forest with Pikachu in his arms, allowing himself and Pikachu to enjoy a refreshing cold water bath. Until now, Ash and Pikachu emerged from the stream and came to the land in this forest where the direction was unclear. Achoo 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 achoo. As soon as he came up, Ash, who was soaked all over, couldn't help but sneeze a few times. It seems that this cold water bath did not make Ash feel very comfortable. As for Pikachu, who was held by Ash, he jumped out of Ash's arms when Ash swam to land, and then shook his wet body vigorously, trying to get rid of the moisture in his short hair. Ash, who sneezed several times, decisively took off his clothes, pants, and shoes that were already soaked, and stood there in just boxer shorts. Pikachu, I'm going to find some firewood to keep warm and dry these clothes. Will you come with me or stay here? Ash asked Pikachu, who was shaking his body all the time. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu immediately stopped shaking his body and climbed onto Ash's shoulders, who was only wearing boxer shorts. The meaning is self-evident. It seems that after this series of events, Pikachu has already recognized his new owner. Then, let's go. Seeing that Pikachu had already landed on his shoulder, Ash looked up at the sky and found that it was already late. He planned to find some edible food while looking for firewood. Pikachu. At this time, Pikachu was enjoying the warmth from the temporary campfire built by Ash. He was holding a big apple in his little hand and making a satisfied growl in his mouth. All of this was the result of Pikachu and Ash's busy work for a while. While Ash was picking up firewood in the forest, Pikachu on Ash's shoulder also found a lot of fresh apples on a tree. Seeing these apples, Pikachu ran directly to the big tree, picked a lot of apples and gave them to Ash, who was still picking up firewood. Then, of course, Ash and Pikachu returned to the place where Ash took off his clothes before, and Ash built a campfire on the spot, planning to camp here tonight. Excuse me, can I stay here for a night? Just as Ash and Pikachu were eating the big apples that Pikachu took from the apple tree, a pleasant female voice came from the forest nearby. Who? Pikachu. The sudden voice in the forest naturally made Pikachu, who was eating apples, and Ash, who was already lying in the sleeping bag, alert. Ash and Pikachu also alertly said to the place where the sound came from. Sorry, I scared you. My name is Misty. I came here with the light from your campfire. A lively girl pushing a bicycle came out of the forest. With the light of the campfire, Ash also saw the face of the uninvited guest clearly, which made Ash sigh again at the strength of the plot. He didn't expect that he and the heroine Misty of the original edition would meet under such circumstances. However, although he already knew that the visitor was Misty, Ash still had to pretend to be puzzled and asked Misty, Miss Misty, what are you doing? I was so obsessed with fishing that I forgot the time. When I noticed the sky, it was already night. I originally wanted to rest in the forest for a night, but I saw the campfire here, so I wanted to stay here for a night. It must be said that Misty has a boyish personality. She didn't feel anything about Ash's question, but quickly explained it, and at the end of the sentence, she still asked for a place to stay. Of course there is no problem. Ash naturally agreed to the heroine's request. After all, according to the plot, this girl will accompany him for a long time, and Ash has no reason to refuse the beautiful girl's request. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Ash, a Pokemon trainer from Pallet Town. As for this guy eating an apple, it's called Pikachu, and he's my best friend. While Ash was introducing himself, Pikachu, who was eating an apple, called out, Pikachu. Then, thank you Ash and Pikachu. Misty also looked familiar, pushing her bicycle into the room, and thanked Ash, who was lying in a sleeping bag, and Pikachu, who was eating an apple. It's nothing, meeting is fate. Ash waved his hand and took out an apple from the apples beside him and handed it to Misty, saying, Here, Pikachu picked the apple from the tree, it's very crisp. Thank you. Misty took the apple from Ash and thanked him again. P.S. If nothing unexpected happens, Hong Chen will basically update twice a day. As for adding more chapters, as long as the readers give flowers, votes, and rewards, Hong Chen will also add more chapters. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 4 Gibble's First Battle. The dazzling sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leafage onto Ash's face, who was sleeping under the tree. Ash, who was still sleeping, was awakened by the sunlight shining on him. He stood up and rubbed his eyes that were stung by the sunlight, put his sleeping bag back into his backpack, stretched himself, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Sure enough, the air that has not been polluted is fresh, which is not breathable on Earth. Ash exhaled and sighed. After packing up his sleeping bag, Ash saw that Pikachu and Misty were still sleeping, and he did not intend to wake them up. Instead, he planned to go to the stream where he had hidden before to wash up. Soon, Ash only walked a few steps and came to the stream. He simply washed up beside the stream and planned to exercise a little and do some morning exercises. However, Ash released the Gibble he had captured yesterday, intending to get to know his Gibble well. As soon as the released Gibble fell to the ground, it jumped up and down on the ground, very energetic. Ash originally planned to observe his Gibble through the Pokédex, but when he scanned Gibble on the Pokédex, there was actually a big question mark, and the description of the Pokédex also said that this Pokémon had not yet been discovered. Fortunately, Ash himself knew everything about Gibble, and immediately called Gibble, who was still jumping on the ground, and said, Gibble, let me see what skills you can do. When Gibble, who was still jumping on the ground, heard Ash's words, he opened his mouth and fired a Dragon Rage towards the stream, causing a lot of damage to the rock wall on the opposite bank. After Gibble performed Dragon Rage, he performed a lot of dragon and ground skills in front of Ash. Although Gibble showed a lot of skills, The problem was that Jibble knew a lot of them, but the skills he used were extremely disappointing in terms of success rate and hit rate. This also made Xiaoling speechless. For example, Jibble can use Dragon Rage, but the Dragon Rage he launched only hit the target he wanted to hit once out of 10 times. No wonder Jibble's Dragon Rage deviated so much when he fought Pikachu before. Looking at Jibble, who was still alive and kicking on the ground after releasing the skill, Ash couldn't help but hold it in his arms and said, "Jibble, do you want to become stronger?" After hearing Ash's words, Jibble nodded with a firm look in his eyes. "Well, Jibble, we will intensify the training from today, and today's goal is to fully master your Dragon Rage. Do you see the rock wall across the stream? Jibble, you keep using Dragon Rage against the wall until all your Dragon Rage can hit one place. Jibble, do you have confidence?" Ash immediately gave Jibble an order. Hearing Ash's order, Jibble immediately broke free from Ash's arms, stood by the stream, patted his red chest with his little paws, and looked confident. He opened his big mouth towards the rock wall and gathered Dragon Rage, but it was obvious that the Dragon Rage fired this time was much farther away than the distance Jibble fired Dragon Rage just now. It was hard for Ash to imagine how Jibble could deviate the Dragon Rage in his mouth so far. Ash, who was watching from the side, knew that Jibble would not succeed in one go, so he was not disappointed, but comforted Jibble and said, "Don't worry, slowly gather. And then aim at the target you aimed at the first time on the rock wall." Hearing Ash's encouragement, Jibble worked harder, and the Dragon Rage fired again was obviously much better than the last time, although it was still a lot farther from the first location. After arranging Jibble's training, Ash also planned to start his morning exercise. Ash was very dissatisfied with his weak body. Although he was only 10 years old, he had found that with his current body, if he exercised for a long time, he would definitely have unexpected gains. Looking at Jibble standing by the stream and trying to master Dragon Rage, Xiaoling also started his own morning exercise by the stream. While doing morning exercise, Ash looked at Jibble, who had failed countless times. The rock wall opposite was also destroyed beyond recognition by Jibble. The Dragon Rage that Jibble had trained for so long was not without successful examples. Although it was much less than the deviated Dragon Rage, at least Jibble had made a lot of progress. Moreover, Jibble himself did not intend to give up and was still trying to master how to control the direction of the Dragon Rage in his mouth. Looking at Jibble, who was constantly working hard, Ash was very pleased. It seemed that he had met a treasure this time. He had met a little guy who was not only very talented but also very hard-working. In time, this Jibble would definitely become the top combat force in his team. Just when Ash was about to let Jibble take a break from work and stop exercising, before Ash could let Jibble come back, Jibble standing by the stream was hit by a water gun that suddenly appeared in the water and flew away. This instantly put Ash into a battle contest condition, to see who was so shameless to sneak attack, and when he looked into the clear stream, it turned out to be a wild mosquito frog, which had jumped out of the stream and stood on the ground, staring angrily at Jibble, who was hit by his water gun. As for why the mosquito frog was so unfriendly to Jibble, it had to start with the Dragon Rage that Jibble kept shooting. You have to know that although the Dragon Rage shot by Jibble was not enough to hit, the damage was still enough. Most of the Dragon Rage that was tackled on the opposite rock wall resulted in rocks falling into the stream. Some of these rocks that kept falling off just hit the mosquito frog that was resting in the stream, waking up the mosquito frog that was resting comfortably. So the awakened mosquito frog wanted to find the culprit who disturbed its rest, and then the scene of the water gun hitting Jibble happened. At this time, Jibble, who was hit by the mosquito frog water gun, had stood up, shook his little head and wanted to teach the guy who attacked him a lesson. "Jibble, use the headbutt." Ash saw that others had come to the door, and Jibble's fighting spirit was so high, so he immediately gave the order to let Jibble hit the mosquito frog with a headbutt. However, it seems that this mosquito frog living in the stream also has a certain strength. Facing the headbutt of Jibble, it directly used double team to split 3 identical versions of itself and appeared in front of Jibble, which confused Gibble, who was originally planning to hit him. He didn't know which one to hit, so he stopped his headbutt attack. Gibble, find the shadow. The one with the shadow is the entity of the mosquito frog. Use the dragon claw on the one with the shadow. Ash, who is familiar with the world skills of Pokemon, can easily break the double team trick when there is sunlight. He looked at the one with the shadow among the 3 mosquito frogs and said to Gibble. Hearing Ash's order, Gibble immediately found the mosquito frog with the shadow and jumped splash to swing the dragon claw at the mosquito frog in front of him. The mosquito frog, which was hit by Gibble's fierce claws, screamed, and then the other 2 double teams were broken without warning. However, the mosquito frog, which had endured Gibble's fierce claws, did not intend to let it go. After stabilizing its body, it slapped Gibble's round body with a big slap back and forth. After a few slaps, Gibble was dizzy. The double slap of the frog almost knocked Gibble to the ground. After all, Gibble had already consumed too much of his own physical strength when he was training Dragon Rage alone just now, and he was hit by a water gun. Now Gibble's physical strength is not much. If he is hit by the frog again, Gibble will definitely be unable to fight. Gibble, believe in yourself, use Dragon Rage. Ash decisively chose to let Gibble use the Dragon Rage with a low hit rate. After hearing this order from Ash, Gibble was stunned, but out of trust in the trainer, he decisively gathered Dragon Rage, but unfortunately this time Dragon Rage missed again, and then Gibble was hit by double slap by the frog again. This time, Gibble was hit by double slap and rolled directly on the ground for a long distance, and Gibble fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The situation of the frog, which had slapped out 2 double slaps in a row, was not very good at this time. Even Ash himself probably didn't expect that his Gibble's ability would be a hidden ability, Snake Skin. When attacked by close-range skills, rival would lose 1/8 of his maximum physical strength. Because of this ability, Gibble made the frog panting and did not pursue the Gibble who fell to the ground. However, it was precisely because the frog gave Gibble this short rest time that the fallen Gibble stood up tenaciously, and gathered Dragon Rage in his mouth again and blasted the still panting frog. Fortunately, Gibble's Dragon Rage did not deviate from the target again this time, but hit the frog 100%. The powerful rookie killer skill hit the frog, which directly made the frog's eyes spiral and lost its combat ability. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5, I seem to have forgotten something? Please give me flowers and votes. After defeating the frog, Ash did not intend to throw the Pokeball to subdue the frog. Instead, he took back Gibble, whose stamina was close to 0. Then, he calculated the time. Pikachu and Misty were probably awake, so it was time to go back. Sure enough, when Ash returned to the camp, Misty and Pikachu had already woken up, and they were talking and laughing about something. Pikachu, who noticed Ash's return, immediately gave up talking to Misty, ran to Ash's shoulder, and shouted happily. Okay, I know what you want. Ash touched Pikachu's head and smiled. You can only get ketchup in the city, so just wait patiently for a while. In response to Ash's explanation, Pikachu unceremoniously stretched out 3 fingers, meaning that he would want 3 bottles of ketchup in the city. Okay, you said 3 bottles, so 3 bottles. Ash naturally agreed to Pikachu's request, which made Pikachu on his shoulder very happy. You two have such a good relationship. Seeing Ash and Pikachu playing, Misty, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but say. Of course. Ash was still teasing Pikachu and said with a smile, Pikachu and I are best friends. Pikachu, who was teased by Ash on Ash's shoulder, also agreed very much. In such a scene, I'm afraid no one could have imagined how bad the relationship between this person and this pet was before, even reaching the state of incompatibility. By the way, Misty, where are you going? Ash asked Misty at this time, Pikachu and I are going to go to Viridian City for supplies first. Hearing Ash's destination, Misty's eyes lit up and said, what a coincidence. I also plan to go to Viridian City first. Then Misty, how about we go together? Seeing that Misty was also planning to go to Viridian City, Ash decisively invited Misty to go together. Misty naturally agreed to Ash's invitation, okay. In this way, Misty joined Ash's travel team, and Ash's team evolved from 1 person and 1 pet to 2 people and 1 pet. Walking dividing line. Growlithe, use flamethrower. Just as Ash, Misty, and Pikachu were about to walk out of the forest, onto the main road and head to Viridian City, the 2 people and 1 pet heard the shouts of fighting not far away, which made Ash curious and walked forward to see who was fighting here. When Ash walked to the clearing in the forest where the sound came from, he saw a black-haired boy commanding a Growlithe to fight a Beedrill. It was obvious that the fire-type Growlithe had an unquestionable advantage in the attributes of the bug-type Beedrill. When Ash hid behind a big tree and observed, the battle was almost over. Beedrill had been hit by the flamethrower of the Growlithe and fell to the ground and could not fight. The black-haired boy threw the Pokeball he had prepared in his hand to Beedrill. The Pokeball stopped shaking after it captured Beedrill for only a few times, and it was obviously captured successfully. The black-haired boy also walked forward and picked up the Pokeball containing Beedrill, then looked at where Ash was standing and said, "Friend, please come out." Since he was discovered by others, Ash also walked up to the black-haired boy and said, "Hello, my name is Ash. I just heard some noise coming from the forest, so I came over to see what was going on." When the black-haired boy saw Ash coming out, he also let down his guard and said, "My name is Ahuo, and this is my partner Growlithe. Pikachu." At this time, Pikachu, who had been resting on Misty's bicycle, also came over and looked at Ahuo and his Growlithe warily. "Ash, it seems that you are also a Pokemon trainer, why don't we have a fight?" Ahuo's eyes lit up when he saw Pikachu coming over. It seems that Ahuo is also a battle maniac, and he wants to fight with the Pokemon trainer when he meets him. "No problem, but you're Growlithe." Ash naturally agreed to the Pokemon challenge, but the opponent's Growlithe had already fought a battle, and Ash didn't want to win unfairly. Nothing, the previous battle was just a warm-up for Growlithe. Apparently, Ahuo didn't take the previous battle seriously, and said to Ash confidently, "Then I will be the referee this time." Misty, who came over on her bicycle and heard the fight between Ash and Ahuo, proposed to be the referee. "Then I'll trouble you, Misty." "Thank you." Ash and Ahuo agreed to Misty's proposal. It must be said that Misty really looked like a referee when she was a referee. She stood between Ash and Ahuo and said, "Then this game will be a one-on-one game. When one party's Pokemon cannot fight, the other party wins. Growlithe, we will strike first, flamethrower." Ahuo gave his first order directly to the high-spirited Growlithe. "Pikachu, use agility to avoid, and then use quick attack." Ash gave his order to Pikachu fearlessly in the face of danger. Then Pikachu used agility to dodge the oncoming flamethrower, and then turned into a flash of white light, using its body as a weapon to hit Growlithe. "Growlithe, use bite on Pikachu." Ahuo was not in a hurry when Growlithe was hit by Pikachu's quick attack, but calmly asked Growlithe to open its bloody mouth and bite Pikachu at the Pikachu next to it. Take advantage of this moment, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. In response to Growlithe's actions, Ash decisively asked Pikachu to use Thunderbolt on Growlithe at close range. The powerful thunder shock caused Growlithe's mouth to be hit by Pikachu's Thunderbolt before it could get close to Pikachu, and it kept howling. "Growlithe, don't give up, use Flame Wheel." Ahuo cheered Growlithe up and asked Growlithe to come up with a way to deal with it. Unfortunately, Ash didn't know what kind of bad luck Pikachu had. The Thunderbolt just now triggered a paralysis effect of only 10%, which made Growlithe enter the paralysis contest condition and unable to use the Flame Wheel. With such a good opportunity, How could Ash seize this opportunity to win? He immediately said to Pikachu, "Pikachu, take advantage of the victory and Encore Thunderbolt to end this battle." Pikachu, hearing Ash's order, Pikachu decisively sent another Thunderbolt to Growlithe, who was still in the paralysis contest condition. Growlithe, who had resisted the second Thunderbolt, fell to the ground after the Thunderbolt disappeared. Misty also shouted at this time, "Growlithe can't fight, the winner is Ash from Pallet Town. You win." Ahuo had already taken Growlithe back into the Pokeball and said to Ash. The battle was over, and Pikachu also returned to Ash's shoulder. Ash said, "No more. If I hadn't been a little more lucky, the final outcome would have been hard to predict." Ahuo shook his head and said, "If you lose, you lose. There's nothing to say about it. Besides, luck is also a part of strength. Ash, you are very strong. I look forward to meeting you next time." Perhaps because he was unwilling to lose the game, Ahuo didn't say anything more. After saying this, he turned around and left. "Ahuo? I look forward to meeting you next time." Looking at Ahuo who had left, Ash also looked forward to the battle when he met him next time. At the same time, Ash also said silently in his heart, "Of course, I will definitely win." Okay, the game is over, and it's time to set off for Tokiwa City. Misty said to Ash, who was still in the excited contest condition, "I don't want to stay in this forest for another night." "Okay, let's go to Tokiwa City." Ash, who won the first game of his life, said very satisfied. However, Ash himself seemed to have forgotten that he had missed a very important thing in this forest. P.S. Today's second update has been completed. I would like to shamelessly ask readers for votes, flowers, and rewards. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6, Being Teased by Officer Jenny. After a long journey, Ash, Misty, and Pikachu finally walked out of the forest from Pallet Town to Tokiwa City at sunset. However, unlike Misty and Pikachu who were excited and happy, Ash was grudged and extremely depressed. There was no way, because Ash suddenly remembered a very important thing when he was walking before. That was that according to the arrangement of the plot, after he and Pikachu encountered a series of tragic events, they saw the figure of the first-level god Ho-Oh in the clear sky soaring in the sky. As a result, because Ash was secretly happy about getting Gibble, he forgot this extremely important event and missed the opportunity to see the first-level god Ho-Oh. So now Ash is extremely depressed after recalling this incident. You know, even though Zai met so many mythical beasts in the original work, he only met the figure of Ho-Oh at the beginning. This also caused Ash's originally happy mood after winning the game to fall to the bottom in an instant. Citizens of Viridian City, thank you for your hard work. Recently, more and more Pokemon have been stolen. Please pay more attention. Just as Ash and Misty walked into Viridian City, they saw Officer Jenny holding a megaphone and broadcasting warnings. Ash, let's split up first, and we'll meet at the Pokemon Center later. Misty, who was pushing a bicycle, proposed to Ash to split up. Ash naturally agreed to Misty's proposal to split up. After all, Ash was going to go to the supermarket to buy ketchup for Pikachu, and he couldn't take Pikachu's promise lightly. After seeing Ash's agreement, Misty immediately rode her bicycle and left Ash and Pikachu. At this time, Officer Jenny, who was about to repeat what she had just said for the second time, also found Ash and Pikachu, who had just come out of the forest and were a little embarrassed. I don't know what Officer Jenny was thinking, so she stopped her propaganda, walked over to Ash, and asked Ash to do a routine inspection. Ash, who was stopped by Jenny, naturally took out the Pokemon Pokédex in his bag and said to Jenny, "Okay, this can prove it, right?" After seeing the Pokemon Pokédex in Ash's hand, Jenny also apologized to Ash, and in order to express her apology, she also planned to use her tricycle to send Ash to the supermarket in the city. Ash, who was unfamiliar with the city of Tokiwa, naturally agreed to Officer Jenny's friendly help. It happened that Ash himself didn't know where the supermarket in the city was. If he was asked to find it, it would still take a certain amount of time. After Jenny drove out her tricycle, Ash naturally chose to sit behind Jenny, who was driving the tricycle. Pikachu also sat on the right seat, looking very happy. However, Ash regretted sitting behind Officer Jenny, because he sat behind Officer Jenny, and Ash's hand naturally rested on Jenny's waist. Jenny also felt the touch on her waist, but she didn't care too much. After all, Ash was too young for Jenny. After Ash sat firmly, Jenny said, "Sit tight." Then she started the three-wheeled motorcycle and sped away. With the three-wheeled motorcycle as a means of transportation, the two of them soon arrived in front of the largest supermarket in Changpan City. When parking, Jenny also showed her superb driving skills by drifting in front of the supermarket and stopping the three-wheeled motorcycle steadily. However, the three-wheeled motorcycle stopped, but Ash behind Jenny did not stop. Because of the inertia of drifting, Ash was almost thrown out by Jenny's hand behind Jenny, but fortunately Ash's hand was on Jenny's waist. During the drift, Ash's hand naturally hugged Jenny's slender waist tightly. After Jenny stopped the tricycle, she naturally noticed something was wrong with her body, but she didn't show anything. Instead, she turned around and said to Ash, "Okay, it's time to get off." It was only at this time that Ash realized that the inertia of the flow not only made his hands hold Jenny's waist more firmly, but also moved slightly upwards, just touching the two round places. "Sorry." At this time, Ash showed his gentlemanly behavior very well, and apologized to Jenny first, and of course, he naturally put his hand down. When Jenny saw that Pete in front of her was still embarrassed to apologize to her, she couldn't help but want to tease Pete and said with a smile, "What? Are you shy now? I'm going to the supermarket to buy things. Goodbye, Officer Jenny." Faced with Officer Jenny's teasing, Ash, who had never had a girlfriend in his 2 lives and had never even held a girl's hand, soon couldn't resist it. He called Pikachu, who was still sitting on the seat, and jumped off the three-wheeled motorcycle in a panic. When Jenny saw Pete running away with Pikachu normal into the supermarket, she couldn't help but smile. She didn't know what was going on with her now. Anyway, after seeing this Pete, she had the urge to bully this Pete. Seeing that Pete had already walked into the supermarket, Jenny actually started her three-wheeled motorcycle as if it was a prank, and threw Ash, who was unfamiliar with the place, directly here. When Ash finished shopping and walked out of the supermarket, he only found an empty street. Jenny, who had just sent him to the supermarket, couldn't even see her figure. "Pikachu, tell me, am I being fooled by someone?" In response, Ash looked at Pikachu holding ketchup and smiled bitterly. "Pikachu." In response to Ash's question, Pikachu held the ketchup in his hand and nodded seriously to agree with Ash's opinion. "Then Pikachu, let's walk to the Pokemon Center." Seeing this, Ash had no choice but to make a miserable suggestion and walk to the Pokemon Center. Then Ash took Pikachu and his pet and walked from the supermarket in Viridian City to the Pokemon Center in Viridian City. When Ash arrived at the Pokemon Center, he found Misty, who had been waiting for him in the Pokemon Center. When Misty saw Ash walking in from the door of the Pokemon Center, she complained to Ash, "Ash, you are too slow. Sorry, I wasted some time going to the supermarket." In response to Misty's complaint, Ash immediately smiled and apologized. Afterwards, Ash handed Pikachu and Gibble to Nurse Joy, and walked to the video phone. He first called his mother Delia to report that he was safe. The two chatted for a long time, which made Ash's good impression on his mother rise rapidly. After the mother and son finished their phone call, Ash did not forget to call Professor Oak and greeted Professor Oak on the other end of the video with a smile. "Hello, Professor Oak." "Hey. It's Ash. How is your trip?" Professor Oak was in a good mood when he looked at Ash, who suddenly appeared on the other end of the video. Well, it's not bad, and Professor Oak. I have captured a Pokemon that has not been found on the Pokemon Pokédex. Ash then sent a screenshot of Gible on the Pokemon Pokédex to Professor Oak to show off. What is this? Professor Oak naturally looked at Gible on Ash's Pokédex, and thought about it carefully in his mind and said in surprise, "Isn't this Gible from the Sinnoh region?" As an authority on Pokemon, Professor Oak still knows the little Pokemon unique to the Sinnoh region, Gible. So this little guy is called Gible. No wonder he looks so much like a shark. Ash pretended to be enlightened at this time. Yes, it is a very rare dragon-type Pokemon. Professor Oak flipped through the video for a while, and then said to Ash, "Ash, I have some information about Gible here. You can use the Pokemon Pokédex to receive it on the data line of the video phone. You must treat this little guy well." "Okay, Professor Oak." Ash naturally accepted Professor Oak's kindness, took out his Pokemon Pokédex, and received the information about Gible that Professor Oak sent to him. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7, Encounter with Team Rocket. After receiving the Gible Pokédex from Professor Oak, Ash also saw all the information about the Sinnoh region Gible from this first-generation Pokemon Pokédex. Some basic information about Gible, such as height and weight, was placed on it. As for the Sinnoh region mentioned by Professor Oak, Ash did not ask Professor Oak any questions during the video call. After all, he had not even cleared the first stop, the Kanto Alliance, let alone the Sinnoh region. If he asked Professor Oak about the Sinnoh region now, it would be a bit too hasty. "Okay, the information about Gible is also handed over to you, Ash. You must treat this little guy well. Ash, let's contact each other later." Professor Oak saw that all the information about Gible had been passed to Ash, and also said goodbye to Ash in the video. Before Ash said goodbye to Professor Oak hung up the video call, leaving only a dark screen. At this moment, Officer Jenny's voice came from the Pokemon Center's radio, shouting, "Emergency information! Emergency information! There is an invasion of outsiders in Tokiwa City. It is likely a Pokemon kidnapping gang. Please pay attention if you have Pokemon." As soon as Officer Jenny finished her warning, Ash saw the glass of the Pokemon Center was broken directly, 2 Pokemon balls fell down, and then a flash flashed, and a coughing and an Arbok appeared in front of everyone. The smoke sprayed by coughing enveloped the entire Pokemon Center. Cough. 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 Whew. The sudden thick fog made Ash and others standing in the Pokemon Center cough constantly. What is this? What is going on here? Jessie, since you asked sincerely. James, we will be merciful and tell you. Jessie, to prevent the world from being destroyed. James, to protect world peace. Jessie, evil that implements love and truth. James, a cute and harmonious villain. Jessie, Jessie. James, James. Jessie, we are Team Rocket traveling through the galaxy. James, white hole, white tomorrow is waiting for us. Meowth, that's it, meow. Just when everyone in the Pokemon Center was puzzled by this voice, this dialogue that Ash still remembered, the Rocket team that had committed suicide countless times, made a brilliant appearance. You know, these 3 guys have been following Ash from the Indigo Alliance to the latest Unova region, and have always wanted to catch Ash's Pikachu, and have never given up. As the smoke dissipated, familiar costumes appeared, with a big red R on them. The classic Team Rocket costumes and the talking Meowth, the classic Pokemon trio appeared in front of Ash. Sorry, we took away the Pokemon here. James, holding a rose in his hand, said to the people in the Pokemon Center, "Go." Coughing. Then a round coughing directly tackled the main switch of the Pokemon Center. In an instant, the Pokemon Center, which was originally as bright as day, suddenly became dark and pitch black. Listen to the gang that illegally kidnapped Pokemon inside. You have been surrounded by me, I advise you to surrender. At this time, Jenny, who came on a three-wheeled motorcycle outside the Pokemon Center, looked at the dark Pokemon Center and picked up her loudspeaker to shout into the Pokemon Center. Jessie, who was standing inside the Pokemon Center, covered her mouth and laughed. James, do you think that police officer outside is crazy? She actually let us surrender. Jessie, stop making sarcastic remarks and hurry up. James, who was directing the coughing, complained to Jessie, who was not working hard. Jessie heard James's complaint, called his Arbok, walked outside and said, "Okay, Ikens, let's go meet the police officer. James, hurry up." After hearing Jessie's order, Ikens, who was standing aside, also had a fierce look in his eyes and crawled to the door of the Pokemon Center. Ash was helpless in the face of the sudden incident. He had just handed Pikachu and the Pokeball containing Gibble to Nurse Joy. Now he was just a weak teenager with no killing power. Ash had no choice but to wait for Pikachu to arrive. Just as Ash was waiting for Pikachu to arrive, Pikachu's voice came from not far away, "Pikachu! Pikachu!" Then the energetic Pikachu appeared in front of Ash, and the Pikachu who arrived was holding a Pokeball in his hand. Pikachu, who found Ash, immediately climbed on Ash's body and handed the Pokeball in his hand to Ash. "Pikachu, what is this?" Ash asked Pikachu in confusion, holding the Pokeball in his hand. In response to Ash's question, Pikachu explained who was in the Pokeball with his actions. He stretched out his little finger and opened the Pokeball. Then a white light flashed, and Ash saw Gibble jumping out of the Pokeball. Seeing Gibble jumping out of the Pokeball, Ash understood what Pikachu meant and said, "Very good. Pikachu, Gibble, let's go." Ash naturally received affirmative responses from Pikachu and Gibble. "Gibble, you can do whatever you want here. Pikachu, let's go." Facing the dark Pokemon Center, the first order Ash gave was to give James coughing to Gibble and let Gibble act freely. This was also an experiment for Ash to train Gibble's autonomous combat ability and see if Gibble could defeat James coughing without his own command. At this time, outside the gate of Pokemon Center, Jessie was directing her Ikans to threaten Officer Jenny, who had arrived at the Pokemon Center. "What do you think, Officer Jenny? Are you still going to arrest us?" As for why this happened, Jenny, who came on a three-wheeled motorcycle, didn't bring any Pokemon with her, and Jessie's Ikans had no way to deal with it. At this time, Ash, who ran out of the Pokemon Center, saw this situation and decisively directed Pikachu, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on Ikans once." "Pikachu." Then Pikachu gathered the electricity on his body, and Thunderbolt directly hit Ikans. Where did this annoying mouse come from? Seeing that his Ikans was bullied by a little mouse that suddenly appeared, Jessie said to Ikans angrily, "Ikans, eat this little mouse." Ikans, who was thunder-shocked by Pikachu, was extremely hostile to Pikachu at this time. After hearing Jessie's order, he decisively rushed towards Pikachu. Pikachu Quick Attack. In response to Ikans' attack, Ash directly took a head-on countermeasure, letting Pikachu use Quick Attack to deal with Ikans that rushed towards Pikachu, and the result was naturally that Ash's Pikachu successfully knocked Ikans back to Jessie, allowing Ikans to press Jessie to the ground. Just when Ash was about to let Pikachu deliver the final blow to Ikans and Jessie, the Pokemon Center suddenly made a loud explosion, followed by a violent explosion that even blew a big hole in the wall of the Pokemon Center, and 3 black shadows flew out of the big hole. When the 3 black shadows flew out and landed, they landed exactly where Jessie and Ikans were, and they pressed Jessie and Ikans, who were about to stand up, to the ground again, forming a human pyramid. Ash also saw clearly who the 3 black shadows were at this time. They were the rest of Team Rocket, James, Meowth, and Coughing. Meowth and Coughing's eyes had vortexes, which made Ash confused. However, Gibble jumped out of the big hole right after that, and Ash also understood the reason why James and the other two guys were like this. However, what Ash didn't expect was that Gibble defeated Coughing so quickly and sharply, and even added a meowth. Such a strong record was something Ash had never expected. However, since the members of Team Rocket had gathered together, Ash was very friendly to send them off. He called Pikachu and Gibble, and a thunderbolt and a dragon rage sent the rocket team to the sky, turning them into a meteor. Of course, when Team Rocket flew out, the classic "what a disgusting feeling" was indispensable. As a spectator, Jenny stood in place and watched Ash's heroic fighting style throughout the whole process. In just a dozen seconds, he defeated this group of Pokémon thief, which was a big surprise to Jenny. She didn't expect that the little guy she teased was so powerful. However, the battle was over, and the victorious hero must be rewarded. Jenny walked towards Ash, who was praising Pikachu and Gibble, the heroes of this battle, and said, "Thank you, my little hero." Then she squatted down and gently licked Ash's cheek. Harmony. Such a hot move directly made Ash stand there in a daze for a long time, and he didn't notice until Jenny left and entered the Pokémon Center. P.S. This is a big chapter of more than 3,000 words. Readers, I think it's comfortable to read. But since it's comfortable to read, then shouldn't you give flowers, tickets, etc. to Hong Chen? Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8, Battle in Viridian Forest. After solving the Rocket Team incident in Viridian City, Ash did not make Pikachu explode like in the plot, blowing up the entire Pokémon Center. The loss in this battle was just a big hole in the wall of the Pokémon Center gate destroyed by Gibble. So after Nurse Joy let the group of Pikachu in the Pokémon Center start automatic power generation, the originally dark Pokémon Center soon regained light. Ash and Misty also chose to stay in the Pokémon Center tonight and set off early the next morning. And early the next morning, Ash, who had slept very comfortably, got up early and called Misty and Pikachu, who were still in a daze, to go through Viridian Forest directly today and then rush to Nibby City, the city where the first gym is located. In this way, Misty and Pikachu, who were in a daze, packed their luggage and followed Ash, who was full of energy, to leave the Pokémon Center in Viridian City. When Officer Jenny of Viridian City came to the Pokémon Center, she learned from Joy that the boy named Ash had left without saying hello to her yesterday, which made Jenny very dissatisfied. However, Jenny seemed to think of something and said lightly, "Ash, we will meet again." The dividing line of Viridian Forest. After Ash entered Viridian Forest with Misty and Pikachu, he did not circle around in Viridian Forest to capture Pokémon as in the plot. In the end, he captured a Pidgeotto and Caterpie with good qualifications. However, Ash did not plan to capture these two Pidgeotto and Caterpie that should have belonged to him in Viridian Forest, so he did not stay in Viridian Forest for too long. The result of this is that the travel speed of Ash and his party has increased a lot. I believe that it will not be long before Ash and his party will be able to leave this gloomy Viridian Forest. Hey! Are you a Pokémon trainer from Pallet Town? Just as Ash and Misty were rushing on their way, a young samurai boy wearing a samurai uniform and carrying a bug net on his back jumped out from the woods nearby, pointing his samurai sword at Ash. Ash looked at the samurai boy pointing the samurai sword at him. Although he was very dissatisfied with the samurai boy's behavior, he still said friendly, "Yes, I am a Pokémon trainer from Pallet Town. Who are you?" "Just call me Wu." "Since you came from Pallet Town, then have a Pokémon game with me. Let's have a fair Pokémon game." Seeing that Ash was a Pokémon trainer from Pallet Town, the samurai boy retracted his samurai sword pointing at Ash and took out a Pokémon ball from his samurai uniform. "I accept your challenge. Misty, can you please be the referee?" Ash naturally accepted the challenge of the warrior boy. In Ash's opinion, these guys who challenged him were just some experience babies, giving experience to his Pokemon, so how could he not accept it? Okay. Misty nodded and agreed to Ash's request, then stood between Ash and Takeru and became the referee of this game. Then my first Pokemon is it. The warrior boy Takeru threw his Pokeball first, and saw the Pokeball flash white light, and a huge pincer with 2 powerful longhorns appeared in this empty forest. Then mine is this little guy, go. Gibble. Ash didn't even think about it, and threw the Pokeball with Gibble in it directly. Oh. It's a Pokemon I've never seen before. Looking at the round Gibble released by Ash, Takeru was very curious and said, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of Pokemon. It's called Gibble. Don't look at its small size. This little guy is a Dragon-type Pokemon." Ash explained Gibble's information to Takeru. When he said that Gibble was a Dragon-type Pokemon, Takeru and Misty were very surprised. You know, in the Kanto region, the only Pokemon with Dragon bloodline is the legendary Dratini. Now that Ash has taken out a Dragon-type Pokemon, how can Takeru and Misty not be curious? Even if you have a Dragon-type Pokemon, Pinsir, let them see how powerful we are. Use Impact. Takeru obviously didn't care that Ash's Gibble was a rare Dragon-type Pokemon. He decisively gave Pinsir an attack order, asking Pinsir to use his huge body to hit the small Gibble. Gibble, we use Takedown. Facing the huge Pinsir, Ash did not let Gibble rely on his flexible body to avoid Pinsir's body tackle this time, but commanded Gibble's small body to use the Takedown skill to attack Pinsir, which would damage the target and himself. The short Gibble was not afraid of Pinsir's collision, but after hearing Ash's order, he decisively used all his strength to charge at Pinsir. Suddenly, Pinsir, who was charging at Gibble, had not yet tackled Gibble's small body, but was hit by Gibble's takedown, which hit Pinsir's body, and then knocked Pinsir, who was still in the collision, out. Such a result was something that Ahu and Misty, who were present, had not expected. The seemingly weak Gibble actually knocked Pinsir, who was in the collision contest condition, out. The small Gibble actually had such incredible strength. However, Gibble's tackle was not without damage. Not to mention the damage caused by the reaction force of takedown, Pinsir, who was knocked away, was originally in a collision contest condition. After tackling with Gibble, who was also colliding, both sides would definitely suffer certain damage. Although Ash's Gibble was the winner in the end, Gibble's current contest condition was not very good, only slightly better than Pinsir. Gibble, use Dig. Seeing this, Ash did not let Gibble take advantage of the victory to pursue, but let Gibble drill underground to find the next opportunity to attack. Gibble also decisively dug a hole in the ground for himself to drill in within a few seconds and hit underground. For Ash's obscene action, Ahu did not know what kind of order he should give. After all, Ahu's Pinsir had no way to deal with Gibble who had drilled underground. Take advantage of now. Ash, who had found the right time, shouted decisively when Pinsir stood there looking around. Then Gibble, who was originally underground, suddenly emerged from the ground and appeared right below where Pinsir was standing. Gibble caught Pinsir off guard and swung his tiny claws directly at the body of Pinsir, who was in shock. After Gibble's claws hit Pinsir, he knocked the huge Pinsir to the ground, and his eyes turned into spirals. Seeing that Pinsir couldn't fight, Misty, the referee, immediately made a ruling: Pinsir can't fight, the winner is Gibble. Come back, Pinsir. For Pinsir's failure, Ahu didn't feel frustrated at all, but took back the Pinsir that couldn't fight, and finally Ash said, "Sure enough, the Pokemon trainers from your pallet town are so powerful, which gave me the opportunity to lose 4 games in a row." In response to Ahu's praise, Ash also said modestly, "Your Pinsir is also well bred." Buzz buzz buzz. Run. Ahu, who was originally planning to say something, heard the sudden buzzing sound, and decisively said to Ash and Misty, "Those guys are chasing us." Ash and Misty, who also heard the sound, turned around and looked at the place where the sound came from, and saw the overwhelming beedrill flying towards them. After looking at each other, the two decisively ran forward. As for Pikachu and Gibble had already run out after Au. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9 Flashes Iron Shell Kun. Misty. Pikachu. Takeru. Where are you? At this time, Ash was shouting loudly in the Viridian Forest. Misty, Pikachu, and Takeru, who had escaped with him before, were separated from Ash by Beedrill's fierce attack, leaving Ash alone walking in the deep forest. Because he was not familiar with the environment here, Ash was completely lost in this forest and could not find the east, west, south or north. He shouted loudly in the forest several times, but no one answered Ash's shouting, so Ash gave up shouting. It seemed that Ash would not be able to find Misty and her group in the short term. Ash gave up shouting and looked around the forest. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is fun. I was planning to leave the evergreen forest today, but I didn't expect this to happen. I ran into the enemy's base camp. While Ash was talking to himself, several beedrills came out of the woods in front of Ash and surrounded him. Gibble, fight quickly. In response to the taunt of these beedrills, Ash decisively released the Gibble that he had put back into the pokeball when he escaped. After a few hits from Gibble, these beedrills collapsed to the ground, with their eyes in spiral shapes. But before Ash and Gibble could breathe a sigh of relief, a lot of beedrills flew out of the woods and surrounded Ash and Gibble. It seemed that they were here to retaliate the beedrills defeated by Gibble. This is a hornet's nest. Facing the beedrills that surrounded him and Gibble, Ash couldn't help but smile bitterly. Originally, he called out Gibble for the purpose of knocking down the previous few beedrills and quickly escaping from this place that seemed to be the beedrill's nest. Unexpectedly, the support of these beedrills came so timely. He had just knocked down those beedrills when the support here rushed over and surrounded Ash and Gibble aggressively. Come back, Gibble. Facing these aggressive beedrills, Ash chose to take Gibble back into the pokeball, and then bravely ran deeper into the forest. At this point, Ash didn't care whether this was the beedrill's nest or not. He would get rid of these beedrills that surrounded him first and then think about other things. After a long battle of wits and courage between Ash and the group of beedrills, Ash finally succeeded in getting rid of the group of beedrills and the battle came to an end. Ash also got a little rest time at the foot of one of the big trees. As for why it is said to be a little, the Pokemon hanging on the big tree above Ash's head can explain why it is a little. There are many iron-shelled Pokemon hanging on the big tree above Ash's head, which is enough to show how serious Ash's current situation is. If the iron-shelled Pokemon on it are just in the stage of evolution, then Ash who is resting under this tree will be attacked by dozens of beedrills, and the final result is self-evident. At this time, Ash also looked up and saw a lot of iron-shelled Pokemon hanging above him, the degenerate form of beedrill. Such a shocking scene made Ash under the tree dare not make any sound at all, for fear that the slightest movement he made would allow these iron-shelled Pokemon to discover him, and then make a unique collective evolution and chase him down. However, when Ash looked up at these Pokemon, one of the Pokemon hanging on the tree caught Ash's attention. It was not for anything else, but because the color of this Pokemon was very different. The shell of Pokemon should be yellow, but the shell of this Pokemon was black. If Ash hadn't looked up and saw it, he might not have found this Pokemon hiding in the shade of the tree. Seeing the color of this Pokemon, the word Flash flashed in Ash's mind, which means the unique Flash Pokemon. If he wasn't afraid of disturbing these Pokemon, he would probably jump up excitedly now. His journey had just started for a few days, and he not only met the rare dragon Pokemon Gibble in the Sinnoh region, but also met a Flash Pokemon in this forest. What kind of luck is this? His luck is simply baneful bunker, okay. You know, even though Ash kept playing Nintendo's Pokemon games on Earth, he only encountered a few flash Pokemon, only 2 flash Pokemon. Now Ash encountered a real flash Pokemon in real life, how could he not be ecstatic? Calm down, calm down, calm down. At this time, Ash's mind was full of persuading himself to calm down and not make too excited movements. The most urgent thing was to find a way to capture this black iron-shelled Kun as his own Pokemon. To capture this black iron-shelled Gible, Ash must make a plan that is 100% successful. Otherwise, if he fails, the Beedrills here will not let Ash have a second capture plan. After thinking about it for a long time under the tree, Ash came up with a plan that he thought was feasible, which was to sneak up the tree and throw the Pokeball down to the iron-shelled Gible. If he was lucky enough to capture it, everything would be fine. If he failed, it didn't matter. Anyway, the iron-shelled Gible would have fallen from the tree to the ground with the Pokeball. At that time, he only needed to let the Gible on the ground fight again. However, the implementation of such a plan requires no Beedrill to disturb him, and he must not disturb the iron-shelled Gible on the trees. Of course, in order to avoid disturbing the ferns on the trees, Ash has thought of a perfect method, which is to wait until the ferns rest at night, and then act stealthily. He doesn't ask for anything else, just to avoid being discovered by the ferns when he can climb the tree. Now Ash just needs to conserve his energy. Ash is racking his brains for this black ferns, while Misty and Pikachu at the other end of the forest are also worried about the missing Ash. If it weren't for the Beedrill surrounding their cabin outside, I'm afraid Pikachu and Misty would have gone out to look for Ash long ago. At this time, Wu, who took off his samurai uniform, comforted Misty and Pikachu. Don't worry, I believe Ash will be fine. Have you forgotten that Gible was put back into his Pokeball by Ash during his escape? I believe that with Gible protecting him, Ash will be fine. Let alone the people in the hut who were worried about Ash, Ash was staring at Black's iron-shelled Kun on the tree. At this time, the sky was slowly getting dark, and the time for Ash to act was getting closer and closer. Finally, when Ash found that almost all the iron-shelled Kun on the tree were resting, he could no longer hold back his excitement after waiting for a long time. He secretly released Gible from the Pokeball, then immediately covered Gible's mouth and whispered to Gible, who was originally going to sing a song, about the current situation. After seeing Gible signal that he understood, Ash decisively took off his shoes and socks and climbed up the tree. Of course, after climbing up a certain distance, Ash would look up and pay attention to the situation of the iron shells on the tree to see if they noticed his situation. In this way, after Ash slowly climbed up for a while, he was getting closer and closer to the place where the black iron shell was. When he climbed to what he thought was the best distance, Ash decisively threw the Pokeball that he had prepared in his bag to the iron shell that was probably still sleeping. Then Ash, who was lying on the tree, saw the Pokeball hit the black iron shell accurately, and the iron shell was received in the Pokeball. After shaking a few times in the air, it fell rapidly downwards. At this time, Gible, who had been watching the situation from below, took action. He used his 2 short feet to push hard towards the sky, opened his big mouth, and bit the Pokeball that fell from the sky tightly in his mouth, and then landed perfectly. After throwing the Pokeball, Ash immediately slid down from the tree. When he stepped on the ground, he saw Gible spitting out the Pokeball from his mouth. However, before Gible handed the Pokeball to Ash, the Pokeball opened from Gible's little hand, and the black iron shell Kun also fell from the Pokeball to the ground, but because it had no hands and feet, it could only fall to the ground. Things have come to this point, and Ash no longer needs to be so careful. He ran to where he put his shoes and socks, and ordered Gible, "Gible, use Dragon Rage." After hearing Ash's order, Gible decisively sprayed a Dragon Rage at the fallen Iron Shell Kun. Poor Iron Shell Kun hadn't figured out what was going on before he was knocked unconscious by Gible's Dragon Rage. After seeing Dragon Rage hit the target, Ash threw a Pokeball from his bag without thinking, and collected the fainted Iron Shell Kun. Then he took out another Pokeball to collect Gible, and then quickly ran to the place where the pokeball of the still shaking iron shell kun was, picked it up, and ran into the forest without saying a word, not caring whether he succeeded in catching it. After all, Ash and Gibble made such a big noise that they had already woken up the iron-shelled kun on the tree. In addition to the iron-shelled kun on the tree, many golden eyes appeared in the forest. It seems that Gibble's dragon rage has aroused public anger. P.S. Hong Chen went out for dinner today, so this update is a bit late, but I believe that the 3,000 word chapter will satisfy readers. While being satisfied, readers can also give some flowers, votes, etc. to encourage. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10, First Arrival in Nibby City. After a period of life and death escape, Ash finally escaped from the wild Pokemon that he woke up in the forest and got a chance to breathe again. Although he experienced a series of dangerous things, fortunately, the Pokeball in his hand gave Ash great encouragement. If the price of catching Flash Pokemon is to have a life and death escape, then Ash can only say that such things will come more violently. Ash thought of this and held the Pokeball tightly in his hand, laughing secretly alone in this dark forest. After so much effort, this black iron shell kun was finally obtained by Ash. What is this? Just when Ash was planning to rest for a while and wait until the next day to find Misty and Pikachu, he suddenly found a bright fire in the forest not far away. In this dark forest, such a fire is very conspicuous, so Ash couldn't help but get up and plan to see what the fire was. When Ash approached the place where the fire was coming from, he saw a small wooden house standing in the forest. The place where the fire was coming from was the torch hanging outside the small wooden house. It seemed that this small wooden house should be a place where someone lived. This also made Ash walk forward decisively and knock on the wooden door of the small wooden house, intending to explain the situation to the owner of the wooden house and stay overnight. After Ash knocked on the wooden door several times in a row, the owner of the wooden house seemed to be awakened by Ash's behavior. The footsteps in the house also came towards Ash. It seemed that the owner of the house was awakened and planned to come out to open the door. Who is it? It's so late, and you are knocking on the door. Obviously, the owner of the house was very dissatisfied with Ash's knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Before he opened the door, the complaining voice came from the house. Since he had disturbed someone else's rest, Ash apologized. Sorry to disturb your rest. My name is Ash. I am a Pokemon trainer from Pallet Town. I got lost in the forest. Can I stay in your cabin for a night? The owner of the cabin was very surprised after hearing Ash's words, and couldn't help but said, Ash. Then Ash heard the sound of the wooden door opening, and saw Ahu standing inside the wooden door, who had taken off his samurai uniform. Seeing the owner of the cabin, Ash was also surprised. Ahu. Come in, and talk. Ahu was obviously surprised that Ash could find this place, but he still pulled Ash along and asked Ash to go in first. Afterwards, Ash, who entered the cabin, also saw Misty and Pikachu in the cabin. Ash's appearance made Pikachu and Misty, who had been worried about Ash, feel relieved. After entering the cabin, Ash also explained to Wu and the others what he had experienced after he got separated from them, and how he found this cabin. After telling them all these things, everyone was sleepy. It was already late, so they all went to sleep in this cabin. After all, Ash and his party still needed to hurry to Nibby City in the morning. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Ash and his party had already woken up, and then, under Wu's guidance, they took a shortcut and came to the road leading to Nibby City. Wu also explained to Ash and the others, go here and you will reach Nibby City. At the end of the farewell, Wu also invited Ash to have an encore game in the future. Ash hopes that if there is a chance, we can compete again. I won't see you off. I still need to continue practicing in this forest. If there is a chance, we will definitely fight again. Ash agreed to Wu's challenge again. In this way, Ash's adventure in the evergreen forest came to an end, and what awaited him was Ash's first gym challenge. After passing this road, Ash and his group also entered Nibi City. Once in Nibi City, Ash took Misty and Pikachu to the Pokemon Center and found Nurse Joy in Nibi City and said, "Nurse Joy, thank you for your help. Your name is Ash, right? I have heard about you from my sister in Evergreen City. Thank you for your help." After the Nurse Joy took the 2 Pokeballs and Pikachu handed over by Ash, she winked at Ash and said, "It's nothing, Nurse Joy, thank you for your help." Ash thought that his actions in Evergreen City were just a piece of cake and he didn't feel any trouble. Besides, he and Team Rocket had an unclear grudge. Oh! I didn't expect that the Pokemon Alliance Regional Tournament is being held now. While waiting for Nurse Joy's treatment, Ash also found the poster on the wall of the Pokemon Center and was surprised. "Ash, this tournament requires qualifications. You must win the battles with trainers in the Pokemon Gym and obtain the opponent's badges. Only with a certain number of badges can you be qualified to participate." Misty, who was standing by, saw that Ash was very interested in the Pokemon Alliance Regional Tournament and explained to Ash the qualifications required to participate in this tournament. Ha 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 ha. Just when Ash was about to continue talking to Misty about the Pokemon Regional Tournament, a middle-aged man wearing a red hat and an orange shirt laughed at Ash. Ash, who was startled by the laughter, said to the middle-aged uncle unhappily, "Uncle, what are you laughing at?" "Young man, have you been to the Pokemon training gym in Nibi City?" The middle-aged uncle said to Ash at this time, "There is a trainer named Xiaogang there, who is recognized as the most powerful trainer in Nibi City. Do you have the confidence to challenge him?" "Of course, I will challenge him immediately after my Pokemon recovers." For the temptation of the middle-aged uncle, or Xiaogang's father Flint, Ash naturally pretended to be tempted and answered with a confident face. For Ash's confidence, the middle-aged uncle also continued to laugh and said, "Then uncle, I will wait and see." Ash has been waiting for a long time, your Pokemon have recovered their spirits. At this time, Nurse Joy of the Pokemon Center has handed Ash's Pokemon to Ash. After putting the 2 Pokeballs handed over by Nurse Joy back into his bag, and Pikachu also climbed onto Ash's body, Ash planned to go directly to the Pokemon Gym in Nibi City to have his first Pokemon Gym battle. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11, Battle Against Nibi City Gym, I. Not long after leaving the Pokemon Center, Ash brought Pikachu and Misty to the gym in Nibi City, a gym that looked like a huge rock, and this was the gym where Brock stayed in Nibi City. When he arrived at the door of the Nibi City Gym, Ash went straight forward and pushed open the door of the Nibi City Gym, but the inside of the door was pitch black, so Ash had to stand in front of the door and shout loudly, "Is anyone there?" After Ash shouted this sentence, the sound kept echoing in the gym, but no one answered Ash. Suddenly, all the lights above the gym were turned on, and then Ash saw the person sitting in front of him, and the person who appeared in front of Ash was the gym trainer of the Nibi City Gym, Brock, who had a pair of squinty eyes and liked to chat up beautiful women. "Who are you?" Brock, who was sitting on the ground, asked Ash outside the door. "I am Pokemon trainer Ash from Pallet Town, and I am here to challenge you to a gym match," Ash replied. When Xiaogang heard that Ash was from Pallet Town, he was surprised and said, "Oh, another Pokemon trainer from Pallet Town. You should know that the previous challengers were all from your Pallet Town trainers, and they all successfully took the Nibi City badge from me. Their strength is not as good as underestimated." As he said, Xiaogang stood up and solemnly said to Ash, "Ash, I accept your challenge. The Nibi City Gym contest only allows 2 Pokemon to participate. The gym owner cannot change Pokemon during the battle, but as a challenger, you are allowed to change Pokemon during the battle. As soon as Xiao Gang finished speaking, the rock competition venue of the Nibi City Gym contest appeared on the gym field, and the gym owner Xiao Gang also sent his first Pokemon Guedud to the field. Guedud? Then this is mine, Pikachu, you go. Ash saw that Xiao Gang did not release his main Onix, so he decisively sent Pikachu standing next to him. Oh, Pikachu? It seems that you have bred this Pikachu quite well, but Ash, you can't be unaware that the moves of electric Pokemon can't cause much damage to rock Pokemon. Xiao Gang kindly reminded Ash of Pikachu's disadvantage in attributes. However, Ash on the other side of the competition field shook his head and said, "No, I believe in Pikachu's ability." Then Ash, "I'll attack first. Guedud, let's use rock throw." Since Ash said so, Xiao Gang didn't say anything, but let his Guedud use rock throw to throw at the Pikachu in the field. Agility. Faced with a large number of rock throws, Ash decisively asked Pikachu to use agility to dodge Guedud's rock throws, making all of Guedud's rock throws miss on the field, making the field, which was already full of rocks, look even more crowded. Pikachu, try Thunder Shock. After dodging these rock throws, Ash also counterattacked, asking Pikachu to use Thunder Shock to test the strength of this Guedud and see if this Guedud is high level. Faced with Thunder Shock used by Pikachu, Xiao Gang directly asked Guedud to withstand Pikachu's Thunder Shock and gave Guedud an order, "Take it, Guedud, and then use Rollout." Then Guedud directly withstood Pikachu's Thunder Shock and rolled towards Pikachu. Seeing that Guedud was getting closer and closer to Pikachu, Ash decisively shouted to Pikachu, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt with all your strength in front of Guedud." Pikachu, who had originally used Thunder Shock to avoid Guedud's rollout, heard Ash's words and without thinking, his cheeks thundered and he gathered all his strength to slash Guedud in front of him with Thunderbolt. For Ash's futile action, Xiao Gang shouted, "It's useless." But Ash replied to Xiao Gang, "That's not necessarily true." Then he saw that Guedud, who was still rolling out to Pikachu on the competition field, was trapped on the field by the Thunderbolt that Pikachu slashed this time, and rolled on the spot in the big pit formed on the field. It turned out that Pikachu's Thunderbolt, under Ash's command, directly slashed in front of Guedud. The powerful Thunderbolt directly slashed a big pit on the competition field, and Guedud, who was in the rollout contest condition, rolled into the big pit created by Pikachu without knowing it. "It's over," Ash said confidently as he looked at Guedud who fell into the big pit. How could it end like this? Guedud uses self-destruct. Obviously, Xiao Gang didn't want it to end like this, so he asked Guedud, who was still in the pit, to use a self-harming move. In an instant, the middle of the competition venue was covered by the light produced by the explosion. Pikachu was even more anxious to dodge and was also covered by the light. When the explosion ended, it was seen that the rock in the middle of the competition venue was completely cleaned up by Guedud's self-destruct, leaving only a large round pit. In the pit, Guedud, who was unable to fight, was lying, and Pikachu, who wanted to stand up not far away but couldn't stand up again. Seeing this, Ash also ran to the competition venue, carried the wounded Pikachu out and said to Pikachu, "Pikachu, you have tried very hard, the rest depends on Gibble." Originally, Ash thought that he would win the game, but Xiao Gang turned the defeat into victory because of his momentary negligence at the end, and forced a tie. It seems that Xiao Gang is not in vain to become the gym leader of Nibi City. However, such negligence will only happen once in this game. Next, Ash will concentrate on dealing with Onix that Xiao Gang is about to send. "You are very powerful, Ash. This is the first time I have been taught so passive by rookie trainer, but the next game will not be like this. Come out, my partner Onix." Xiao Gang also took back his Guedud at this time and released his most powerful Onix. As soon as Onix came out, it was showing off its power in the competition venue. Ash was very excited when he saw this 9-meter-long big guy. If Ash's guess was right, This Onyx was Xiaogong's strongest Pokemon now, and the highest level Pokemon Ash had ever encountered. Such a rival was a good rival for Gible, who was now accumulating experience for evolution. When Ash released Gible, Xiaogang on the opposite side was also surprised. What is this? Obviously, Xiaogang did not recognize the Gible that Ash released. This round guy in the competition venue. It's called Gible, it's a dragon-type Pokemon. Don't look at its small size, otherwise it will suffer. Ash also knew that Xiaogang would definitely not recognize this little guy, so he took the lead in reminding Xiaogang not to underestimate this little dragon-type guy. After Gible appeared in the competition venue, he looked at the big guy showing off his power in the competition venue and was very unhappy. He waved his little claws directly at Onyx. Chapter 12, Battle against Nibby City Gym, Part 2. When facing Gible, who he had no idea of, Brock did not act rashly, but calmly observed the little guy, wondering what the characteristics of Ash's Gible were. Gible, use Dragon Rage. Since Brock did not intend to attack first, Ash was unceremonious. He directly gave Gible an attack order, asking Gible to use Dragon Rage to test Brock's Onyx. Onyx was facing the Dragon Rage ejected by Gible. Because of its huge size, it was difficult to dodge Gible's attack, but the inability to dodge did not mean that Onyx had no way to deal with Dragon Rage. Sure enough, before Dragon Rage hit Onyx, Brock gave Onyx the dig order, asking Onyx to hide under the ground of the competition venue. Ash was so happy when he saw that Gible's Onyx used dig to avoid Dragon Rage and hid underground. You know, Ash looked up the skills of his Gible on the Pokemon Pokédex, and found that Gible not only knew some dragon skills, but also some ground skills. Among them, Earthquake, which has a high lethality of ground, was mastered by this little guy. I really don't know how it can master such a skill that requires strong power to use with its small body. No, Onyx, come out quickly. Gible obviously didn't expect Ash's Gible to know Earthquake. Now Onyx and Dig will definitely receive twice the damage of Earthquake. Naturally, Gible wanted Onyx to climb out of the ground quickly, and shouted to Onyx underground. However, Gible had already kicked the ground with both feet in the venue, and the violent shaking that followed made Gible and Ash outside the competition venue unable to stand and began to stagger. Onyx, who had just crawled out of the ground with great difficulty, was hit by Gible's Earthquake, which made Onyx wail. It seemed that this earthquake had caused Onyx a lot of suffering. However, Onyx was worthy of being Xiaogong's trump card. Even though he was seriously injured, he still crawled out of the ground firmly. He also implemented Xiaogong's order and used noise to attack Gible, making the whole gym emit a harsh noise. As this headache-inducing noise continued to echo in the gym, it not only affected Gible on the field, but even Ash and Xiaogang had to cover their ears. Take advantage of this moment, Onyx, use the self-sacrifice attack. Xiaogang endured the discomfort of his ears and used an extremely powerful self-sacrifice attack, which was also a skill that hurt the enemy 1000 and hurt himself 800. However, for Onyx, who had the Stonehead ability, he would not be hurt by such rebound. Looking at Onyx using the self-sacrifice attack, Ash suppressed the discomfort in his ears and shouted to Gible, who was also trying to cover his ears but couldn't, "Gible, use dig." Gible, who was originally trapped in the noise damage of Onyx, heard Ash's order, suppressed the discomfort in his ears, and used his claws with all his strength to drill into the ground. Gible successfully hit underground, and Onyx's self-sacrifice attack was also because it failed to tackle Gible, but stopped because it had no target. Facing Gible, who drilled into the ground, Xiaogang was not worried at all. He just said to Onyx on the field, "Onyx, we will also use Earthquake." Gible, use Dragon Rage. However, Ash had already thought that Xiaogong's Onyx might Earthquake. He had already let Gible quickly drill out from the ground after Onyx stopped the self-sacrifice attack. And then let Gible encore Dragon Rage on Onyx, who used Earthquake. Although Gible, who was standing on the field, was also hurt by the aftermath of Onyx's earthquake. Gibble's dragon rage hit Onyx's face directly. Judging from the hit rate, it seems that Gibble put a lot of effort into this dragon rage. Seeing Onyx, who was already out of breath after enduring Gibble's dragon rage, Ash decisively commanded Gibble to quickly jump onto Onyx's body, intending to let Gibble destroy Onyx's body. As soon as Gibble jumped onto Onyx's body, Ash gave an order: "Gibble, keep using Dragon Claw on Onyx." Seeing Gibble constantly waving his claws on Onyx Rock's body, Xiaogang also asked Onyx to throw Gibble away from his body as much as possible. Unfortunately, because Onyx was too bulky, facing the small and flexible Gibble, there was no way for him to do anything. He could only let Gibble continue to destroy his body and could not get rid of Gibble at all. Seeing that Onyx couldn't shake Gibble off, Xiaogang changed his strategy and ordered Onyx, "Onyx, use noise." It turned out that Xiaogang wanted Onyx to use the disruptive effect of noise to stop Gibble, who was constantly destroying Onyx, and then throw Gibble off. Just when Onyx stopped swinging and was about to open his big mouth to sing again, Ash also gave an order: "Gibble only uses Dragon Rage on Onyx's open mouth." Poor Onyx was knocked to the ground by the Dragon Rage that Gibble sent into his mouth before he could sing again. It seems that Onyx, who had endured an earthquake, 2 Dragon Rages and a lot of Dragon Claws, finally couldn't resist. Looking at Onyx lying on the ground unable to fight, Xiaogang put Onyx back into his poke ball, walked to Ash and said, "You won, Ash. This is the Boulder Badge, which is the proof of defeating the Nibi City Gym." Then he handed the Boulder Badge in his hand to Ash. Taking the Boulder Badge handed to him by Xiaogang, Ash also shook hands with Xiaogang in a friendly manner and said, "Let's have another match if there is a chance." After Ash got this first badge that belonged to him, he said goodbye to Xiaogang directly, and then called Misty, who had been watching the game silently on the side, planning to go back to the Pokémon Center to rest first, and then set off again. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, Many Crossroads. After Ash and his group bid farewell to Xiaogang, the gym leader of Nibi City, they also came to the foot of Mt. Moon from Nibi City. The group was preparing to pass through the cave of Mt. Moon and then reach the next city, Cerulean City. Ash and his group had already reached the entrance of the Mt. Moon cave. Ash stood outside the entrance and looked into the tunnel. He found that it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see the end of the cave at all. Ash couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this cave is quite deep. I can't even see what it looks like inside. Hearing Ash's sigh, Misty, who was the owner of Cerulean City and must be very familiar with the cave connecting Cerulean City and Nibi City, said to Ash, "Of course, you know, the cave of Mt. Moon directly connects Nibi City and Cerulean City. If you don't go through this cave and climb from Mt. Moon to Cerulean City, I'm afraid the time wasted is more than twice the time of walking in this cave." Ash listened to Misty's words and looked into the cave and said, "But Misty, this cave is dark, is it okay for us to go in like this?" "Don't worry, I'm prepared." Misty took out 2 flashlights from her backpack, handed one of them to Ash and said, "It's okay." Take the flashlight handed over by Misty. Ash also turned on the switch on the flashlight, and shone the light of the flashlight into the cave of Mt. Moon. The bright cal allowed Ash to see the situation inside the cave directly. When Ash entered the cave with the flashlight, he found that in addition to the passage with no end in sight, the cave was also very spacious. "If you can drive in, I'm afraid it will be no problem to drive in this cave." Not long after Ash led the way, he found a fork in the road in the cave ahead. This sudden fork in the road troubled Ash. You know, when in the evergreen forest, it was Misty who led the way. Although Misty's ability to lead the way was not very strong, it was at least better than Ash, who couldn't even understand the map. So when he encountered such a fork in the road, Ash asked Misty behind him, "Misty, which way are you going now?" Faced with the sudden fork in the road ahead, Misty, who was walking from behind, was also puzzled. Strange, the last time I walked through the cave, there was no such fork in the road, only a tunnel. What's going on? So should we go left or right? Faced with such a difficult choice, Ash decisively handed the choice to Misty. As a result, Ash gave the choice to Misty, but Misty gave the choice to Pikachu on Ash, and asked Pikachu, "Pikachu, which way are you going to go?" Pikachu, who was originally resting on Ash, heard Misty's words and lazily pointed to the right side of the fork in the road and said, "Pika Pika." It seems that she wanted Ash and Misty to go to the right. "Okay, listen to Pikachu, Ash, we will go to the right." After getting Pikachu's reply, Misty immediately chose to go to the right fork in the road, leaving Ash standing there with a frown on his face. In this way, Ash and his group entered the right fork in the road and walked for an hour. Ash, who was walking behind, finally couldn't help but said, "I say, Misty, is it really okay for us to keep going like this?" In fact, after walking for such a long time, Misty also found something wrong, but it was impossible to turn back after walking so far, so she kept walking forward. Now hearing Ash's doubts, Misty immediately said, I don't know. How about Ash, let's turn back and go left." For Misty's answer, Ash thought carefully and decided to forget it. After all, no matter how ridiculously Ash got lost in the animation, he still walked out in the end. Besides, he was not lost now, so Ash said, "Forget it, I don't know how much time it will take, just keep walking and see where we can get to." Okay. Since Ash said so, Misty naturally agreed. She didn't think much about turning back. In this way, after the two of them walked forward for more than an hour, they finally saw a lot of light in front of the tunnel. This situation shocked Ash and Misty, who had been walking for more than 2 hours, and they quickly walked towards the place where the light came from. As a result, when Ash and Misty walked in, they found the 3 members of Team Rocket who they met in Viridian City, working hard to arrange lights and wires in the tunnel, which illuminated the originally dark tunnel a lot. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 3 members of Team Rocket, Misty was also surprised and said, "Team Rocket." At this time, Jessie, who was disturbed by Misty's voice, turned around and said, "Little brat." And the little brat she was talking about was naturally Ash, who was standing not far away. Hearing Jessie's voice, James on the side also reacted, turned around and looked at Ash, who was still holding a flashlight in his hand, and said in surprise, "Little brat. Hi, we meet again." Ash greeted the 3 of them very friendly, to the surprise of the 3 members of Team Rocket. "What are you saying?" "Little brat, I'm here today to catch your shark-like Pokemon." James was very unhappy with Ash's friendly greeting, coughing, "Come on." Unfortunately, before James could throw the Pokeball with coughing in his hand, the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder had already reacted, and a thunder shock directly hit James' body, giving James a 360-degree massage without dead ends. Seeing that her partner was electrocuted by Ash's Pikachu and turned into an African black man, Jessie on the side also took out Akan's Pokeball and said, "You little brat, Akans, let's go." As a result, of course, the Pikachu, who had been prepared for a long time, also gave him a thunder shock massage. Facing James and Jessie, who were already lying on the ground and twitching, Ash smiled sinisterly at Meowth, who was already dumbfounded. "I think, Meowth, you don't need such a massage." Meow. Meowth didn't see anything, nothing. Facing Ash's threat, Meowth threw Jessie and James, who were electrocuted, to the ground and fled into the tunnel where Ash and the others came from without loyalty. Seeing that the Rocket Trio was perfectly solved by him, Ash also pulled Misty, who had not figured out the situation, and continued to walk deeper into the tunnel. As for James and Jessie, who were electrocuted to the ground, I believe that with their normal vitality, they will definitely survive. Unfortunately, Ash and Misty didn't go far. There was another fork in the road in front of them, and this time it was a 3-way fork, giving Ash and the others 3 holes for them to choose from. Oh my god! Why are there so many holes? Facing this three-way fork, Ash could only ask the heavens speechlessly. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14, Pokemon Territory Battle. Misty, which way should we go this time? Facing this fork in the road, Ash once again gave up his right to choose and let Misty make the choice again. Facing Ash's question, Misty didn't even think about it and asked Pikachu, who was lying on Ash's hat, again, Pikachu, which way should we choose this time? Obviously, Misty also gave the right to choose at this fork in the road to Pikachu, letting Pikachu make the choice. After Misty handed the right to choose to him, Pikachu decisively pointed to the far right and said, Pika. Pika. It seems that Pikachu's choice is to let Ash and the others continue to move into the tunnel on the right. For such a rash decision, Ash also took the lead with a helpless look, picked up the flashlight in his hand and walked into the tunnel on the right, helplessly saying to Pikachu and Misty above his head, okay, then let's continue to move towards the tunnel on the right. In this way, after Pikachu's second choice, Ash and his party walked into the cave of Mt. Moon without knowing it, which was also the most hidden place of Mt. Moon. Suddenly, Ash, who was exploring the way ahead, found that it seemed that he and his party had reached the end, and it seemed that they had come to the exit of the tunnel chosen by Pikachu. And when Ash walked out of the tunnel and came to the outside of the cave, he found that there was an open space outside the entrance of the tunnel. Above this open space, it was completely exposed. The moonlight of the moon that was already high in the sky directly shone from this exposed big hole to a large stone in the center of this open space, which was flashing and flashing, which was very beautiful. Ash also saw the big boulder that looked different under the moonlight. He found that there were many small stones around the boulder. It seemed that someone had deliberately placed them under the boulder. He didn't know what the purpose was. Just when Ash was thinking about where he had seen this scene before, Pikachu on Ash's hat suddenly jumped off his hat and ran to the other side of the boulder, shouting Pika. Pika, as if he wanted Ash to go with it. The sudden sound of Pikachu also woke up Ash from his deep thoughts, and made Ash temporarily give up the memories in his mind and call Misty, who was fascinated by these flashing stones, to see what Pikachu had found. When Ash and Misty went around to the other side of the boulder, they saw Pikachu talking to a group of pink little guys. On one side, Pikachu kept making the sound of Pika. Pika, and on the other side, the pink little guys made the sound of Clefairy Pika. Misty, who followed Ash around to the side of the boulder, was surprised to see the group of pink little guys and said, "Wow! So many Clefairy!" After seeing so many Clefairy, Ash finally remembered where this place was. Isn't this the place where the Clefairy stored the moonstone in the plot? If Ash remembered correctly, the big boulder in front of him was a huge moonstone. For such a large moonstone, Ash couldn't help but want to take a few pieces from this big moonstone or from the moonstone fragments under this moonstone for his own use. Anyway, there are so many moonstones that even if all the Clefairy here evolve into Clefable, there will still be a lot left. However, if Ash wanted to take a few moonstones, he must get the consent of these Clefairies. Otherwise, if so many Clefairies used metronome attack together, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Ash thought of this, he planned to discuss with the Clefairies to let him take a few moonstones, but something happened suddenly that Ash was totally unexpected. He saw that in the tunnel where Ash and his group came out, a lot of sand shrews and sand slashes suddenly emerged and surrounded Ash and his group and the Clefairies. Then Ash and Misty, who had not figured out the situation, saw the only sand slash on the sand shrew side walk towards one of the Clefairies on the Clefairy side and kept arguing with the Clefairy. "Pikachu, what is going on?" Since he couldn't understand the conversation between the two Pokémons, Ash asked Pikachu, who could understand their conversation, to explain to him what was going on. Then, with the help of Pikachu's description, Ash roughly figured out what was going on. To put it simply, this place was discovered by a group of sand shrews, and they planned to take back this territory from Clefairy. Such disputes over territory are very common in the Pokémon world, especially among those Pokémon that live in groups. Who wouldn't want such a nice place when they see it? While Pikachu was constantly describing to Ash, the representatives of Clefairy and Sandshrew did not seem to have a good outcome in the end. It was clear from the fact that the two ignored each other in the end. Since the negotiation failed, both sides planned to fight for this territory with strength. Then Ash saw that Sandslash walked back to his tribe after the negotiation failed. He didn't know what he said to his tribe. The Sandshrews on the other side were all grinning at Clefairy on this side. The Clefairy on this side also waved his little fingers at these unfriendly Sandshrews, and it seemed that he was going to drive these unfriendly Sandshrews out. Misty, who had been standing beside Ash, heard the reason Ash explained, and then looked at the normal Clefairy and Sandshrews who were like two armies confronting each other, and asked Ash, "Ash, what should we do?" "This, I don't know." For such an emergency, Ash didn't know whether to help the Clefairies drive away these Sandshrews, or just stand by and watch. However, while Ash was struggling to help or not, Pikachu had already made his own choice. He took the initiative to join his newly made friends and stood in the Clefairy tribe. However, what happened next was completely beyond Ash's expectations. When Ash originally thought that the Clefairies would fight with the Sandshrews, the Clefairies stopped their metronome attack and pushed Ash's Pikachu out, and the Sandshrews also pushed their Sandslash out. This situation reminded Ash of the duel in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that he had watched before. The posture of Pikachu and Sandslash before him had a hint of a duel. Seeing his Pikachu step forward to challenge Sandslash, Ash could not stay out of it. After all, Pokémon with trainers cannot attack without the order of their trainers. Facing the ground-type Sandslash, Ash would definitely not let Pikachu use the electric-type trick that was useless against the ground-type. Instead, he said to Pikachu, "Pikachu, make a quick decision, use Quick Attack." After hearing the order given by Ash, Pikachu turned into a flash of white light and knocked Sandslash, who had not yet reacted, away. However, Sandslash, who was able to become the leader of this group of Sandshrews, could not be defeated by Pikachu's quick attack this time. After being knocked away, Sandslash fell from the air and flew towards Pikachu with swift, and more than a dozen small stars hit Pikachu directly. Then Sandslash took advantage of the swift hitting Pikachu and curled himself up into a ball and spun at high speed to hit Pikachu, knocking Pikachu to the ground. Pikachu agility. Facing Sandslash's sharp counterattack, Ash just let Pikachu use agility to increase Pikachu's speed. There was no other way. Pikachu now had too few skills. In addition to Thunderbolt and Thunder Shock in the electric skills, Pikachu only had agility and quick attack. The only move that Pikachu could use to hurt Sandslash was quick attack. The battle after that was a bit boring. Under Ash's command, Pikachu constantly used agility to increase his speed, and then used Pikachu's speed advantage to dodge Sandslash's attacks, and then found the right opportunity to use quick attack to counterattack and cause damage to Sandslash. Finally, after Pikachu's fifth quick attack hit Sandslash, the Sandslash leader seemed to be unable to hold on, and fell to the ground. After killing Sandslash, Pikachu also sat on the ground panting, looking exhausted. And the group of Sandshrews brought by Sandslash all surrounded Sandslash after seeing their Sandslash was defeated. I don't know what they were going to do. As for the Clefairies, after seeing Pikachu's victory, they all cheered Splash. P.S. I only updated one chapter today. The reason is that I caught a cold. I feel weak all over and have no idea how to write. So I hope readers will forgive me. I also remind readers to pay more attention to their health and keep warm. Don't catch a cold like me. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15, The Cerulean Sisters. Holding the shiny moonstone in his hand, Ash didn't expect that he had been racking his brains to figure out how to get a few moonstones from Clefairy, but he could get a moonstone from Clefairy so easily. To talk about how this moonstone came from, we have to start from when Pikachu successfully defeated Sandslash, the leader of the Sand Shrews. The Sand Shrews also left here with their leader Sandslash. It seems that after the Sand Shrews lost the battle with their leader, they would not harass Clefairy again. After that, the Clefairies also took Ash and his group to hold a celebration of their own, dancing their own dance in front of Ash and his group in a unique way. After the dance, the Clefairies also took out 3 moonstones from the pile under the huge moonstone and handed them to Ash, Misty, and Pikachu respectively. The meaning of this is naturally as a thank you gift from Pikachu to Ash and his group for driving away the Sand Shrews. Such a result is naturally a happy ending for both parties. Then, under the leadership of Clefairy, Ash and his party finally successfully walked out of the Mt. Moon Cave with many forks in the road and came to the forest outside Cerulean City. After camping in the forest for one night, Ash and his party arrived at Cerulean City early the next morning. While Ash was playing with the moonstone in his hand, Misty asked Ash to temporarily leave the team and ran away alone. For Misty's behavior, Ash, who is familiar with the original plot, naturally understands that Misty does not want to meet her 3 sisters to avoid embarrassment, so he plans to go out and hide first. After he finishes the Cerulean City gym, Misty may suddenly come out and appear in front of Ash. So Ash brought Pikachu to the gym in Cerulean City. Looking at the gym that looked like a huge aquarium, Ash couldn't help but say, "It doesn't look like a place for gym competitions at all. Instead, it looks a bit like an aquarium." In fact, Ash originally didn't plan to come to the gym in Cerulean City. After all, if you say which gym is the weakest among the Pokemon gyms in the Kanto region, I believe that apart from the gym in Cerulean City, there will be no other gyms that are the weakest. The 3 sisters who control the gym don't care about the gym at all. Instead, they have been performing their water ballet in the gym. Such a gym can't provide Ash with any combat experience. If it wasn't just on the way, Ash planned to bypass Cerulean City. Sure enough, after Ash entered the gym that looked like an aquarium, he saw 3 beauties in swimsuits standing on the diving board above the swimming pool. The audiences around him were calling out the names of the 3 beauties, making Ash wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Was this really the gym in Cerulean City? But since Ash was here, he decided to enjoy the performance of the Misty Sisters first. After enjoying a water ballet dance, Ash had to admit that the Misty Sisters' water ballet performance was very beautiful, and even Ash was fascinated by it. He did not come to his senses until the end of the performance, and then he got up and went to the backstage of the swimming pool to look for the 3 sisters of Cerulean City. Just as Ash was looking for the 3 sisters of Cerulean City in this gym that looked like an aquarium, the 3 sisters of Cerulean City who had just jumped into the water to perform water ballet appeared in front of Ash. From the right, they were the 3rd sister Lily, who was wearing an orange swimsuit and pink hair, and the 2nd sister Violet, who was wearing a green swimsuit and had dark blue hair. And Sakura, the eldest sister of the 3 sisters of Cerulean City, who was wiping her wet golden hair with a towel and wearing a red swimsuit, asked Ash, who seemed to be looking for someone, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "My name is Ash, and I'm a Pokemon trainer who came to challenge the gym leader of Cerulean City." Ash looked at the 3 beautiful women standing in front of him and said to the eldest sister of the 3 sisters, "Sakura," righteously. After understanding Ash's purpose, the eldest sister Sakurako led Ash and said, "So you are here to challenge the gym, then come with us." Then, Ash, led by the 3 sisters, came to the competition venue specially built for Pokemon battles in the aquarium. It is a competition venue that meets the requirements of Pokemon competition venues. Trainers need to stand on floating boards to fight. The competition venue is full of water and is suitable for water Pokemon battles. Facing the 3 sisters of Cerulean City standing together, Ash said that he was under a lot of pressure, especially since these three sisters were impeccable in terms of appearance and figure. Fighting with such beauties made Ash feel overwhelmed instantly, right? But they still had to go despite the pressure. Ash asked the eldest sister of the three sisters, Ms. Sakurako, who would like to fight me. I'm sorry, we are no longer interested in fighting. In response to Ash's question, the second sister Violet said, before you, we were beaten up by 3 trainers from Pallet Town, and our Pokemon are still in hospital for treatment. In other words, I came here for nothing. Faced with such an answer, Ash said with a smile. Ash, wait a minute. After saying that, the eldest sister Sakurako shouted to the competition venue, seal. Then Ash saw a fat white seal jump out of the water in the competition venue, crawl in front of the eldest sister Sakurako, open his mouth and stick out his tongue, and in Seal's tongue was the Cascade badge obtained after successfully challenging the Cerulean City Gym. The eldest sister Sakurako also took the Cascade badge directly from Seal's mouth, held it in her own hand, and then said to Ash standing beside her, "Come on, Ash, the Cascade badge is handed over to you. Is this okay?" Ash didn't know whether to laugh or cry and took the Cascade badge handed over by Sakurako and said, "If the people of the Pokemon Alliance know about this, you will be punished. There is nothing we can do about it. Who told us that our Pokemon are still in training, and I believe that you will not tell this to others, Ash." As she said that, the eldest sister Sakurako cast a seductive glance at Ash. Just when Ash was shocked by the seductive eyes of the eldest sister Sakurako, another boy walked in from the stairs and said to Ash and the other 4 standing next to the competition venue, "Excuse me, is this the gym in Cerulean City?" Faced with the boy who suddenly appeared at the stairs, the second sister Violet also walked up and said, "Yes, this is the Cerulean City Gym, what can I do for you, little brother?" Then everyone saw a boy who was not only wearing a silver white suit, but also his hair and the color of his pupils in his eyes were silver white. And even the pokeball in his hand was also silver white. He said to Violet, "My name is Bing, and I am here to participate in the gym challenge." The gym challenge proposed by the boy named Bing made the second sister Violet embarrassed. She didn't know how to answer the boy named Bing. Although as a gym owner, he needs to accept the challenge of trainers unconditionally and then compete with the trainers who come to challenge him. The problem is that the Pokemon of the 3 Cerulean sisters are now there are no Pokemon that can fight in the Pokemon Center. As for the same as Ash, can't we just give the Cascade badge to this boy? Please, the Cerulean sisters gave Ash a Cascade badge, which was an exception. If they gave a Cascade badge to this boy named Bing, and if the people in the Pokemon Alliance knew about it, then the Cerulean sisters might not be punished. After all, if they only gave Ash a Cascade badge, it would be easy to explain it if the Pokemon Alliance knew about it. But if they also gave Bing a badge, it would be difficult to explain. Would the people in the Pokemon Alliance think that the Cascade badges in the Cerulean City Gym were all given away? And if the Pokemon Alliance really thinks so, then I believe that the Cerulean Sisters Gym will not be far from closing down. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 Acting Master. Just when Violet was in a dilemma, Ash came up to Bing and said, "I have a Cascade badge here. If you want it, come and fight me. If you win, the badge is yours." Bing was just as his name suggests. Even his words were cold and cold. He said to Ash, "Whatever. I just need a Cascade badge. Whoever is my rival, just beat him and he will get the badge." Seeing Bing agreed, Ash said to Sakurako, "Sister Sakurako, you won't blame me for taking the initiative, will you?" Sakurako naturally understood that Ash's initiative just solved the crisis of Cerulean Gym this time. If Ash didn't stand up, Sakurako was going to let Seal play and then admit defeat to the boy named Bing. Although this would damage the honor of Cerulean Gym, it was the only solution Sakurako thought. Now that Ash has volunteered to help her become a proxy gym leader, Sakurako's favorable impression of Ash, who wears a red hat and red clothes, has increased a lot, and even her eyes towards Ash have become softer. Soon, Ash and Bing each stood on one of the 2 floating petals in the normal field, which was like a swimming pool, and took out the first Pokemon they were going to send out, staring at their rival. Next, Sakurako, who was the referee, announced the rules of the game to the 2 people who were standing on a petal, saying, "This game uses 2 Pokemon to fight, and Ash, as the proxy gym leader, cannot exchange Pokemon during the battle. Only Bing, the challenger, can exchange Pokemon during the battle. When both Pokemon of either side cannot fight, the battle ends. Go. Gible. Cloyster." When Ash and Bing threw the Pokeballs in their hands at the same time, the 2 Pokemon did not appear on the floating petals in front of Ash and Bing, but entered the water surface of the competition field. Ash saw the Pokemon thrown by Bing, including Cloyster of water type and ice type, which made Ash smile bitterly in his heart. "I didn't expect to meet a Dragon Killer, an ice-type Pokemon. You know, in Pokemon, the rival that Dragon-type Pokemon are most afraid of encountering is an ice-type Pokemon, not for anything else, but because the ice-type skills can cause double damage when hitting Dragon-type Pokemon. Not to mention that the second attribute of Gible sent by Ash is Ground-type. As a ground dragon, Gible will even receive 4 times the damage of ice-type damage. So this battle is a big challenge for Ash and Gible." After observing the situation of Bing's Cloyster, Ash immediately came to a conclusion, that is, if the current Gible is allowed to bear the damage of Cloyster's ice-type skills once, with Gible's current physical value, it will definitely fall directly. However, what Ash did not expect was that Bing, as his rival, actually knew Gible, a Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. Bing saw Gible swimming happily in the competition venue and said lightly, "Gible, a good Pokemon." Although he didn't know how rival knew Gible's name, Ash would not let rival attack first. He decisively said to Gible, who was swimming in the water, "Gible, use Dragon Rage." Facing the Dragon Rage whizzing past the horizontal plane, Bing, as the owner of Cloyster, just said lightly, "Shrink the shell." Then he saw Cloyster shrink into his shell, and the Dragon Rage roaring from Gible hit his shell. After letting Cloyster rely on shrinking the shell to improve its defense and withstand Gible's Dragon Rage, Bing gave another order in a light tone, "Freezing Beam." After hearing the order from Bing, if Ash still didn't understand that Bing knew Gible was restrained by the ice attribute, then Ash would not be a qualified Pokemon trainer. If Gible was hit by the Freezing Beam, he would definitely faint in the water and be unable to fight. When Cloyster's Freezing Beam was about to hit Gible, Ash immediately asked Gible, who was swimming happily in the water, to dive into the water to avoid the oncoming Freezing Beam. As soon as Gible dived, Cloyster's Freezing Beam hit the place where Gible had just been, and the water surface was completely frozen. Spike Cannon. Unfortunately, before Ash could breathe a sigh of relief, Bing on the opposite side gave another order, asking Cloyster to dive into the water to track Gible in the water and shoot countless needles at Gible. Gible, who was still diving under the water to avoid the freezing beam, had no time to react and was directly shot by several spike cannons. Seeing that Gible couldn't play to his strengths in the water, Ash immediately said, "Gible, jump onto the floating board." He wanted Gible to make some adjustments on the floating board and regroup. Ice Needle. Unfortunately, when Gible just swam up to the floating board, Cloyster's next attack swept in again, and the big ice needle hit Gible, who had just stood on the floating board. Gible, who was hit by the ice needle, simply turned around and gave Cloyster another Dragon Rage of his own will, causing some damage to Cloyster, and then he couldn't hold on any longer and fell on the floating board. Seeing Gible had fallen, Ash also took out the Pokeball and took back Gible, who had fainted on the floating board, and said, "Come back, Gible, you have done well enough." After defeating Ash's Gible, Bing did not feel any joy, but asked Ash, "Is this all you can do?" In response to Bing's question, Ash took out a Pokeball from his Pokeball belt and said to Bing, Don't worry, I made a mistake this time, but I will definitely not make the same mistake next time. Indeed, after Ash took out Gibble to deal with Cloyster, failure was doomed. Originally, Ash just thought that this boy named Bing was just an ordinary trainer, but what Ash didn't expect was that this boy named Bing not only had very strong Pokemon itself, but also his command was flawless, without any mistakes. Besides, even though Gibble's name contains the word shark, he is a good swimmer, but Gibble has too few skills to use in the water, almost none. The battle with Cloyster in the water just now forced Gibble to deal with Cloyster's attack tiredly, and he couldn't find any chance to fight back. Come back, Cloyster! However, before Ash opened the Pokeball in his hand, Bing had already taken Cloyster back, and then took another Pokeball from his belt and opened it, saying, Pidgeotto, come out. He released his second Pokemon. For Bing's action, Ash's mouth corners inadvertently rose slightly, and he said lightly, interesting, in this case, Beedrill, we must go all out. P.S. Hong Chen dragged his body with a severe cold today and coughed constantly. Contest condition coded out the second update. Can't readers give Hong Chen, who has a severe cold, a little encouragement, flowers, votes, rewards, etc.? Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, Sharp Beedrill. Seeing the Beedrill thrown by Ash, Bing, who had a cold face, was briefly surprised and asked, Flash Pokemon? That's right. The Beedrill released by Ash was the Flash Iron-Shelled Kun that he had successfully captured in the Evergreen Forest after going through a lot of hardships. It had successfully evolved into the final form of Beedrill in MT Moon. As soon as this Flash Beedrill came out, everyone discovered its uniqueness. The difference between it and the normal Beedrill is that the normal Beedrill's body is all yellow, and only the lower body has 2 black rings. The normal is black, while Ash's Flash Beedrill is all black except for the pair of red eyes, the 2 white needles in his hands, and the transparent wings behind him. It is like a black night normal, very dazzling in the sky of the venue. Yes, I caught it with great difficulty. Ash was very satisfied that he had such a Beedrill and said, Beedrill, gather energy. After hearing Ash's order, Bing on the opposite side also said to Pidgeotto above the field, Flash, so what? Pidgeotto is using Hurricane. Beedrill, dodge quickly. Facing the fierce wind blown by Pidgeotto's wings, Ash naturally used the magic skill Dodge in the animation. This magic skill can allow Pokemon to dodge the opponent's attack as long as the trainer shouts it out in the animation. Sure enough, after Beedrill finished gathering energy, facing the fierce wind blown by Pidgeotto, he flapped his wings and quickly left the place where Pidgeotto's fierce wind was going to pass, and appeared in front of Pidgeotto in the air. Compared with Pidgeotto's speed, Beedrill's speed is also much faster. As soon as Beedrill flew to Pidgeotto, Ash below immediately gave the order, attack like crazy. Beedrill used the 2 long spears in his hands to stab Pidgeotto continuously. Pidgeotto, who was stabbed by the 2 spears, wailed and fell directly from a high altitude into the swimming pool. Seeing that his Pidgeotto was beaten to the point of being unable to fight by Beedrill with just 1 move, Bing was confused and took out the Pokeball to take back Pidgeotto and said, Come back, Pidgeotto. As for Bing's confusion, I am afraid that only Ash, as the owner of Beedrill, can explain to Bing why Pidgeotto lost his ability to fight directly after just enduring Beedrill's crazy attack. The main reason is that Ash's Beedrill is not only a Flash Pokemon, but also has the special abilities that all Flash Pokemon have, and it is also a Beedrill with the hidden ability Snipe Shot. The effect of the Snipe Shot ability is similar to the damage of Dire Hit, increasing the damage of the critical point by 1.5 times. In addition, Beedrill used the charge skill that is easier to hit the critical point at the beginning of the battle, which increased his critical point rate. In this way, if Beedrill can hit Pidgeotto once with dire hit, the terrible damage caused will be very painful, and Pidgeotto is not a Pokemon with high physical strength. Although Bing didn't know how Ash's Beedrill could knock out his Pidgeotto with one hit, he still released Cloyster in his hand and said, "Cloyster, I'm bothering you again." Facing Cloyster, who was sent out by Bing again, Ash didn't dare to be careless. You know, Cloyster is completely hiding in his shell. If Ash lets Beedrill use physical attacks such as Crazy Attack, it will not be able to cause much damage to Cloyster with two big shells. So when facing Cloyster sent by Bing, Ash decisively told Beedrill, "Beedrill, use Poison Barb. Shrink." After Beedrill fired several poison barbs at Cloyster in the air, Bing directly asked Cloyster to use Shrink to let Cloyster hide in his two shells, and all the poison barbs shot by Beedrill were hit on Cloyster's shell, and there was no way to cause more damage to Cloyster. Bing still carried out his cold voice and ordered his Cloyster, "Bubble." Agility. As Bing's rival, Ash seemed much more excited when he gave orders to Beedrill, giving people a feeling of blood boiling. At this time, the second sister Violet, who had been watching the fight between Ash and Bing outside the field, said to the elder sister Sakurako beside her, "Sister Sakurako, who do you think will win between the two of them?" The eldest sister Sakurako did not answer Violet's words. Now Sakurako's eyes were always on Ash, and she did not listen to Violet's question at all. Seeing that Sakurako ignored her, Violet shouted at her in dissatisfaction, "Sister Sakurako." This made Sakurako come back to her senses and said, "Violet, what's the matter?" Seeing that Sakurako seemed to have just come back to her senses, Violet kept looking at Ash on the pedal and Sakurako by the swimming pool with a sinister smile and said, "Sister Sakurako, you can't." In response to her sister's joke, the eldest sister Sakurako stretched out her hand and tapped Violet on the forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about? You want to be beaten." After being tapped on the forehead by her eldest sister, Violet reached out and touched her forehead and pointed at Ash and Bing on the field and said, "I'm serious, Sister Sakurako, aren't you a little moved? These two are both handsome guys." At this time, the third sister Lily, who had been watching the show, also interrupted and said, yes, one is as hot as fire normal, and the other is as cold as an iceberg normal. Sister, you are not moved, but I am a little moved. You guys." First the gossip about the three cerulean sisters was aside. At this time, nearly half of the water surface in the competition venue had been frozen into ice by Cloyster using the freezing ray, and the two sides did not gain any advantage in the several confrontations. It felt a bit evenly matched. Looking at Beedrill still flying in the air, Bing said to Cloyster again, "Cloyster, encore freezing ray." Facing Bing's destruction ray this time, Ash did not intend to command Beedrill, who had used agility several times to increase his speed to the top, to avoid this freezing ray. Instead, he said to Beedrill, "Beedrill, use destruction ray." In an instant, the blue ray shot out of the water and the golden ray shot down from the air collided with each other, causing a violent explosion, blowing out a lot of water in the entire competition venue, and bringing a unique rainfall to the entire gym, although it only lasted for a few seconds. Feeling the water drops falling from the sky, Bing put the incapable Cloyster back into his Pokeball. He knew he had lost. After all, although the Beedrill on the other side could not make any moves due to the side effects of the destruction ray, at least Beedrill was still standing in the air and did not fall to the bottom of the water like his Cloyster. In fact, the destruction ray just now did not have any advantage over the freezing ray. Neither Beedrill nor Cloyster had any advantage. It can be seen from the explosion just now. The reason why Bing's Cloyster fell was that Cloyster had already endured Gibble's second Dragon Rage attack in the last game. Although Cloyster has a high defense value, its physical strength is not even comparable to Beedrill's physical strength. The basic species strength HP is only 50 points. It lost because of the joint efforts of Gibble and Beedrill. After taking back his Cloyster, Bing asked Ash, "What's your name?" Ash also took the panting Beedrill back into the Pokeball and said, "Ash, Ash from Pallet Town. I'll remember you, Ash." Bing had just finished saying this before he turned around and left the Cerulean City Gym without staying too long. P.S. Guess what Ash Drill's special ability is? Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18. There is no 2,000 word chapter. Ash and Misty had said goodbye to the three sisters from Cerulean City, and walked in an unknown forest. Ash said to Misty next to him, "I didn't expect that you, Misty, would be the fourth sister of the four sisters from Cerulean City." In the gym of Cerulean City before, after Ash defeated Bing, he was surrounded by the three sisters from Cerulean City, and Ash was in the flowers, and he couldn't find the east, west, south, and north. As a result, after seeing Ash in this situation, Misty, who had been following Ash in the dark, finally couldn't help it, and ran out directly, interrupting the conversation between Ash and his sisters, and forcibly dragged Ash out of the flowers. It is said that 3 women are a drama, and now with Misty, it is 4 girls. The extent of the drama of these 4 girls made Ash see the gossip of the 3 sisters of Cerulean. As Misty's 3 sisters, they surrounded Ash and Misty and began to bombard them, asking about the relationship between Ash and Misty. The questions they asked were more sharp than the other, making Ash exhausted and not knowing what to do. Ash even wanted to shout out loud, "I am only 10 years old. What are you going to do?" In the end, Misty even pulled her 3 sisters in, and asked them angrily about their feelings towards Ash, which made the 3 sisters embarrassed and played with Misty, giving Ash a feast for the eyes. Ash had to rest in the Cerulean Gym for a night. He was woken up by Misty early the next morning, so Ash and himself sneaked out of the Cerulean Gym early in the morning. Little did she know that Misty's actions had already been seen by the 3 sisters who had not slept all night in the Cerulean Gym. The youngest of the 3 sisters, Lily, was planning to sneak up on him, but was stopped by the second sister, Violet, who said, "There's still a long time to go. Don't be so anxious. Besides, if that guy gets together with the 4th sister, we will become his sister-in-law. Why are you in such a hurry?" If Misty, who had already fled Cerulean City with Ash, knew that her 3 sisters were planning to sell her to Ash, I wonder what she would think. "What? Is it strange?" Misty said unhappily to Ash's doubts, "I just traveled instead of staying in the gym to become a first-class water Pokemon trainer, so I didn't want to go back to the Cerulean Gym, but I ended up going anyway." Okay, I know you went to the Cerulean Gym for me, Misty, tell me first, where should we go now?" After the teasing of the 3 sisters of the Cerulean Gym, the goodwill between Ash and Misty increased a lot, and Ash spoke to Misty more intimately. Hearing Ash's words, Misty's face turned red, and she said proudly, "Who is doing this for you? Don't be so self-indulgent." Ash saw Misty's arrogance and smiled and asked, "Misty, which way should we go now?" Faced with Ash's question, Misty also took out the map of the Kanto region in her backpack, carefully examined it for a while, and then pointed to the other side of the road and said, "Go this way." Then, under the guidance of Misty, Ash walked further and further away from the city where the next gym was located, heading towards a destination unknown to both of them. Finally, under the guidance of Misty, Ash came to a place similar to a wild camping site. There were many wooden fences outside the camping site, which made Ash wonder, "Where is this? Ash, look at that sign." Misty saw a sign hanging above the door of the wild camping site at this time, and pointed to the sign and asked Ash to look at it. Ash looked up and saw that the sign read, "AJ Training Gym, currently accumulated 99 consecutive wins, note, Pokemon competition, not a recognized training match." This made Ash understand where he and Misty came to. It turned out that they came to the Pokemon competition held by AJ in the wild. Judging from his winning streak, if he won another game and fulfilled his promise of 100 consecutive wins, he would probably set off on a journey to collect Pokemon badges. In fact, Ash maintained a neutral attitude towards A.js actions, neither supporting nor voting against them. However, since they were already here, Ash said, "Misty, let's go in." Misty naturally understood what Ash was going to do, so she asked, "Why? Do you want to end A.js winning streak?" After all, Misty had followed Ash all the way and witnessed Ash's impressive record along the way. Although Ash didn't have many rivals along the way, don't forget that the strength of the rivals that Ash met was not weak, and they were not the third-rate Pokemon trainers on the roadside. Moreover, for these powerful rivals, Ash triumphantly defeated the opponent and won one game after another. So even if Misty saw that the boy named AJ had won 99 games in a row, Misty would not think that Ash would lose. After hearing Misty's question, Ash shook his head and said, "No, this time, Misty, I want you to go up and compete with this AJ." Obviously, Ash's words surprised Misty and she said, "Hey! Let me go up." "That's right." Ash nodded and said, "If you really want to become a water Pokemon master, you can't just stay by my side and observe my battles." As he said that, Ash put his hands on Misty's shoulders and said to Misty with a serious face, "Misty, what you lack now is combat experience. To become a first-class Pokemon trainer, you need to find out your own shortcomings in battle, and then you can make yourself stronger." Unfortunately, Ash spoke so earnestly in front of Misty for such a long time, but Misty, who was grabbed by the shoulder, didn't listen much. Now Misty's mind is full of Ash's serious face at close range, which makes her feel very depressed. Misty felt her body temperature rising rapidly, so she had no time to listen to Ash's teachings. PS==Why is the chapter title like this? The reason is that this chapter has only 2,000 words. As for the reason for so few words, Hong Chen really couldn't hold on. Hong Chen's cold got worse. She went to the hospital in the afternoon and was supposed to be infused. However, for this second chapter, Hong Chen just got some cold medicine and came back. Then, after a night of intermittent work, she finally coded this chapter. Here, Hong Chen apologizes to the readers. Maybe the quality of this chapter will not be very good. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Instant Defeat. So Ash dragged Misty, who was still in a daze, to the outdoor Pokemon competition venue built by AJ himself, looking for AJ. At this time, a boy with a clean-cut haircut and dark green hair wearing short-sleeved shirt and shorts came to Ash and Misty and said, "Who are you? You must be AJ." Ash looked at the person and knew that he was the one he had found. AJ said directly, "We are here to challenge the Pokemon tournament you held." "Yes, I am AJ. I accept your challenge." AJ was very power-tripped to Ash's challenge and said, "So which of you two will be the prey for my 100-game winning streak?" Ash did not take A.js taunt seriously, but pushed Misty to the competition venue and said, "Misty, it's up to you." Misty, who was forced to stand at the position where the trainer should stand at the competition venue, took out a Pokeball from her backpack and said, "I know, it's just a Pokemon competition, can't I play it?" Just as Misty took out the Pokeball, on the other side of the competition venue AJ also took out a whip from somewhere, waved it and said, "Go! Sandshrew," and sent his partner Sandshrew to the battle. Facing Sandshrew sent by AJ, Misty couldn't help but smile knowingly. You know, Misty, who aspires to become a first-class water Pokemon trainer, may not have Pokemon of other attributes, but as the nemesis of ground-type and water-type Pokemon, I'm afraid Misty's backpack is full of water-type Pokemon. Misty opened the Pokeball in her hand and said, "Sandshrew? Then it's mine, go Starmie." "A water-type?" But my sand shrew is different from other sand shrews that are afraid of water. Sand shrew, let them see the results of your special training. Facing the Starmie sent by Misty, AJ didn't care at all, waving the whip in his hand and said to Sand Shrew, use high-speed spin. Then Sand Shrew shrunk himself into a ball and quickly hit Misty's Starmie. Misty decisively gave the order to the oncoming Sand Shrew, Starmie, use the water gun to spray Sand Shrew back. Unfortunately, Misty's order was good this time, but the water gun sprayed by Starmie did not have much effect on the Sand Shrew coming from Rapid Spin. The water sprayed on Sand Shrew was avoided by the Sand Shrew of Rapid Spin, but it was getting closer and closer to Misty's Starmie. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Misty was stunned and didn't know what to do. Originally in Misty's script, Starmie's water gun should have perfectly hit the Sand Shrew under the rollout contest condition, and then the powerful water gun attack would directly knock A.JS Sand Shrew out. And because the water system restrains the ground system, this Sand Shrew will definitely be unable to fight, allowing Misty to win the game. While Misty was stunned, Rapid Spin's Sand Shrew had already tackled Starmie, who was standing in the competition venue without giving any more instructions, and knocked Starmie out instead. It was not until Misty's own Starmie was knocked out that Misty came to her senses. Unfortunately, Starmie, who was knocked out by Sand Shrew, was already unable to fight and fell dejectedly outside the competition venue. Misty, who was worried about Starmie's injury, immediately gave up the game, ran to Starmie's side, and apologized to Starmie. "I'm sorry, Starmie, it's all because of my mistake that you are like this." As for AJ, because Misty gave up the game, AJ finally won 100 consecutive victories. The excited AJ and his Sand Shrew hugged each other tightly in the competition venue. Both of them were so excited about this hard-won 100 consecutive victories that they couldn't help but shed tears. Ash and Pikachu were comforting Misty, who had already put Starmie back into the Pokeball, and said, "Okay, Misty, cheer up. Failure once is nothing. You have to believe in yourself and you can definitely become a first-class water Pokemon master." However, after such a tragic defeat, Misty's confidence was hit. Hearing Ash's comfort, Misty couldn't help but ask, "Can I really do it?" "Of course you can. Believe in yourself, Misty. In the future, you will definitely become a first-class water Pokemon master." Facing the somewhat unconfident Misty, Ash encouraged her and said, "You must believe in yourself." After Ash's encouragement, Misty also rekindled her fighting spirit and said, "Well, thank you, Ash, I will definitely work hard." Seeing Misty's renewed fighting spirit, Ash was also relieved and said, "Now, Misty, all you need to do is to observe the battle between me and AJ carefully and absorb the fighting experience from it. Of course, don't forget to cheer me up." After that, Ash went to the center of the competition venue where they were still hugging each other. AJ and Sand Shrew said, "AJ, please stop your 100 game winning streak celebration, we still have a game to play." When they heard about the game, AJ and Sand Shrew immediately recovered and looked at Ash, who was ready to go, and said, "Oh. It seems that you are the prey who came to let me complete my 101 game winning streak." As for A.JS retaunt, the last time it was because the challenger was Misty, Ash ignored him, but this time the challenger was Ash himself. After hearing AJ Power Trip's words, he stretched out his right middle finger and shook it and said, "No, I'm here to end your 100 game winning streak." Interesting. I'm still sending Sand Shrew to play. Facing Ash's counterattack, AJ held the whip in his hand tightly in his hand. Still very Power Trip said, "Words are not enough, take out your Pokemon, let me see your strength." "Wait and see." Ash turned the brim of his hat back and threw out a Pokeball, saying, "Gibble, let them see how powerful you are. Although I don't know what Pokemon you sent out, we'll continue to use Rapid Spin on Sand Shrew." AJ still let Sand Shrew use Rapid Spin to spin towards Ash's Gibble when facing the Pokemon that Ash threw out and didn't recognize. Seeing the aggressive Sand Shrew, Ash decisively chose to avoid it and said to Gibble, "Gibble, dodge to the left." When Sandshrew was about to hit Gibble, he let Gibble jump to his left to avoid Sandshrew's rapid spin. AJ didn't take Gibble's avoidance of Sandshrew's first spinning attack seriously, but said, "It's not over yet." Sure enough, just as A.J's words came out, Sandshrew, which had been avoiding Gibble and spinning in a straight line, actually adjusted its direction and continued to spin towards Gibble. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20, Double Evolution. Ash saw that A.J's Sandshrew could turn and find Gibble's position under the rapid spin contest condition, so he gave up the decision to let Gibble dodge. After all, if you defend too long, you will lose. Ash was very satisfied that Gibble could dodge Sandshrew's rapid spin just now. Now it's time to fight head-on. Thinking of this, Ash immediately said to Gibble, "Gibble, use takedown." He planned to let Gibble fight normal like Pinsir in the forest before, with the loss of both sides, and then regroup. When Gibble used all his strength to hit the Sandshrew that was already in rapid spin, AJ, the owner of Sandshrew, didn't expect that this kid with Pokemon that he didn't know would choose to let his Pokemon collide with his Sandshrew in the rapid spin contest condition. Although AJ didn't understand why Ash made such a choice, Sandshrew in rapid spin had already tackled Gibble in contest condition. When the two little guys' strengths were tackled on each other, they flew to the field behind them at the same time and landed on the field behind them. However, just as Gibble stood firmly on the field, Ash's next order came, "Gibble, Dragon Rage." Poor Sandshrew had just stabilized himself when he was directly hit by Dragon Rage of Gibble spit up with his mouth wide open. AJ didn't care about the Dragon Rage that hit Sandshrew at all. He believed that his Sandshrew would not fall down because of this minor injury. He continued to say to Sandshrew, "Don't be afraid, Sandshrew. Use Swift. Gibble, take Swift, and then run to Sandshrew and use Dragon Claw." Facing the Swift that was sure to hit, Ash ordered Gibble. Gibble resisted the swift shot by Sandshrew all the way and rushed to Sandshrew's side. A white light flashed on his small claws, and a Dragon Claw hit Sandshrew's face directly. Under Ash's sharp attack, AJ did not give in and said, "Sandshrew's crazy fury swipes." Sandshrew, who had just endured Gibble's Dragon Claw, also waved his small claws to claw at Gibble's body. Gibble uses Dragon Claw on Sandshrew continuously. In a close combat, Gibble, who has the snakeskin ability, will not be afraid of any rival. Ash immediately let Gibble use Dragon Claw to attack A.J's Sandshrew continuously. In this way, Gibble and Sandshrew, two little guys, in the center of the competition venue, are like two female men fighting normal, using their secret weapons, the 9-yin Divine Claw, to wave at each other's vital parts, faces, and stomachs. After only a few duels in this way, AJ found something wrong and decisively said, "Sandshrew defense roll." Let Sandshrew shrink into a ball to resist Gibble, who continued to wave his claws on Sandshrew's body. Seeing that AJ suddenly stopped Sandshrew's attack and shrank into a ball, Ash couldn't help but admire A.J's sharp intuition and had discovered Gibble's advantage in close combat. But even if AJ found it, what could he do? After several close contact battles, although Gibble's stamina was consumed a lot, Sandshrew's stamina dropped sharply, and the game was about to end. "Gibble, give Sandshrew the last blow." 100% Dragon Rage. Ash shouted to Gibble immediately. Sure enough, when AJ saw Ash letting Gibble use Dragon Rage on Sandshrew at close range, he panicked and said to Sandshrew, who was still curled up into a ball, "Sandshrew, get out of the way." As a result, Sandshrew just wanted to escape by rollout. And Gibble's Dragon Rage had already hit Sandshrew, who was curled up into a ball. After seeing Gibble's Dragon Rage successfully hit Sandshrew, Ash also secretly said, "It's over." But AJ, who was opposite Ash, didn't think so. He shouted to Sandshrew, who was hit by Gibble's dragon rage and fell to the ground as if he couldn't fight, "How can we stop here? Sandshrew, stand up. We can still continue to fight. We once vowed to become the top Pokemon trainers in Pokemon. Sandshrew, stand up. It's useless, Sandshrew's stamina is gone." Facing A.J's unwillingness, Ash just said lightly, "Who said that? Sandshrew, stand up, use Swift again." AJ still didn't give up and shouted to Sandshrew, who was lying on the ground. Just when Ash was about to take back Gibble and end the game, Sandshrew on the field changed, and its entire body emitted a dazzling white light. The sudden white light made Sandshrew, who had already run out of stamina and fell to the ground, stand up again. Sandshrew successfully evolved into Sandslash during the battle, and shot a lot of Swift directly at Gibble, who had not yet figured out the situation. Seeing Sandslash successfully evolved and stood up again, Ash smiled bitterly and said, "Is this okay?" "So I said, the battle is not over yet, Sandshrew, no Sandslash encore Swift." At this time, AJ had learned his lesson and did not let his Sandslash use close-range skills on Gibble. He used a long-range attack that was sure to hit Gibble again. Gibble, who had just been hit by Sandslash once, was hit by Sandslash again before he could come to his senses. A.J's fighting spirit was rekindled by the evolved Sandslash, but since the game was not over yet, Ash's fighting spirit would not be extinguished. He shouted to Gibble, "Gibble, don't suppress yourself anymore, show them your true strength." When Gibble, who was constantly hit by Swift, heard Ash's words, flames suddenly appeared in his two little eyes, and white light appeared all over his body, doubling his height from a little guy of about 0.7 m to a 1.4 m young man Gabite. Gibble was ready to evolve. If Ash hadn't let Gibble lay a foundation, he would have evolved Gibble into Gabite. Now is the best time for Ash to evolve in battle and get a new life. For Gabite, whose claws have grown shark fins normal blades, Ash shouted to it, "Gabite, use double slash." The evolved Gabite rushed towards Sandslash like a normal swordsman with two swords. The shark fins on both sides of his claws hit Sandslash hard. After enduring Gabite's two consecutive hits, Sandslash, who had just evolved successfully, finally couldn't hold on and fell to the field. It seems that this time he can't stand up again. As the owner of Sandslash, AJ also knew that Sandslash would not stand up again. He was very satisfied that Sandslash could do this. He took out Sandslash's Pokeball and took back the spiral-eyed Sandslash and said, "Come back, Sandslash, you have worked hard." Ash also took back Gabite, who won the battle this time, and walked to AJ and stretched out his right hand and said, "My name is Ash. This is a wonderful game." "Yes, it is a wonderful game." AJ also stretched out his left hand and held Ash's right hand and said, "My 101 game-winning streak seems to have failed, but it's time for me to go out and see the powerful trainers like you and collect gym badges." Seeing that AJ had the intention of leaving here, Ash also smiled and said, "Then we have an appointment. See you at Kanto Alliance." "Well, see you at Kanto Alliance." AJ nodded and said solemnly. Afterwards, Ash and Misty also said goodbye to AJ, who was going to start his journey again after cleaning up the place, and walked towards the direction of Vermilion City indicated by AJ. On the way, Ash also said to Misty, who was in deep thought, "Did you understand?" "Ah. What?" Misty, who was interrupted by Ash, also answered with a puzzled look on her face. "I said, what did you understand from the battle between me and A.J?" Ash reached out and knocked on Misty's forehead. "Of course I understand." Regarding Ash's actions, Misty concluded, "Isn't it that as long as the battle is not the last moment, you must never give up?" Ash was very satisfied that Misty could see this clearly, and said with a smile, "And that? And? What else?" Obviously, Misty didn't see what else was coming. "Know your Pokemon." Ash rolled his eyes at Misty and said, Do you really think that A.JS Sandshrew evolution was an accident? I'm afraid AJ knew that his Sandshrew could evolve, but he, like me, wanted Sandshrew to accumulate more experience, so he didn't let Sandshrew evolve. For your Pokemon, Misty, you need to understand them all the time and master all their information, whether it is their personality, ability, skills, etc., you need to understand them. Ash said to Misty earnestly, only when you really understand your Pokemon can you fully exert their true strength, and then you can truly grow up. P.S. Severe cold contest conditions. Hong Chen is once again shamelessly asking readers for votes, flowers, rewards, etc. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Pokemon Academy. Deep in the forest, because of the path pointed out by AJ, Ash and Misty successfully got lost in the forest again. In the thick fog, they couldn't find the directions. Misty, who had been walking for an afternoon, finally gave up and complained to Ash, Ash, are you sure the direction AJ pointed to is this way? After walking for so long, Ash was also unsure and said uncertainly, it should be this way. I remember that the direction AJ pointed to was clearly this way. Just when Ash and Misty were discussing which way to go, Pikachu, who had been the leader and walking in front, found the light coming from the front and immediately ran to Ash and pulled Ash's trouser legs and said, Pikachu! Pikachu! Ash, who was constantly pulling his trouser legs by Pikachu, also lowered his head and asked Pikachu, what's wrong? Pikachu! Pikachu, who was pulling Ash's trouser legs, stretched out his little paw and pointed to the place where the light was coming from in front and said, Pika! Pika! Under Pikachu's instructions, Ash finally saw the light in front and wondered, how can there be light in this deep forest? At this time, Misty, holding a piece of white paper in her hand, said to Ash, Ash, I think I know where we are. Look. Then she handed the white paper to Ash. Ash took the white paper handed over by Misty, and saw the following words on it. Pokemon Academy, full boarding system, cradle of trainers. Trainers who graduate from this academy do not need to pass skill training and can directly participate in the Pokemon competition. Looking at the enrollment introduction written on this white paper, Ash couldn't help but say, you can participate in the Pokemon competition without a badge, but I don't know what the quality of the Pokemon trainers here is like. Obviously, in response to Ash's words, Misty on the side said, you can tell it's a backdoor at a glance, how high can the quality be? It seems that Misty doesn't have much good feelings about this Pokemon Academy. But since we are here, let's go in and take a look. Holding the enrollment flyer in his hand, Ash said to Misty beside him, Misty, you won't be reluctant to go in, right? It doesn't matter. If you want to go in, I will naturally accompany you to see what is so outstanding about this Pokemon Academy. Misty said to Ash. Then, let's go and see what is so special about this Pokemon Academy built in the deep mountains and old forests. Ash said, and walked towards the place where the light was not far away. When Ash walked towards the place where the light was, he found that the thick fog around him gradually dissipated, and what appeared in front of Ash and Misty was an imposing European-style teaching building, which made Ash feel as if he and Misty had already been in the Pokemon Academy. Ash and Misty were in the thick fog before, so they didn't know that they had arrived at the playground of Pokemon Academy. When the thick fog just dissipated, Ash realized that the light was from the street lamps beside the playground of Pokemon Academy. Just as Ash and Misty were shocked by the magnificent teaching building in front of them, a voice came from not far away, "Who are you?" Then Ash and Misty saw a group of teenagers in blue suits running from not far away. They appeared in front of them. One of the teenagers with red hair seemed to be the leader of the group. He shouted at Ash and Misty, "I'll ask you again. Who are you?" Hearing the question from the red-haired boy in a normal tone like interrogating a prisoner, Ash standing in front of the red-haired boy was very unhappy and said, just a Pokemon trainer passing by. The red-haired boy who led the team became more suspicious of Ash and Misty for Ash's perfunctory answer, so he said to Ash in front of him more aggressively, "Pokemon trainer? I think you are a thief who came to our Pokemon Academy to steal things. Tell me the truth, what are you going to steal from the Pokemon Academy?" Ash's answer was just 2 words, "Idiot." Then he planned to take Misty with him and leave. He had originally planned to appreciate the Pokemon Academy, but this red-haired boy who was aggressive and indiscriminate had ruined his plan. Seeing that Ash and Misty were planning to leave, and Ash's unfriendly words just now, the red-haired boy became more suspicious of Ash and Misty. He walked up to stop Ash and Misty and said, "Stop, did I tell you to leave? Machoke, stop them." Before Ash and Misty took a few steps forward, they found a human-shaped Pokemon in front of them, blocking their way. Facing Machoke who blocked his way, Ash frowned and said to the red-haired boy standing next to Machoke, "What do you mean?" The red-haired boy just shook his head and said, "Nothing, I just want you to go to the security room in our academy and explain why you are on the playground of our academy, otherwise." As he said that, the red-haired boy asked Machoke in front of him to wave his fist. Faced with the repeated taunts from the red-haired boy, Ash finally couldn't help it. He shouted to the Pikachu at his feet, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt!" When the Pikachu at Ash's feet heard Ash's order, it decisively gathered electricity and released it, letting Thunderbolt directly hit Machoke who blocked Ash's way. Although Ash's action was beyond the expectations of the red-haired boy, the red-haired boy immediately reacted and shouted to Ash, "You dare to attack? You are really problematic. Machoke uses hand knife on this little mouse. Pikachu quick attack." Facing Machoke's hand knife, Ash gave Pikachu a second command. The huge Machoke had just gathered his hand knife and was about to chop Pikachu directly below him, but was hit on his stomach by Pikachu and fell to the ground. Seeing that his Machoke was knocked to the ground by a little mouse, the red-haired boy was very annoyed and said, "Machoke, stand up and use the million-ton punch." "You don't have that chance, Pikachu, use thunder." After seeing Machoke fall to the ground, Ash directly issued the third instruction to Pikachu. Ash never gives his enemies a chance to breathe. Nidorina uses Howl. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22, College President. Just when Pikachu gathered the power and was about to use thunder, the Nidorina that suddenly broke and howled at Pikachu, forcing Pikachu to cover his ears and stop using thunder. However, Ash's Pikachu was interrupted by the sudden Nidorina, but the red-haired boy's Machoke did not stop his actions and punched Pikachu who covered his ears. Pikachu, who was hit by Machoke's million-ton punch, was hit by Machoke's heavy punch and flew a long distance, falling heavily to the ground. The red-haired boy saw that his Machoke's fist hit Pikachu hard, and said with a satisfied expression, "Very good Machoke, continue using the million-ton punch." Nidorina uses a series of kicks on Machoke. Unfortunately, Machoke's fist had not continued to swing at Pikachu who fell to the ground, and was kicked away by Nidorina's owner with a series of kicks. The red-haired boy saw his Machoke being kicked away by Nidorina and roared to a distance, "Sunday, what do you mean by this?" At this time, a long-haired beauty walked out from the crowd and said to AJ, "Nothing, I just don't want you to continue fighting." Obviously, the red-haired boy was very upset about the long-haired beauty interfering with his battle and pointed at Ash and said, "Don't you know that this guy is a thief?" Originally, because the Nidorina sent by the long-haired beauty interfered with his battle, Pikachu was inexplicably hurt and was very unhappy. When Ash heard the red-haired boy pointing at him and saying that he was a thief, he said in a very stern tone, "Who is the thief? From the beginning to the end, you are just self-righteous. When did I say I was a thief? Be real, kill them." As he said, Ash opened the Pokeball in his hand. Everyone present only saw a black shadow flash by, and the red-haired boy's machoke fell directly to the ground with his eyes in a spiral shape. It seems that he can't fight anymore. After noticing something was wrong, the long-haired beauty immediately shouted to her Nidorina, "Nidorina, get out of the way." Unfortunately, it was too late. A golden light suddenly shot down from soaring in the sky and hit Nidorina on the ground. The small explosion that followed directly blew Nidorina up from the ground, and then she fell heavily to the ground. Her eyes also became spirals, and her physical strength was instantly reduced to 0. After seeing Beedrill easily solve Machoke and Nidorina, Ash said to the students of the Pokemon Academy who stopped him, "Are you still going to block my way?" Until this time, the students of the Pokemon Academy saw clearly who had just shot the golden light ray from the sky. A black Beedrill stopped high in the sky of everyone, telling them that the failure of Machoke and Nidorina was caused by this unique Beedrill. In fact, if we talk about the 3 Pokemon that Ash has now, which one is the strongest? In Ash's opinion, it must be Black Beedrill. In Ash's eyes, Pikachu, known as the Pikachu God, is still too young. It can be seen from the fact that he did not notice the appearance of Nidorina when Thunder just now. The current Pikachu is not the future Pikachu God. As a quasi-legendary Pokemon Gabite in the Sinnoh region, it has not yet evolved into its own Garchomp with 600 species strength. Its strength still has great potential for development, and it cannot become its own trump card now. So Ash's current trump card falls on this Black Beedrill. And this Black Beedrill is worthy of being Ash's trump card. It has only evolved from Iron Shell Kun to Beedrill for a few days, and its strength is no longer invincible to Pikachu and Gabite. The reason for this is because of the special abilities possessed by Ash's Flash Beedrill. As we all know, as a Flash Pokemon, it naturally has special abilities that are different from its own kind. Originally, Ash thought that the special ability of his Black Beedrill was its abnormal movement speed. However, during daily training, when Gabite and Pikachu competed with this Black Beedrill, Ash truly discovered the abnormal abilities of this Black Beedrill. That is an attack that is 100% sure to hit the opponent's vital points. In other words, as long as this Beedrill attacks, the attack it uses will definitely be a dire hit, causing considerable damage to the opponent. In addition, the Beedrill Snipe Shot ability multiplies the damage caused by dire hit by 1.5 times, so how terrible the damage Black Beedrill can cause. This is also the reason why Bing's Pidgeotto was defeated by this Beedrill with just one crazy attack. Think about it carefully, if he was hit by 1.5 times dire hit several times in a row, how terrible the damage would be. Of course, it cannot be said that Ash's Beedrill has no weaknesses. While Beedrill can cause such high damage, it also sacrifices its originally low physical value. When training Beedrill, Ash had already discovered that his Beedrill's stamina might be lower than that of a normal Beedrill. This Black Beedrill was like an assassin. Normal could kill his rival with one strike. If he failed to kill rival with one strike, then Beedrill himself might be the one to die. The long-haired beauty had taken back the fainted Nidorina and apologized to Ash. "Young man, I think you have misunderstood something." Facing the guy who defeated his Machoke, the red-haired boy was very dissatisfied and said, "What misunderstanding? Sunday is a thief, what else can I say? Shut up." In response to the red-haired boy's dissatisfaction, the long-haired beauty called Sunday directly said to the red-haired boy, "You are accusing others without asking the truth. I want to ask you, you have been saying that this boy is a thief, so where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? The evidence must be on him." Until now, the red-haired boy still believes that Ash is a thief, but his tone is no longer so arrogant. Ash lost his temper and said to the red-haired boy who still regarded himself as a thief, "What if you don't find evidence on me?" The red-haired boy still insisted that the evidence was on Ash and said, "The evidence must be on you. How could there be no evidence?" At this time, the crowd of students from the Pokemon Academy suddenly dispersed, and a kind old man walked out from the dispersed aisle and said, Okay, you little guys, stop making trouble. I believe these two young people are not thieves. For the principal who appeared on the playground, the students of the Pokemon Academy must know him. If they don't even know the principal of their own academy, then they don't need to continue studying in the Pokemon Academy. Even though the principal of the Pokemon Academy said so, the red-haired boy was still worried and said, "But the principal." The principal saw that the red-haired boy was about to say something, so he waved his hand and said, "What? You don't even believe what an old man like me says." Finally, with the principal's assurance, the red-haired boy put aside his prejudice and said, "Yes, the principal. Two friends who have come from afar, why don't you come in and take a look at the situation in our Pokemon Academy?" At this time, as the principal of the Pokemon Academy, the old man invited Ash and Misty. For the principal who suddenly appeared, Ash also replied very friendly, "Then we would rather obey your orders. Read books every day for 11 days. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23, Special Thief. Afterwards, Ash and Misty, led by the principal, entered the magnificent teaching building and visited some of the training facilities in the building. After the principal took Ash and his group to visit many facilities in the building, he smiled and said, "Two friends, what do you think of the facilities in the Pokemon Academy?" In response to the principal's question, Ash, who was following the principal, also smiled and replied, "I can't say that I have any opinions, but the teaching facilities in your building are really complete. So, two friends, are you willing to study in our Pokemon Academy?" The old principal still smiled and said, "Of course, I, the principal, can still waive all your tuition fees." As soon as the principal finished speaking, the students who had been following the principal and his group were noisy. Obviously, they couldn't understand why the principal suddenly invited these two strangers to study. Ash naturally shook his head and said to the principal's invitation, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think I can stay in this academy for a long time. It would be too boring." Misty was also secretly surprised by the principal's invitation, but she followed Ash and said, "Me too." Obviously, Misty didn't want to stay in this Pokemon Academy either. Obviously, the principal had expected Ash and Misty's answers, and he still smiled and said, Okay, it seems that my temple is too small to accommodate you two big Buddhas." The principal had just finished speaking when he turned to the students behind him and said, "Except for Sunday and Red, the rest of the students should go away, go away." It must be said that the principal has great prestige in this Pokemon Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, except for the long-haired beauty Sunday and the red-haired boy named Red who had some unpleasant things with Ash before, the rest of the people who had been following the old principal to watch the fun all dispersed in groups without too many questions. Seeing that most people had left, the principal said to the remaining 4 people, "Two young friends, and Sunday, Red, can you follow me to a place?" The 4 people who stayed naturally agreed to the principal's request, and then, under the guidance of the principal, entered a storage room in the Pokemon Academy. As for why everyone knew that this was a storage room, it was from the sign outside the room just entered. The sign had the 3 big words "storage room" written on it. Sunday, one of the 4 people who had been following the principal, asked the principal after entering the storage room, "Principal, why did you ask us to come to the storage room?" "Nothing, it's just the thief you have been looking for before. It should be in this storage room now. As for whether you can find it, it depends on your ability." The principal just finished speaking and turned to leave the storage room. When he left, he closed the door of the storage room, leaving only the 4 people in the storage room who were staring at each other and didn't know what to do. Finally, after a brief silence among the 4 of them, Chihong couldn't help it first and started looking for the thief who was hiding in this storage room as the old principal mentioned. "Misty, you go over there, I'll go over there," Ash suddenly said to Misty who was in a daze beside him. Misty, who was still in a daze, didn't understand the situation and asked Ash in confusion, "Why go over there?" What else can I do? Looking for the thief. I also want to see who this thief is. Ash had already walked to the side he was looking for and said to Misty, who was still standing there. Okay then. Although a little reluctant, Misty still walked to the side Ash pointed out and began to look for the thief mentioned by the principal. In this way, the four people walked to the four corners of the storage room respectively, and then began to look for the thief's traces in their respective ranges. No, since the principal knew there was a thief in here, he shouldn't be so calm, and he also asked the four of us to come into this storage room to catch the thief. If the thief was really in here, the principal should have sent someone to catch the thief a long time ago. At this time, Ash, who had been searching in his area for a while, stayed where he was, thinking carefully about why the principal said there was a thief in this storage room, and asked outsiders like himself and Misty to participate. Thinking of this, Ash may have come to a conclusion. He secretly said in his heart, unless the thief mentioned by the principal is not a person at all, but a Pokemon, then all this makes sense, and the reason why we four are here to find the thief is to let one of us catch this Pokemon. At this time, Ash's heart has completely understood the intention of the Pokemon Academy principal. If Ash's guess is correct, the principal has long known that the thief in the Pokemon Academy is not a person, but a special Pokemon. The reason why he did not ask too much about this thief incident is probably because he wanted one of the students in the Pokemon Academy to catch this Pokemon. However, because of the sudden arrival of himself and Misty, and then because of this thief incident, he and Misty had a dispute with the students in the Pokemon Academy. During this dispute, some unpleasant things happened to both sides. As the only principal who knew the truth of this thief incident, he naturally understood that he and Misty were wronged. In order to compensate for the rude behavior of the students in his academy, it seems that the principal intends to use this Pokemon to compensate himself and Misty. As for why Sunday and Red were allowed to come in, it was just the principal's compassion. It seems that this Pokemon is really special. I just don't know which Pokemon is so special that the old principal is reluctant to give it away. After sorting out the clues in his head, Ash also said secretly, making him very curious now, what kind of Pokemon can make which principal treat it like this. While Ash was thinking, a sharp growl came from the other side of the storage room, interrupting Ash's thoughts. Ash frowned immediately after hearing the sharp growl, and immediately started running to the other side of the storage room, while shouting, "Misty! Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, Cola Cola Who Can Play with Sticks." When Ash hurriedly ran to the place where Misty had just made a sharp growl, he found that Misty was staring at a Cora, and the Cora was holding a bone stick in its hand and waving it at Misty in a show of force. Seeing that Misty was not hurt, Ash, who arrived, was secretly relieved. He asked Misty with a smile, "Misty, what did you scream just now?" Seeing Ash's arrival, Misty, who was threatened by the bone stick wielded by Cora and dared not move, was confident and said, "My Pokeball with Starmie was suddenly hit by the bone stick in the hand of this little guy. The bone stick was only a few millimeters away from my face. Do you think I can't scream?" At this time, Ash also saw a Pokeball that fell at Cora's feet. It seemed that it was Misty's Pokeball with Starmie that was hit by Cora. Seeing this Pokeball made Ash surprised and said, "Pokemon that can attack Pokeballs? Interesting." At this time, because of Misty's scream, Red and Sunday, who were looking for thief in the distance, also ran over in a hurry. As soon as Red ran over, he shouted, "What's wrong? Did you find the thief?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ash, who had already run over. He was about to say something to him, but he immediately fell silent. After all, things have come to this point. As a smart person, Red also knows what he did before. To put it bluntly, it was Torment who misunderstood the boy named Ash and Misty's Stephanie as thief, making Red not know how to face these two people. Thinking of this, Red also looked at Sunday, who also rushed over beside him. In fact, if we talk about this matter, it is not unrelated to Sunday, who is called the Pearl of Pokemon Academy and the School Beauty of Pokemon, because just before, Red, as one of the members of Pokemon Academy who admired Sunday, bravely confessed to Sunday. The result was naturally that Sunday gave him a nice guy card, saying that he was a good person, but unfortunately he was not suitable for me and was rejected. Then, Chihong naturally felt that he was rejected by the woman he loved, which made him feel bad and angry. Next, it was naturally something that everyone liked to see. The academy happened to encounter the thief incident. Chihong led a group of students in the academy to find the traces of the thief, and then found Ash and Misty, who suddenly appeared on the playground of the Pokemon Academy. The angry Chihong happened to meet Ash, who never knew how to give in. The two collided like Mars hitting the Earth normal. Let alone the embarrassed Chihong and Sunday, who had just arrived and didn't understand the situation. At this time, Ash had already given an order to the Pikachu on his hat, "Pikachu, quick attack." Everyone saw a white light flash on Ash's hat, and Pikachu attacked Cora, who was surrounded by everyone. But to everyone's surprise, Pikachu's quick attack didn't tackle this Cora. Instead, this Cora used the bone stick in its hand to rotate in front of itself, blocking Pikachu's sucker punch and blocking Pikachu back. Seeing that his Pikachu didn't hit, Ash smiled and said, "Interesting, a little guy who can use a stick." At this time, because of the appearance of Pikachu, Cora stopped staring at Misty and continued to rotate the bone stick in his hand, scanning the group of humans surrounding him. This koala may have also noticed that something was wrong. After taking a glance, it roared at everyone, then kicked its feet and jumped directly to the face of Red, stepped on Red's face, and jumped over. After realizing that this koala had the intention to escape, Ash immediately shouted to Pikachu, "Pikachu, follow it." Then he saw Pikachu kicking his feet again and stepping on Red's face again. Poor Red was first stepped on by Koala's little feet, and then Pikachu stabbed him again, and was stepped on the ground. Although Sunday hadn't figured out what was going on, he followed and said, "Wait for me." As for Red, who fell to the ground, and Misty, who was bending down to pick up the Starmie Pokeball, one hurriedly stood up from the ground, and the other picked up the Pokeball and followed. Ash and Sunday followed Pikachu's trail all the way to the door of the storage room, and saw the door that had been destroyed by Cora, and ran out immediately. As soon as they ran out of the door of the storage room, they saw Pikachu running to the right, so they immediately followed. The two followed, but Red and Misty, who were following behind them, were delayed for a while, and as soon as they ran out of the door of the storage room, they had already lost the trace of Ash and Sunday. Where did these two run to? Misty looked left and right after walking out of the door, wondering. Chihong, who followed Misty out, chose to run to the left and said to Misty, "I'll go this way to look for it." Misty was about to say something, but when she saw that everyone had run far away, she was left alone outside the gate and said silently, "Okay, then I'll just go this way." In front, Ash and Sunday, who followed Pikachu's trail, had already walked out of the teaching building and came to the gate of the teaching building. Just when Ash and Sunday ran out of the gate and faced the outside with many paths and couldn't find the direction, a spark flashed not far away, and Ash immediately pulled Sunday, who was still panting and resting, and ran over there. Sunday, who was still panting, was dragged by Ash to the place where Quick Attack went. When Ash dragged Sunday to the place where Quick Attack just passed, he directly left Sunday, who was seriously exhausted, and ran to the battlefield where the two sides of the battle were in an open space. At this time, on the battlefield, Ash's Pikachu was trembling as he followed Cora, who had just run away. Without Ash's command, Pikachu was releasing his Thunderbolt on Cora, a Thunder Shock move that did not hurt Cora at all. As Pikachu's owner, Ash stopped Pikachu as soon as he saw this and said, "Pikachu, stop Thunderbolt, don't waste your energy." Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 Ash gives up. Pikachu, who was still using Thunderbolt at Korokora at maximum output, immediately stopped thunder shocking Korokora as soon as he heard Ash's voice, and waited for Ash's next command. However, Pikachu stopped, but Korokora, who had been in the Pikachu Thunder Shock contest condition, would not stop. It was seen holding the bone stick in its hand and swinging it at Pikachu. Facing Korokora's bone stick, Ash really gave the order, "Pikachu, use agility." Let Pikachu dodge Korokora's swing under the agility contest condition, but Korokora, who had been holding the bone stick, did not let go of Pikachu, who was dodging at high speed, and continued to swing its bone stick at Pikachu. Seeing this, Korokora constantly waving its bone stick at Pikachu, but not using any of its skills until now, Ash couldn't help but say, "Interesting, Korokora who can only use a stick is really special." Just after Pikachu and Korokora had been entangled for a while, Ash suddenly said to Pikachu, "Pikachu, retreat." Pikachu, who was still fighting with Korokora, was confused when he heard Ash's order, but he still found the opportunity and jumped behind himself to avoid the entanglement of the bone stick in Korokora's hand. Korokora, as a Pikachu rival, was also very puzzled and vigilant when facing the fleeing Pikachu, watching Pikachu, who was now at Ash's feet. After all, in the previous contest, this Korokora had recognized Pikachu's strength and thought Pikachu was a good rival. Ash, who called Pikachu back, turned to Sunday, who seemed to have recovered a lot of strength, and said, "Miss Sunday, you should capture this koala." Ash suddenly asked Sunday to capture this koala herself, which surprised Sunday, who was originally blaming Ash for not being gentle with women and for taking off her clothes to come here, and said, I do it." Ash smiled and explained, "Yes, although this koala is a good Pokemon, it's a pity that it is not suitable for me, so it depends on whether you like it, Miss Sunday. If you like it, just capture it." Although Sunday still couldn't understand why Ash wanted to give this koala, which she thought was extremely talented, to herself, she still said, "Okay, let me capture this koala." After that, she took out a Pokeball, threw it to koala, and said, "Water Pokemon, defeat it." Then a water Pokemon evolved from Eevee using the water stone came out of the Pokeball. Pokemon appeared in front of Korokora. Sunday was not ambiguous in the battle. As soon as the water Pokemon landed on the ground, Sunday gave the order to the water Pokemon, "Water Pokemon, use water gun." The water Pokemon who received Sunday's order also opened his mouth and sprayed a stream of water at Korokora. Korokora, who had a good fighting awareness, didn't understand why the yellow rival that had just fought with him stopped fighting with him, but another human sent a blue Pokemon up and sprayed him with a water gun. However, he still rotated the bone stick in his hand and stretched it forward to block the water gun sprayed by the water Pokemon. Then, when the water Pokemon's water gun stopped, Korokora shook the water drops on the bone stick and threw the bone stick in his hand directly at the water Pokemon not far away. Although he had given up on this, Ash, who was standing next to Sunday and watching the battle, smiled and said, "I thought you didn't know how to use skills." Korra also used its signature skill, Bone Meringue, a move that only it in its evolved form, Gallagher, can use in Pokemon. "Water Pokemon, get out of the way." After seeing Korokora use Bone Meringue, Sunday quickly made the water Pokemon jump up to avoid the bone stick thrown by Korokora. He planned to let the water Pokemon encore water gun on Korokora, who no longer had the bone stick. But Sunday may have forgotten one thing, that is, since Korokora's move is called Bone Meringue, it will definitely return to Korokora. The Bone Meringue dodged by the water Pokemon rotated in the air for a while, and then turned around and rotated back in the opposite direction. However, this time, the target of Bone Meringue was not the water Pokemon, but the back of Sunday, the owner of the water Pokemon. Ash, who had been watching the battle, naturally noticed that something was wrong with Korakora's Bonemerang this time, and finally made Ash understand why this Korakora was willing to use a move. It turned out that this little guy was of the same nature as his gay bite before, and the Bonemerang thrown out could not be caught at all. Look, the returning Bonemerang did not fly obediently to Korakora, but flew to Sunday's back. Sunday, who was still directing the water Pokemon to use the water gun to give Korakora a chill, did not notice the danger behind him, the bone stick that Sunday had forgotten and thought had flown far away. At this critical moment, Ash finally showed his ability to save the beauty. He kicked his feet and rushed to Sunday, who was still standing there and letting the water Pokemon take the final blow to the unarmed koala, while shouting, "Danger!" Then, of course, Ash successfully rushed to Sunday, who had no idea what was going on. The two fell to the ground with a thud. Sunday was on the bottom, and Ash was on the bottom. As for Koala and the water Pokemon who were still fighting, the battle between the two sides had ended. Under the command of the freezing ray that Sunday had just issued, Koala was directly frozen into an ice sculpture by the water Pokemon and could not move. At this time, Ash on top of Sunday was grimacing and shouting, "Pain, pain, pain, pain." And Sunday below Ash was also staring at the grinning Ash with a red face. As for the reason, it was because Ash's evil left hand was placed in the wrong place at this time, on one of the meat buns on Sunday. Fortunately, this scene only lasted for a few seconds. Sunday, with a red face, pushed Ash away from him and stood up in a panic, leaving Ash still lying on the ground with a grin. As for why Ash was grimacing and shouting pain, the reason was that when Ash just threw Sunday, he was half a beat late. Bonemerang had already flown back and hit Ash's left shoulder during the rotation, otherwise Ash's left hand would not be placed there. "Miss Sunday, is this how you deal with the wounded for you?" Ash, who was enduring the pain in his left shoulder, said to Sunday unhappily, "But you should quickly capture that koala. If it continues like this, it will turn into an ice sculpture." After Ash's reminder, Sunday came to her senses and hurriedly threw out her empty pokeball and collected the koala that had turned into an ice sculpture. After shaking the pokeball a few times, it successfully captured the koala. At this moment, Misty's voice came from not far away, "Ash! Where are you?" Hearing Misty's voice, Ash, who was lying on the ground, responded, "Here." Then he saw Misty running over from not far away. Seeing Ash lying on the ground with his teeth bared, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Ash, what are you doing? Don't mention it, good intentions don't go well, help me up." Ash, who was lying on the ground, saw Misty coming over and stretched out his intact right hand to Misty and said, "I think my left shoulder looks like it needs to rest for a while." At this time, Sunday also picked up the pokeball with cola, and looked at Ash with an apologetic face. She also understood what happened and looked at Ash very apologetically. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Sunday's Curiosity. "Ash, why is she going with us?" Misty looked at Sunday, who had taken off the female school uniform in the Pokemon Academy and changed into casual clothes and walked out of the academy next to her. Facing Misty's question, Ash, who was secretly excited about the items he got from the principal as a compensation in order to leave the Pokemon Academy, said, "What does it matter? One more companion means one more care, right?" Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. After Stephanie, Yudo Sunday, joined Ash's team, Misty was deeply wary, but Misty herself couldn't say why she didn't get along with this Miss Sunday and why she was a little hostile to Sunday. Just when Sunday was packing up and rushing to the gate to meet Ash and the others, Misty whispered to Ash, who was waiting for Sunday, but unfortunately, Ash dismissed her with one more person and one more force. If you want to know why Sunday, a student of Pokemon Academy, was able to leave Pokemon Academy and travel with Ash and the others, then we have to start from the fact that Sunday successfully captured Koala, but Ash's left shoulder was injured because of saving Sunday. When the three of them were about to return to the teaching building of Pokemon Academy, the principal, who had disappeared without a trace after leaving the storage room, suddenly appeared in front of everyone and congratulated the three of them for successfully capturing the thief who had been stealing things in Pokemon Academy. Then the principal actually said that in order to reward the three of them for successfully catching the thief, he would give them a small reward. As he said that, he took out 3 things and handed them to Ash, Misty, and Sunday respectively. Among them, Misty got a water stone that can evolve a unique water Pokemon, and Sunday got a moonstone that can evolve his Nidorina into Nidoqueen. As for Ash, he originally thought that the principal would give him a Thunderstone that would allow Pikachu to evolve into Raichu, but he didn't expect that the principal would actually give him an electric ball that could double Pikachu's attack and special power. This special item that only Pikachu can use. After having this electric ball, Ash's Pikachu is getting closer and closer to the road of Pikachu, and the current Pikachu's strength has doubled. So after leaving the Pokemon Academy, Ash was alone and secretly happy all the way, even when Sunday suddenly asked him and Misty to travel together in the Pokemon Academy. He agreed to it on the spur of the moment. After that, I don't know what Sunday said to his principal in secret. With the principal's nod of agreement, he returned to his dormitory and quickly packed up his daily necessities and his school uniform, and joined the 2 people who had been waiting for him outside the academy, and walked towards the forest outside the academy. However, because the 3 of them left the Pokemon Academy when the sun was setting, before they walked far in the forest, it was already night, and time had come to night. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, Ash, as the leader, also found a good open space in the forest, and then said to the 2 girls who had wanted to stop and rest for a long time, "I think we should camp here tonight. Misty, please arrange what Sunday needs to do. I will go out to find some firewood. Pikachu, follow me." After saying that, Ash walked into the forest with Pikachu. When Misty saw Ash leaving to find firewood, she also skillfully took out the ingredients needed for dinner and the pots and pans from Ash in her backpack and arranged them. When Sunday saw Misty concentrating on setting up everything, she also walked forward and asked, "Can I help?" Misty, who was working on a simple stove at the moment, also raised her head and said, "Then please open this folding table, Ms. Yuto, and put the dishes and chopsticks we need on it." "Okay, but we don't need to call each other so distantly, Misty. I think we should be friends, so just call me Sunday." Sunday immediately took action after Misty's order, and suggested to Misty. Misty, who originally had a bad impression of Sunday, changed her mind a lot because of Sunday's kindness, and said to Sunday with a smile, "Well, we are friends now." Soon, with the quick actions of the 2 people, the preparations were almost done, and only Ash was left to come back with firewood. The preparations were done, and Sunday, who had nothing to do, pointed to the ingredients on the table and asked Misty beside him, "Misty, can you cook all these ingredients?" In her opinion, the person who can cook these ingredients must be Misty, the Stephanie girl, not Ash, the boy. Unfortunately, contrary to Sunday's expectations, Misty smiled and shook her head and said, "I can't cook, these ingredients need to wait for Ash to come back to deal with them." Really? Although Sunday heard Misty's explanation, she still doubted Ash's cooking skills because Misty said that Ash was the one who cooked. While the 2 continued to chat, Ash and Pikachu, who went out to find firewood, also came back with a pile of firewood. However, because Ash's left shoulder was still aching until now, Ash did not take much firewood in his hand, but asked Gaybite to take a lot. As soon as Ash came back, he saw Misty and Sunday chatting and laughing. Ash couldn't help but sigh that the friendship between women was really magical. Misty was complaining to him before about why Sunday joined the team, but now the 2 of them were chatting and laughing. However, seeing that the 2 were chatting happily, Ash didn't disturb them. He just took out the Pokeball containing Black Beedrill, released Beedrill, and said, "Beedrill, the ingredients on the table are up to you and Gabite, Pikachu, come and help me. Then Sunday, who found Ash's return, saw Black Beedrill, who had defeated Nidorina before, flying out and using his twine needle on the ingredients on the table, cutting the ingredients quickly. There was also a Pokemon that Sunday found she didn't recognize helping her. Misty obviously knew that Sunday would be surprised, and smiled, and said, "See, that's why I said that these ingredients can be made by Ash alone." Soon, although Ash's left hand was powerless, with the help of Beedrill, Pikachu, and Gabite, a table of delicacies was cooked by Ash. Smelling the fragrance of these delicacies, Sunday knew that his previous doubts were unnecessary. How could someone who could make such delicious food have bad cooking skills? Sure enough, after Sunday tasted these delicacies, he found that he had been deeply captivated by the delicacies made by Ash. Eating these delicacies made Sunday find that he couldn't stop at all. How is it? Ash's cooking skills are not bad. Misty smiled when she saw Sunday eating so happily. Yes, I didn't expect Ash's cooking skills to be so good. It seems that I will have to trouble you in the future. Sunday naturally agreed. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, Ash, what kind of person are you? This made Sunday have a strong curiosity about a person for the first time. P.S. Hong Chen is also begging for flowers, votes, rewards, etc., and more importantly, begging for some collections. I believe everyone has seen that Hong Chen has signed A. Since it has been signed A, Hong Chen will naturally go all out to complete this book, and readers will not be disappointed. Originally, Hong Chen should add one more chapter after reaching 1,000 flowers, but readers also know that Hong Chen has a cold recently. 2 chapters a day is already the best effort. I hope readers will understand. Of course, Hong Chen will make up for this chapter after the cold is cured. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27 Bulbasaur. Early the next morning, the 3 of them woke up, got up and prepared to head towards the next gym, Vermilion City. Unfortunately, because the 3 of them were not familiar with the road conditions around the forest, they got lost again. Sunday watched Ash let Pikachu choose the right road at this fork in the road, and couldn't help asking Misty beside him, "Misty, I'm really curious, did you let Pikachu choose the direction in your previous trips?" "Yes, although Pikachu sometimes chooses the wrong direction, but in the end it often successfully reaches the destination," Misty said as a matter of course. Looking at the overgrown road ahead, Sunday asked, "But, are you really sure you want to go through here?" Ash, who was walking in front, heard Sunday's doubts and said firmly, "Of course, you know that Pikachu's choice of destination is never wrong, and he will definitely lead us to Vermilion City again." Then he walked towards the overgrown weeds. Seeing that Ash and Pikachu had already led the way in, Misty and Sunday looked at each other and said helplessly, "It seems that I have no choice but to go into this bush." They went into the bushes. After all, for girls, these bushes are the places they are most reluctant to enter. Sunday finally walked from the other side of the weeds to this side, looking at the forest where there was no road at all, and asked again in doubt, "Ash, are you really sure that we can find a road in this forest?" Faced with Sunday's question, Ash's tone was no longer so sure, but he still said, we have to believe Pikachu." Pikachu standing on Ash also said to Sunday proudly, "Pikachu! Pikachu!" Just when Misty, who was the last to come out of the weeds, was about to ask the 2 to rest, a green Pokemon came out of the bushes on the side, shouting, "Seed, Seed," like a patrolling guard normal, and appeared in front of the 3 people. Ash saw the green Pokemon and immediately stared at it with bright eyes and shouted, "Bulbasaur!" Then he took out a Pokeball from his belt and threw it to Bulbasaur, saying, "Sunday, Misty, none of you can snatch it from me. This Bulbasaur must be mine. Beedrill, let's go." Then, under the watchful eyes of Misty and Sunday, Ash took the black beedrill that had been released and chased after the patrolling normal Bulbasaur. Sunday saw Ash's childish side for the first time, and asked Misty, who was helpless beside him, "Is Ash always like this?" "Yes, as long as it comes to Pokemon, Ash will always be a child who never grows up." When Misty said this, although she looked helpless, Sunday saw a little strange emotion in Misty's eyes. Ash in front of him ran to the front of the Bulbasaur, blocked Bulbasaur's way, and ordered Beedrill flying above him, "Beedrill, use Twineedle." After discovering that Ash blocked his way, the Bulbasaur stared at Ash fiercely, kicked his forelegs, and jumped back to distance himself from Ash and Beedrill above Ash, then stretched out 2 long vine whips from the seeds on his back and swung them at Beedrill and soaring in the sky. Beedrill in the air was about to dive at high speed to stab the Bulbasaur on the ground with 2 needles, but who would have thought that the Bulbasaur's attack would come to him first, and 2 thick vine whips stretched out from the ground and were about to hit Beedrill. However, Beedrill, who had the advantage in the air, was not panicked when facing Bulbasaur's vine whip. Instead, he waved the 2 long guns in his hands to resist Bulbasaur's vine whip. When Ash saw Bulbasaur using vine whip to fight Drill's 2 guns, he immediately ordered, "Beedrill, use agility to approach Bulbasaur." Beedrill in soaring in the sky retracted his 2 guns, and with the speed increased by agility, he flashed through soaring in the sky, easily dodged Bulbasaur's vine whip, and attacked Bulbasaur on the ground. Sunday, who was watching the battle, exclaimed, "How fast!" when he saw Ash's Beedrill use agility to flash past in soaring in the sky. On the battlefield, Beedrill had already approached Bulbasaur on the ground, and kept moving around Bulbasaur, so that Bulbasaur's retracted vine whip could not hit him. After Beedrill approached Bulbasaur, Ash immediately said, "Use Crazy Attack." Just as Ash gave the order, a girl came out of the woods and shouted, "Please wait a moment." "Stop, Beedrill." Although he didn't understand why the girl who suddenly appeared asked him to wait, Ash still asked Beedrill to stop stabbing Bulbasaur with his double guns. "Thank you, let me introduce myself, my name is Melanie, I live in this forest, and please don't fight Bulbasaur anymore, the child's wounds are not healed yet." The girl named Melanie apologized as soon as she appeared. Looking at Bulbasaur hiding under Melanie's feet, still staring fiercely at Beedrill and soaring in the sky, Ash asked in confusion, "My name is Ash, Miss Melanie, what do you mean by the injury has not healed?" In fact, this forest has always been a place where injured Pokemon come, and I help the injured Pokemon in this forest. This Bulbasaur is one of them. Facing Ash's question, Miss Melanie smiled and explained, "This child has just come here not long ago, and his injuries have not healed completely. I know you want to capture it, but can you wait until its injuries are healed?" So that's the case. After listening to Miss Melanie's explanation, Ash also understood that this Bulbasaur might be one of Earl Dervish's 6 Pokemon, but because he and Misty's journey was much faster than in the animation, its injuries have not yet healed completely. Thinking of this, Ash gave up the idea of capturing this Bulbasaur. He was not so crazy as to capture an injured Pokemon. He took out the Pokeball and took back Beedrill, who was also watching Bulbasaur in soaring in the sky, and then said, "Misty, Sunday, let's go." The sudden departure of Ash made Sunday and Misty, who had been watching the battle, very confused. Sunday also walked up to Ash and asked in confusion, "What? Don't you want to capture it?" "It's a pity, but I'm not so bad as to capture a Bulbasaur that hasn't recovered from its injuries. Although I really want to stay and wait for this Bulbasaur to recover before capturing it, but time waits for no one. So far, I have only obtained 2 badges. Let's continue to move towards Vermilion City," Ash said with regret. Since Ash said so, Misty, who had been resting for a while, also said, "Since you have decided, let's go." Then the 3 of them said goodbye to Miss Melanie, whom they had just met, and re-equipped themselves to move in the direction of the road Miss Melanie explained. As soon as Ash and others left, Bulbasaur, who was behind Melanie, was unwilling. In his opinion, he had already lost the battle just now. But the other party let him go and chose to leave. This made the proud Bulbasaur very unacceptable, and he planned to catch up with Ash and his group who had already left. After explaining to Miss Melanie beside him for a while, with Miss Melanie's approval, he chased after Ash and his group who had just left. At this time, Ash, who was walking in the forest and was depressed because he failed to subdue Bulbasaur, was walking slowly at the end of the team. Suddenly, he heard a shout from himself, which made Ash stop and look back. He saw Bulbasaur running on 4 legs and catching up with him. Seeing Bulbasaur catching up, Ash was surprised and said, "Bulbasaur, what are you doing?" After seeing that he had successfully caught up with Ash, Bulbasaur also shouted to Ash, "Seed! Seed!" No one knew how Ash heard Bulbasaur's intention to travel with him from this series of seeds. Ash said to Bulbasaur excitedly, "Bulbasaur, do you mean, you want to travel with me?" "Seed, seed!" Ash was answered by Bulbasaur's 2 seeds and a nod. After getting Bulbasaur's confirmation, Ash decisively threw the empty Pokeball to Bulbasaur in front of him. Bulbasaur did not resist and was successfully captured by Ash in the Pokeball. Sunday and Misty, who witnessed the process of Ash capturing Bulbasaur, also looked surprised and said, "Is this possible?" But whether it works or not, Ash successfully captured his 4th Pokemon Bulbasaur. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28 Charmander and Squirtle. After taming Bulbasaur, Ash and his group were more excited and headed towards Vermilion City, climbing over the hill, intending to go over the hill and onto the main road. But just when they had just climbed halfway up the hill, Misty couldn't help but complain to Ash, "Ash, how long is it to Route 24? "Very close, over this hill is Route 24, then you can go to the Pokemon Center and have a good rest." Ash encouraged Misty, "Hold on for a while and you'll be there." Just as the 3 were trying to climb over the hill, a scolding voice suddenly came from the front, "I don't need you anymore, get out of here." Hearing this sudden voice, the 3 couldn't help but speed up their pace to see what was happening ahead. When the 3 of them reached the place where the sound came from, they saw a boy wearing sunglasses punching and kicking a Charmander in front of them, saying, "What are you going to do? Get out of my way." However, no matter how the boy wearing sunglasses treated the Charmander did not resist at all, but instead looked at the boy with its pitiful eyes. When Ash saw the Charmander being abused like this, out of his love for Pokemon, he stepped forward and stopped him, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? Stop it." When the boy with sunglasses saw Ash coming to stop him, he thought about it and had an idea, saying with a smile, "Oh, someone is here, do you want this Charmander? If you want it, it's yours. I'm just worried about how to deal with this Charmander." But it's obvious that Ash still couldn't understand what the boy with sunglasses meant, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Nothing, it's just that this Charmander is too weak, I've released it, but it just doesn't want to leave, and I saw that you like this Charmander, so I gave it to you," the boy with sunglasses said as if it was a matter of course. After saying that, the boy in sunglasses said to Charmander, who was still reluctant to leave him, "Listen, I have given you to this boy, you don't have to follow me anymore." After hearing what the boy in sunglasses said, Charmander looked at him with resentment, and then looked at Ash beside him, looking like he was making a decision. Since someone was willing to give him a Charmander, there was no reason for Ash not to accept it. He said to Charmander on the ground kindly, "Charmander, come with me." Unfortunately, after looking at the kind Ash, Charmander still chose his former master and looked at the boy in sunglasses pitifully. "What do you want to do?" I said, "You already belong to this boy, don't look at me anymore, don't let me see you again." The boy in sunglasses was extremely unhappy with Charmander's reluctance to leave, and scolded him angrily. Finally, Charmander seemed to be completely heartbroken by his previous master. He turned his head to look at Ash, but his eyes were still looking at the original master. Seeing Charmander's behavior, Ash liked this Charmander even more. He looked at Charmander with sincere eyes and said, "Charmander, come with me. I will let you see a new world, a world that will definitely satisfy you." Perhaps because of Ash's sincere eyes or his disappointment with his previous master, Charmander finally nodded to Ash and recognized Ash as his new master. "Hey, I finally sent this weak Charmander away. There is nothing for me to do here. Boy, we will meet again. I hope I can see your Charmander again at your place." After seeing Charmander finally agreed, the boy with sunglasses was relieved, waved to Ash and ran to the other side of the hill. In this way, Ash's fifth Pokemon Charmander was delivered to Ash by the original owner. The dividing line for rest at the Pokemon Center. After capturing Charmander, Ash and his group rested at the Pokemon Center on Route 24 for a whole night, and rested until noon the next day before leaving the Pokemon Center built in the forest. Breathing the fresh air around, Misty, who was refreshed, couldn't help but sigh, "Hey, after resting at the Pokemon Center for a night, I feel a lot more comfortable. Yet, I haven't taken a shower in the forest for a few days, which makes me feel uncomfortable all over." Sunday on the side also echoed, "After taking a shower at the Pokemon Center, I feel much more comfortable." Walking in front of the avenue, Ash suddenly stopped Misty and Sunday, who were still moving forward, and said, "Wait." Sunday, who was blocked from moving forward, asked in confusion, "What happened to Ash?" Ash pointed to the Pikachu at his feet, who was also blocking his way, and said, "Pikachu found that someone had set a trap in front." "Trap?" Seeing Misty and Sunday's disbelief, Ash said to the Pikachu at his feet, "Pikachu, find the trap and see." Then Misty and Sunday saw Pikachu jump up and directly hit the road ahead with a thunderbolt. In an instant, a large pit appeared on the road that seemed to be normal due to the attack of Pikachu's thunderbolt. Before Misty and Sunday could wonder who had set such a large trap in front of them, the owner of the trap had already appeared in front of them. 5 Squirtles were lined up in a row, with a Squirtle wearing W-shaped sunglasses in the middle, and 2 Squirtles wearing round sunglasses on both sides of it. It seems that the Squirtle wearing W sunglasses is the boss of the 5 Squirtles. Seeing these 5 Squirtles lined up in a row, Ash smiled and said, after seeing the trap he set failed, he ran out in anger to seek revenge. As he said that, he took out the Pokeball containing Bulbasaur from his Pokemon belt and taunted the leader of the Squirtle Corps wearing W sunglasses, "Squirtle, be my little brother." As for Ash, who dared to challenge his position as the leader, the Squirtle, as the leader, directly Power Trip replied, "Johnny. Johnny. It seems that he is ready to accept the challenge." Ash, who released Bulbasaur, continued to taunt this Squirtle and said, "We have agreed that if you lose, you will be my little brother." Faced with Ash's taunt again, as the leader of the Squirtle Corps, the Squirtle wearing W sunglasses directly agreed, and it did not think it would lose. Seeing that he had successfully induced this Squirtle and it had agreed to his captivate, Ash raised his lips slightly and said to Bulbasaur, who had recovered from his injuries after treatment at the Pokemon Center and wanted to fight hard, "In that case, Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip." When Bulbasaur, who was full of energy, heard Ash's order, he stretched out 2 thick Vine Whips from his seeds and waved them at the Squirtle wearing W glasses. After seeing Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, Squirtle decisively used shell shrinking to shrink his body into his shell. Bulbasaur's 2 Vine Whips kept whipping the Squirtle's shell, which had already shrunk into its shell. But it didn't hurt at all. Ash had a plan for Squirtle's behavior, and ordered Bulbasaur directly, "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to tie up Squirtle in the shell." Bulbasaur used 2 Vine Whips on his body to tie up Squirtle in the shell, and tied it up in the air with 2 Vine Whips. After Squirtle in the air found that something was wrong, he stretched out his body and found that he was already in the contest condition with his legs up in the air and could not move. When seeing Squirtle upside down in the air, Ash said to the Squirtle in the air with a smile, "How about it, Squirtle? Surrender, you have already lost." At first, even though Squirtle was in the air, he didn't pay any attention to Ash's shouting, but after persisting for a while, it was really uncomfortable to be in the air, so he had to give in and said, "Johnny, Johnny." After hearing Squirtle give in, Ash also smiled and asked Bulbasaur to put Squirtle down, and then said to Squirtle, who was finally able to stand on the ground, "How about it, you can come with me." It must be said that this Squirtle really has the style of a gangster boss, and he keeps his word. After admitting that he lost, after a brief farewell to his 4 Squirtles, he still resolutely joined Ash's team in the reluctance of the 4 Squirtles, becoming the 6th Pokémon in Ash's hand. At this point, Ash has finally captured all 6 basic Pokémon that he can participate in the official tournament. P.S. Originally, these 2 things should be written in 2 chapters, but some readers will say that Hong Chen drags the plot too much, so I simplified it and only finished it in 1 chapter. I hope readers understand. Of course, Hong Chen already owes readers 2 chapters, and Hong Chen will remember it. However, in order to repay readers, Hong Chen's 2 chapters today are full of 3,000 words. I wonder if readers have noticed it. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Sunshine, Beach, Coast. Ash and his group, who were still in the lost contest condition, came to a coast. Facing the sea he had never seen before, Ash could not help but feel poetic and shouted to the sea, "Oh sea! You are all the sea." Looking at the endless sea, Ash also took out all the Pokeballs on his Pokemon belt and opened them one by one, saying, "By the way, I think you have never seen the sea, my Pokemon, come out." Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, Gabite, Beedrill were all released from the Pokeball by Ash and appeared on the beach by the coast. Facing the sea he had never seen before, he was extremely excited. Under the warm sunlight of soaring in the sky, Ash felt warm all over. He said to the Pokemon on the beach, "Okay, you don't need to train today. You should have a break from work from time to time. Let's have fun all day." After hearing Ash's promise, the Pokemon on the beach all took action. Gabite and Squirtle all ran to the sea and jumped directly into the blue sea, playing rough in the sea. Bulbasaur, Pikachu, and Charmander simply lay on the beach under the warm sunlight. Only Beedrill was still constantly rushing to the sea to train his high and low altitude attack skills, without any slackness. After seeing Ash's actions, Sunday and Misty, who followed closely behind Ash, looked at the blue sea and released their Pokemons at the same time, planning to give their Pokemons a break. Misty released Goldeen, Starmie, and Staryu, all of which were water-type Pokemons, and naturally went into the sea for fun. Sunday also had only 3 Pokemons, but they were the Cora that she had captured before, and Nidorina that Ash and the others had met once. As for the last Pokemon, it was beyond Ash and Misty's expectations. It was a Graveler. It seems that Sunday really likes ground-type Pokemons. After Misty and Sunday released their Pokemons, they also let their Pokemons move freely. The two took out a carpet normal cloth from their backpacks and spread it on the beach, and then sat on it. Sitting on the towel, Misty looked at Ash, who had changed into swimming trunks and was playing with Gabite and Squirtle not far away, and smiled. Sometimes, Ash is really like a child. Yes, it's hard to believe that Ash, who is so calm and wise in battle, can be so straightforward and interesting in daily life. Sunday, who was sitting next to Misty, also agreed. After spending some time together, Sunday has more or less understood this boy who always wears a red baseball cap. It also makes Sunday understand that Ash in daily life is completely different from when he fights with others. In battle, Ash is extremely confident, calm, and wise. Often, if rival is a little careless, he can suppress rival without resistance. Even if the battle situation is not favorable for Ash himself, Ash will never give up until he can turn defeat into victory. Ash in battle is extremely dazzling. But on the contrary, in daily life, except for cooking, Ash makes Sunday's eyes light up. At other times, Ash gives Sunday the feeling of being an ordinary person. There is nothing curious about him. Sometimes he even has a childish side, especially when it comes to Pokemon. Watching Ash swimming in the sea, Misty also agreed, yes, Ash is a child who never grows up. Looking at Misty with dull eyes and wondering what she was thinking, Sunday couldn't help but joked, by the way, Misty, you and Ash have been together for so long, don't you have any feelings? Misty, who was embarrassed by Sunday's sudden attack, also joked, what? I want to ask Sunday if you are moved. Okay, let's stop teasing each other. Look, what is Ash doing now? Facing Misty's sharp counterattack, Sunday also shifted the topic to Ash, and Misty's eyes shifted to Ash again. At this time, Ash was on the beach, commanding Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and Pikachu. Charmander and Squirtle were in one group, Pikachu and Bulbasaur were in one group, and they were fighting 2-on-2. Gabite and Beedrill were fighting in the sea and in the sky respectively. Seeing that Ash and his Pokemon had not played for long, they started the hot training again. Misty turned her head and looked at Ash and could only say helplessly, He really doesn't want to relax for a moment. Yes, no matter when and where, Ash is unwilling to give up his training. Sunday sighed as he looked at Ash, who was commanding Charmander and Pikachu at the same time. After seeing Charmander and the others training, Misty couldn't help but suggest to Sunday, Sunday, how about this, let's have a game. Sunday, who was sitting on the blanket, was also interested in Misty's suggestion and said, you mean, let's have a warm-up match? That's right. Misty said. Okay, since you are interested, Misty, then Nidorina, come here. Sunday stood up from the blanket and called Nidorina, who was playing nearby. Starmie. Facing Nidorina sent by Sunday, Misty naturally called her trump card Starmie to have this warm-up match. Here, Ash, who had just finished a 2-on-2 competition, also saw Misty and Sunday, who were in a standoff not far away and seemed to be planning a warm-up match. Ash smiled and said, oh, how come they are competing? After both sides were ready, Misty took the lead and said to Starmie, it's better to strike first. Starmie, use Rapid Spin on Nidorina. Nidorina, use Protect. Facing Starmie, who was using Rapid Spin, Sunday said directly to Nidorina. Then he saw Nidorina's body shining with white light, and she withstood Starmie's spinning attack, and also shortened the distance between herself and Starmie. After seeing Starmie's rapid spin stop, Sunday immediately said to Nidorina, who was using Protect, Nidorina, use Crazy Fury swipes. Nidorina's claws grabbed Starmie's body. Starmie, use Illusion. After Misty's Starmie was defeated in the previous battle, Ash trained Misty and made her realize that her Starmie can not only use the skills of water Pokemon, but also needs to master psychic skills as a means of attack. After a period of mastery, Misty's Starmie also learned the illusion technique to attack rivals' psychic skills with powerful confusion. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30. There is also a fat. Nidorina, who was still furiously swiping at the red gem in the center of Starmie, suddenly stopped attacking. Instead, it seemed that something normal was on her body, and she was pressed heavily to the ground. Nidorina, hold on, believe in yourself, you can stand up. After seeing her Nidorina endure Starmie's illusion, Sunday could only cheer her up, hoping that Nidorina could break through Starmie's illusion with her own strength and stand up again. At this time, Ash, who had already returned his Pokemon to the Pokeball and was standing in the distance watching the battle, stepped forward and said, okay, Misty, Sunday, the two of you should stop the game here. Sunday, I think it's time for your Nidorina to evolve. If you continue to fight like this, Nidorina will definitely lose. Such a battle is meaningless. For Ash, who suddenly intervened, Misty and Sunday also listened to Ash's opinion and gave up the warm-up match that had not yet been completed. Among them, Sunday took his Nidorina and asked Ash, "Ash, what do you mean?" Ash naturally understood what Sunday was going to ask, and directly interrupted Sunday's question, nodded and said, "Yes, Sunday, your Nidorina has been well bred, and it has reached the point where it can evolve into Nidoqueen." Sunday saw Ash's affirmative look, and naturally believed Ash, took out the moonstone from his backpack, put it on Nidorina, and cheered Nidorina up, "Nidorina, come on." The moonstone placed on Nidorina stone shone with white light, merging itself with Nidorina. Nidorina also showed white evolutionary light all over her body. The original height of 0.8 meters also grew to about 1.4 meters in an instant. With a weight of 60 kilograms, Nidorina has successfully evolved into Nidoqueen. Ash carefully observed the successfully evolved Nidoqueen and smiled to Sunday, "Sure enough, Sunday, your Nidoqueen breeder is very good. The average height of a normal Nidoqueen is about 1.3 meters, and your Nidoqueen can reach a height of about 1.4 meters. It seems that Sunday, you have put a lot of effort into this Nidoqueen. Okay, since Sunday's Nidorina has successfully evolved, the sun is about to set, should we also stay in the lighthouse over there for a night?" Misty said to Ash and Sunday at this time. Ash also raised his head, looked at the sun that was about to set, and agreed, "That's right, it's getting late, let's go to the high tower in the distance to stay overnight." After that, the three of them finally came to the outside of the lighthouse on the cliff after the sun had set, and Ash pressed the communicator beside the gate. After a while, the sound of ding-ling-ling rang out, and the owner of the communicator took the communicator and asked Ash standing outside the door, "Who is it?" "We are passing Pokemon trainers, and we want to stay here for one night. I wonder if it's okay?" Ash immediately requested. "Stay overnight? It's not impossible. Just come in." The words in the communicator had just finished, and the gate outside the lighthouse was opened. Seeing the door of the lighthouse open, Ash said to Misty and Sunday, "Let's go in." As soon as the three of them entered the lighthouse, they saw a huge disc creature suddenly appear in front of them, blocking the way of Ash and his group. Ash faced this huge creature and knew that the owner of this lighthouse, Professor Bill, was inside. However, he still pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What is this?" "Don't be nervous. I am Bill, the owner of this lighthouse, and a Pokemon researcher. This giant Kabuto is just a puppet." In response to Ash's question, Professor Bill inside this puppet appeared from the inside of this giant Kabuto, wearing a formal suit and introducing himself to Ash and the other two. "Professor Bill, nice to meet you. My name is Ash. These two are my travel companions, Misty and Sunday. I have heard of your name from Professor Oak a long time ago." Ash saw that Professor Bill himself had appeared and introduced himself to him. "Oh, Professor Oak, it seems that you are the Pokemon trainer Ash who just started traveling but has a good strength." Professor Bill obviously also heard of Ash's name from Professor Oak, and said with a surprised face. Facing Professor Bill's surprise, Ash said modestly, "I'm not that strong, I'm just a rookie who just started." As for why Professor Oak mentioned Ash to others, we have to talk about Ash's flash bead reel. After Professor Oak knew that Ash had a flash bead reel, he directly sent the flash bead reel back from Ash and studied it for a day. It was also during the research process that the strength shown by the bead reel made Professor Oak realize that Ash's strength was actually different from before. That's why Professor Oak showed off to others that Pallet Town also had an amazing rookie Pokemon trainer. Professor Bill did not say anything about Ash's modesty. Instead, he walked to the top of the lighthouse and invited Ash, saying, "It just so happens that you are a Pokemon trainer. You must be interested in unknown Pokemon. Follow me. For Professor Bill's invitation, Ash naturally knew who the unknown Pokemon was. It was the ridiculously large Dragonite. He immediately walked forward and said, "Unknown Pokemon? I have to take a good look at it." Misty and Sunday, who were left behind, looked at each other with helpless expressions. There was no way. As long as Ash heard about Pokemon, he would subconsciously forget about them. Misty and Sunday were used to it. "Ash, listen, this is the voice that has been bothering me, making me want to know what kind of Pokemon this is." Bill Professor stood on the lighthouse, looking into the foggy distance, and said to Ash beside him, "I wonder what kind of Pokemon this is." Ash naturally heard this beautiful song, and knew that the huge fat Dragonite, the huge Dragonite might appear, and the rocket team that had been following him might do something stupid and anger the huge fat Dragonite. What Ash needs to do now is to drive them away before the rocket team does something stupid, otherwise Ash can't bear the anger of the fat Dragonite. He released Black Speedrill, and Black Speedrill was even more difficult to see clearly in the night, like a shadow knight normal. "Speedrill, you do this, and then this again." With Bill Professor and Misty, Sunday was immersed in this beautiful song. Ash gave Speedrill a lot of orders, and then let Speedrill go after Speedrill nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, Ash waited for Feta to arrive. P.S. Feta is Dragonite, but Feta is just a nickname. Yes, that's right. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31, Fat Descendants. Ash is now leaning on the railing of the lighthouse, listening to the song that is getting closer and closer. Looking at the foggy sea, he can already see the huge dark figure of Dragonite slowly approaching the lighthouse. However, looking at this huge black shadow makes Ash feel strange. He can see at a glance that the size of this huge mysterious Pokemon is exactly the same as that of Dragonite, but it is only dozens of times larger. As a long-term Pokemon researcher, can't Professor Bill use this huge size to estimate what kind of Pokemon this huge Pokemon is from this thick fog? Thinking of this, Ash can't help but look at Professor Bill, who is intoxicated by this beautiful song. Perhaps Professor Bill never thought that ordinary Pokemon would grow so huge and break through their own species' strength, from the original average height of 2.2 meters to the current height of several dozen meters of Dragonite. Seeing that the huge Dragonite was about to approach the lighthouse, Ash decisively left here, ran in the opposite direction to the lower level of the lighthouse, opened the door he had entered before, and walked out of the lighthouse. After running out of the lighthouse, Ash ran all the way to the cliff in front of the lighthouse, looking at the Dragonite getting closer and closer, and said, "Now, let me see the gap between me and the legendary Pokemon." As he said that, he released Gaybite and others who had been ready for a long time, and accompanied him to wait for the arrival of the huge Dragonite. However, as for Ash relying on the 5 Pokemon in front of him to subdue this huge Dragonite, Ash did not even think about it. Not to mention the question of whether he could beat it or not, Ash did not have a weight ball in his hand now, and he would definitely not be able to catch the Dragonite with the ordinary Pokeball now. The reason why Ash released all his Pokemon was just to see the gap between himself and the legendary Pokemon. In Ash's opinion, this huge Dragonite, who had lived for an unknown period of time, was probably stronger than the limit of its species' strength and reached an unimaginable level. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a legendary Pokemon. Facing the huge Dragonite, which was only one step away from the edge of the cliff, Ash also shouted to the huge Dragonite, "Dragonite! Let me see your strength." However, although Ash had shouted at the top of his voice, it seemed pale and powerless in front of the beautiful voice of this huge Dragonite, and was completely covered by the voice of Dragonite. This situation was something Ash had never expected. His voice, which he shouted at the top of his voice, was completely covered by the beautiful voice of Dragonite. Ash was now in a state of confusion. He could not let Dragonite hear his voice, so how could he let Dragonite compete with him? Just when Ash was thinking about how to attract the attention of this giant Dragonite, a gentle voice suddenly came from his mind. "Human, what do you want to talk to me about?" Telepathy. The voice in his mind made Ash think of telepathy, a legendary way that Pokemon used to talk to humans. Since it was telepathy, Ash naturally asked in his mind, "Are you, Dragonite?" Just as Ash finished asking, the soft voice came from his mind again. "Yes, I am Dragonite. Human, why did you come to me? If it weren't for you being special, I wouldn't care about you." Dragonite's words in his mind that he was very special made Ash give up his request to fight with Dragonite, and instead asked Dragonite, "Special? What's special about me? A human with such a strong wave power can't be special? Although you can't use this power now." Dragonite's soft voice continued in Ash's mind, "Besides, you have a lot of ties with this endless sea." Ash can understand the wave power that Dragonite said. After all, in a later movie, even if Ash saved the world tree with his wave power, what kind of ties can he have with this endless sea? Unexpectedly, before Ash could say such doubts, Dragonite's soft voice said in Ash's mind, "It's unspeakable, unspeakable. As for what the bond is, you will know it when the time comes. Perhaps at that time, we can meet again. Now I will give you a gift, the boy with the power of Waveguide." Ash didn't expect that he could get a gift just by meeting this giant Dragonite. Ash was very curious about what gift the giant Dragonite would give him. The giant Dragonite stretched its huge palm to the edge of the cliff, and a Pokemon egg rolled down from its fat palm, quietly rolling to the edge of the cliff, in front of Ash. Facing the Pokemon egg that rolled down from the giant Dragonite's palm, Ash naturally walked forward and picked up the Pokemon egg. At the same time, he asked Dragonite in confusion in his mind, "What is this?" "Nothing, just a descendant of mine. Now I can rest assured that I will hand it over to a human like you who has the power of wave guidance. Besides, humans, maybe we will have a chance to meet again. By then, the strength of this descendant entrusted to you, please don't let me down." After continuing telepathy and explaining to Ash what kind of Pokemon egg this was, Dragonite, who was hidden in the thick fog, turned around and planned to leave. Looking at the huge Dragonite turning around and leaving, Ash, who was holding the unborn Dratini egg, sighed, "Is this called the old one gone and the young one coming?" Originally, he planned to see the strength of the legendary Pokemon, but he didn't see the strength. Instead, he learned some things about himself and got a Dratini egg, which was also a kind of gain. "Wait a minute. Phantom Pokemon, at least let me see what you look like." At this time, Professor Bill, who had also run down from the lighthouse, shouted to the Dragonite who had turned and left. Unfortunately, the huge Dragonite only paused for a second, and then continued to walk into the depths of the sea, and soon dissipated in the thick fog. Professor Bill was very disappointed with the departure of the phantom Pokemon and said, "Until the end, I still couldn't see what it looks like." Seeing Professor Bill's disappointed face, Ash originally wanted to tell Professor Bill the true identity of this phantom Pokemon, but then thought about it and decided to forget it, just leave a thought for Professor Bill. Now Ash needs to worry about where to send that Pokemon to Professor Oak. This Dratini egg will definitely not be sent back, but needs to be carefully taken care of by himself. Just when Ash was struggling to decide who to send back, Beedrill, who had done something bad and flew back, gave Ash a choice. Just send Beedrill back. Now Beedrill's strength has reached a bottleneck, and it has reached the point where training alone cannot improve his strength. Ash now has no good chance to let Beedrill break through such a bottleneck. Instead of traveling with him, it is better to send it back to Professor Oak and let it rest for a while. Faced with Ash's decision, Beedrill also agreed with Ash's decision and voluntarily returned to Professor Oak's laboratory to rest for a while and sort out the strength he now has. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, Vermilion Gym Confrontation. After getting lost again for a week in the lost contest condition, Ash and his group finally arrived at Vermilion City, the city where the third batch was located, and stood in front of Vermilion City. Looking at the sign that said "Welcome to Vermilion City," Ash couldn't help but sigh, "Hey, I don't have to be a primal anymore. You also said that if it weren't for you saying that the road was correct, we would have been in Vermilion City a long time ago." Misty, with a dirty face, complained to Ash, "If we had listened to Pikachu's directions, we would have arrived in Vermilion City a long time ago. Ash, you must never give directions again in the future." "That's right. Ash, you must never, ever disrupt the road pointed by Pikachu again." The originally gorgeous Sunday on the side also became a cat-faced person at this time, and she agreed with Misty's suggestion. In her opinion, she would rather believe in the road pointed by Pikachu than the road pointed by Ash. Knowing that he had done something wrong, Ash apologized to Misty and Sunday with a smile. Okay, it's my fault, everything is my fault, let's go to the Pokemon Center to rest first." As soon as he arrived at the Pokemon Center, Ash walked towards Nurse Joy and said to her, "Nurse Joy, I'll leave my Pokemon to you." "Leave it to me." Nurse Joy took the Pokeball and Pikachu handed over by Ash and said. As for Misty and Sunday, after entering the Pokemon Center, they ran directly to the accommodation provided free of charge to travelers by the Pokemon Center. After choosing an empty room, they locked the room and quickly started cleaning. At this time, from outside the Pokemon Center, a Chansey pushed a mobile bed with a seriously injured Rattata lying on it. The owner of the Rattata next to him shouted anxiously, "Rattata, cheer up." Nurse Joy, who saw this situation, was also distressed and said, "This is the 15th one this month." Ash was puzzled and asked, "Nurse Joy, the 15th one you are talking about?" "The 15th Pokemon defeated by the Vermilion City Gym leader Mazishi." Nurse Joy said to Ash, "I think you are also planning to challenge Mazishi. You must be more careful. Mazishi is very strong." For Nurse Joy's kind reminder, Ash said confidently, "Don't worry, I will definitely return victorious." Ding dong dong. Just when Ash and Nurse Joy were chatting, the Pokeball and Pikachu sent to the Pokemon healer had recovered, and the healer made a sound to remind Nurse Joy. "Okay, your Pokemon has recovered." Hearing the reminder from the healing device, Nurse Joy also smiled at Ash and said, "Then I wish you a successful challenge to the gym." Of course. Ash let Pikachu jump onto his shoulder, took the 4 Pokeballs on Nurse Joy's plate, and walked out of the Pokemon Center, apparently planning to challenge the Vermilion City Gym. Ash walked to the door of the Vermilion City Gym with Pikachu, pushed the door open, and shouted into the dark venue, "Is anyone there? Ash from Pallet Town, I'm here to challenge the gym." As the leader of the Vermilion Gym, Mazishi stood in front of Ash at the gym entrance and said with a smile, "Little friend, you said you are here to challenge the gym, let me see if you have the strength to challenge my Vermilion Gym." As he said that, he also compared Ash's height with his own. Judging from Ash's current height, he can only reach the part above Mazishi's waist. Mazishi said that Ash is not an exaggeration. "Sorry, I'm not a kid anymore, let's start the game." There was no other way. Ash's height was a disadvantage, and it was hard to say anything. Mazishi could only turn his attention to the game. "It doesn't matter. You'll be a kid if you lose to me." Mazishi didn't take Ash's rebuttal seriously. Instead, he threw the Pokeball onto the field and said, "Go. Pokemon Ball." As soon as the Pokeball was opened, a Reishu, the evolution of Pikachu, appeared on the field, taunting Ash, the challenger, with high morale. Seeing that Mazishi sent Reishu to the field, Ash planned to choose Gabite, who had an advantage in attributes, and the Pokeball containing Gabite was held in Ash's hand. Unfortunately, before Ash threw the Pokeball in his hand, Pikachu at his feet ran directly to the competition field, and it seemed that he was going to play this game on his own initiative. "Oh, kid, you are not going to use Pikachu to play this game, right? The Pokemon used by kids are indeed kids." Masashi laughed when he saw Pikachu opposing Reishu. "Really? Pikachu, let them show you the strength you have," Ash said to Pikachu when he saw Pikachu standing on the competition field with full enthusiasm and had no intention of letting Pikachu come down. "Pika Pika." Pikachu also said confidently with Ash's trust in him. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee of the Vermilion Gym also said to the challenger and the gym owner, "The Pokemon Open Gym tournament will be held soon, using the Pokemon one-on-one method, and the competition time is unlimited. Reishu, let these two kids see the real thunder shock." As soon as Masashi heard the start of the game, he asked Reishu on the field to give his degenerate Pikachu an electric shock. Pikachu. High movement. Facing the thunder shock from Reishu, although the electric skills only dealt half the damage to the electric Pokemon, Ash did not intend to let Pikachu bear this electric shock in vain, and immediately let Pikachu agility avoid this thunder shock. The kid is still running fast, but what about this? Although Masashi was surprised that Pikachu successfully avoided Reishu's thunder shock, he still said confidently, "Reishu, block Pikachu's movement, use Thunderbolt." Seeing Reishu's thunderbolts all over the field, Ash did not give in at all and said, "We will not lose to anyone in discharge, Pikachu Thunderbolt." In an instant, the two currents on the field were equally stuck together. "You don't let me, I don't let you." Masashi, the owner of the Vermilion Gym, did not expect such a result. The thunder shock ability of a Pikachu can actually be comparable to that of Reishu, who has evolved himself. Is this still Pikachu? Facing Pikachu, who was in a stalemate with Reishu, Ash encouraged Pikachu loudly, "Pikachu, hit him. Let them see your true strength. Pika. 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 Pikachu." After hearing Ash's encouragement and the double encouragement from Reishu, and then Pikachu's own high-spirited attack, the original golden color of the thunderbolt that Pikachu struck out actually turned a little silver-white, and attacked Reishu. Thunder. With Reishu's scream, Pikachu's silver-white thunderbolt suppressed Reishu's golden thunderbolt and struck Reishu heavily. The strong thunder shock actually made Reishu's eyes spiral and fainted on the ground. Although he was surprised that his gym leader Reishu was defeated, the referee still announced the winner of the match, saying, "Reishu cannot fight, the winner is Ash from Pallet Town." Since his own Reishu had been defeated, Masashi said to Ash generously, "Boy, you are very good. I haven't had such a wonderful battle for a long time. This is the badge for defeating the Vermilion Gym." Ash took the Thunder badge from Masashi's hand and smiled at Pikachu, who was panting after the battle. "Pikachu, the third Thunder badge was obtained. P.S. Hongchen went out this afternoon, so the update today is a bit late. I hope all readers will forgive me. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33 SSN. Pikachu Encore Thunderbolt. After defeating Masashi of Vermilion City, Ash also noticed the difference in the Thunderbolt that Pikachu used when he was fighting Reishu, and the silver-white light that was revealed from it. At this time, Ash just wanted Pikachu to try it out. What was the matter with the previous Thunderbolt? Why did Pikachu's Thunderbolt turn the golden lightning into silver-white lightning? Was the silver-white lightning an accident, or did Pikachu really master a skill that he didn't know about? It's a pity that Ash and Pikachu let Pikachu experiment with Thunderbolt so many times here, and Pikachu was also out of breath. However, there was nothing unusual about the Thunderbolts that he had used. Ash asked Pikachu, who was about to try again, to stop the futile action and wondered, is it really just an accident? Watching Pikachu perform Thunderbolt, Misty couldn't help wondering, what on earth is Ash doing? I think he is going to let Pikachu learn some electric moves. Sunday said, but I really can't see why Ash asked Pikachu to perform Thunderbolt like this. Ash thought carefully about the moves that electric Pokemon in Pokemon can perform. Even in the 6th generation, there is no move that can turn Thunder Shock into Silver. Thinking of this, Ash said to Pikachu beside him, "Okay, Pikachu, today's training ends here. Let me think about it again." After performing Thunderbolt several times, Pikachu also felt very tired and said tiredly, "Pikachu, Pikachu." Seeing that the special training of Ash and Pikachu ended here, Sunday beside him also stepped forward and said, "By the way Ash, I have a few SSN tickets here. Do you think we should take this SSN ship and go to the next city?" "SS ticket?" Misty asked in confusion. "Yes, I got 3 SSN tickets from my father and plan to take us to the next city on this ship," Sunday explained to Misty. She really didn't want Ash to choose an unknown road and get lost again. "Take a ship," Ash said lightly while looking at the SS ticket in Sunday's hand. Ash didn't find it strange that Sunday, a rich lady, could get 3 SSN tickets. What was strange was why Sunday chose the Santanro, a ship that would definitely sink into the sea. Although he knew that the ship would definitely sink into the sea, Ash still took an SS ticket from Sunday and said, "Okay, then let's go enjoy a luxury ship." Sunday is gone. In this way, Ash and his party took the SS ticket that Sunday got from her father, caught up with the SSN, and boarded this luxury ship. As soon as he entered the interior of the ship, Ash understood why rich people like to take luxury ships. Looking at the luxurious decorate on the SSN and the specially arranged waiters, it is no wonder that the SS ticket of this ship costs so much. "Ash, Sunday and I will go around on this luxury ship. Are you really not going with us?" Misty asked Ash, who was standing aside and did not intend to go with her and Sunday. Ash smiled and shook his head, and said to Misty and Sunday, "No, I want to go to the deck to blow the wind. You can come to the deck to find me after you finish your walk." Seeing that Ash really had no intention of entering the ship, Misty also said, "Okay, let's go, Sunday. Hey, it's really comfortable to stand on the deck and feel the sea breeze." Ash, who walked onto the deck, smiled and said to Pikachu standing on the deck railing, "Right. Pikachu." Pikachu, who was also enjoying the sea breeze, also smiled and agreed to Ash, "Pika, Pika." Just when Ash and Pikachu were enjoying the sea breeze, Ash's Pikachu suddenly found something and looked around, as if looking for something normal. "Pikachu, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Pikachu looking around on the railing of the deck, as if looking for something normal, Ash asked in confusion, "Are you looking for something?" Just as Ash asked the Pikachu who was looking around, a voice came from not far away, "Kaihokyu, run slower." Hearing this voice, the Pikachu standing on the railing jumped directly onto the deck and ran in the direction of the voice in surprise. "Pikachu! Pikachu!" Ash looked at the place where Pikachu jumped, and saw his Pikachu showing great courtesy to a Pikachu with a small red flower on his head, which made Ash smile. It seems that it's time for Pikachu to find friends. "What's this, Kaihokyu?" As the owner of this Pikachu wearing a small red flower, the owner who also wore a straw hat appeared in front of the Pikachu wearing a red flower, and looked at the two Pikachus in confusion. Although it was unclear whether the guy wearing a straw hat was a man or a woman, Ash said to him, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ash, and this guy is my Pikachu. It seems that it likes your Kaihokyu very much. Hello, my name is Xiao Huang, and this one is Kaihokyu." The guy wearing a straw hat also introduced himself to Ash. "It seems that my Pikachu likes your Kaihokyu very much." Ash looked at the Pikachu at his feet constantly showing his courtesy to Xiao Huang's Kaihokyu, and smiled at Xiao Huang. "Yes, this is the first time I have seen a Pokemon that looks like Kaihokyu." Xiao Huang, who was wearing a straw hat, also said to Ash. Just as Ash was talking to Xiao Huang, the SSN suddenly tilted, making Ash and Xiao Huang, who were standing, unstable, and swaying. "Don't move, all the Pokémon here have been accepted by our rocket team." At this time, several people wearing black hats, big black sunglasses, black combat uniforms, and a big red R on their chest suddenly appeared on the deck in front of Ash and Xiao Huang, and Power Trip said to everyone on the deck. Facing these Power Trip rocket team members, Ash couldn't help but say, "Interesting, the rocket team snatched Pokemon in front of me, Pikachu teach them a lesson." Unfortunately, Pikachu was completely attracted by Xiao Wang's hills at this time, and did not listen to Ash's orders at all, but was still courting Xiao Wang's hills. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34, Team Rocket's 4 Generals, Proton. Faced with Pikachu's non-cooperation, Ash also looked helpless, and took out the Pokeball containing Gabite from his Pokemon belt and threw it out. One of the rocket team members saw Ash throwing out a Pokemon he had never seen before, and said with satisfaction, "Oh, it's still a Pokemon that I haven't seen before, which is more worth catching." Looking at these rocket team members who didn't intend to use the machine, but took out a Pokeball from their arms, Ash smiled and said, "Don't do stupid things, you won't die. Gabite, kill them, this time you are allowed to attack these trainers. Zubat, let them see how powerful you are. Arbok, let them see how powerful you are." In an instant, 3 Zubats appeared in front of Ash, and 2 Arboks looked at him and Gabite. A group fight. Ash looked at the Pokemons on the opposite side and said with a smile, "I'm least afraid of a group fight. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, come out, Pikachu, stop picking up girls." Then Ash said to his Pokemons in front of the rockets, Flamethrower, Water Gun, Razor Leaf, Thunderbolt, Dragon Rage, Flames, Water Columns, Flying Leaves, Shining Lightning, and the furious attacks from the dragons hit the Pokemons of the rockets. Just this one attack defeated the 5 Pokemons to the ground, with their eyes spiraling. What? Impossible! How could this happen? Pikachu, give them another Thunderbolt. In response to the surprise of the rockets, Ash just let Pikachu do another Thunderbolt, electrocuting all these annoying guys to the ground, and they kept twitching. Huang, who was standing by, saw Ash's sharp solution to these inexplicably hostile people, and said to Ash with shining eyes, "So cool." Ash said indifferently to Wang's praise, "Nothing, just some small soldiers and crabs." Just when Ash thought the battle was over, a young man wearing the rocket team uniform walked by and said to Ash with a smile, "Indeed, they are small soldiers and crabs. I didn't expect that there would be a Pokemon trainer like you on this ship. It seems that my trip is worthwhile. Who are you?" Facing this young man who suddenly appeared as a member of the rocket team, Ash was very alert. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Proton. I am one of the 4 generals of the rocket team. I am the commander-in-chief of this operation." The young man named Proton, who also wore a black hat, introduced himself to Ash. When Ash heard this young man named Proton call himself one of the 4 generals of the rocket team, his heart was shocked. What is going on? Why do the 4 generals of Team Rocket from the comics and games appear in the plot of the animation, and they appear right in front of him? Ash was completely confused. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, Gabite, come back. Facing this high-end fighter of Team Rocket, although Ash was confused, he still collected all the Pokemon except Pikachu and sent his current trump card Pikachu. Proton was very interested in the behavior of the boy wearing a red hat and said, "Are you going to fight alone? That's fine, let me meet you, the interesting Pokemon trainer." Then he threw a Pokeball. Before Ash could see clearly what Pokemon came out of the Pokeball, he saw Proton on the opposite side said, "Golbat uses wing attack." Just as Proton finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Pikachu and passed over Pikachu's body. Ash saw Pikachu fall behind him, and there was a scar on Pikachu's body. It was not until this time that Ash saw Golbat released by Proton, which was now directly above Pikachu. Just as Ash saw Golbat above Pikachu, Proton on the opposite side said to Ash, "Interesting trainer, don't be distracted at this time, Golbat uses supersonic." Pikachu, who had not yet reacted, was completely confused by Zubat's supersonic above, and was shaking left and right on the ground. Leech life. Pikachu, who was shaking left and right on the ground, had not yet recovered, and Proton's next order followed. Then he saw Golbat and soaring in the sky open his bloody mouth to Pikachu on the ground and bite Pikachu's body, absorbing most of Pikachu's physical strength. Ash, who was being beaten back by Proton's series of commands, finally reacted and said to Pikachu, whose strength had been absorbed by Golbat, "Pikachu, cheer up and use Thunderbolt on Golbat. Golbat, use Protect." Unfortunately, Pikachu's Thunderbolt had just been used, and Golbat and soaring in the sky had already used Protect, completely resisting Pikachu's Thunderbolt this time. Pikachu Electro Ball. Seeing that Thunderbolt failed, Ash also let Pikachu gather electricity to form an Electro Ball on Pikachu's tail, and threw it at Golbat with Pikachu's tail. Unfortunately, Pikachu's Electro Ball was easily avoided by Golbat and soaring in the sky this time. When Golbat dodged Pikachu's attack, Proton on the ground grabbed Golbat's feet in soaring in the sky and said to Ash on the opposite side, "Okay, interesting trainer, my time is almost up, I won't play with you anymore, I look forward to our next meeting." Then, Golbat, whose feet were grabbed by him, fluttered his wings and flew away. Ash said to Pikachu in a rage about Proton's departure, "Damn it! Pikachu uses Thunderbolt." Unfortunately, Pikachu, who was on the ground, saw Golbat's departure in soaring in the sky and fell to the ground directly. It seems that the leech life brought by Golbat just now is not just the absorbed physical strength of Pikachu. Pikachu. Ash picked up the collapsed Pikachu after noticing Pikachu's abnormality. It was not until this time that Ash realized that Pikachu was poisoned. It seemed that Golbat had not only sucked Pikachu's blood, but also injected venom from Golbat's sharp teeth into Pikachu's body. Huang Xiao, who had been watching Ash's battle, also came over with a hill and took out an antidote and said to Ash, "Well, I have an antidote here." Hearing that Huang Xiao had an antidote, Ash took it directly from Huang Xiao's hand and sprayed a bottle of antidote on the two big holes bitten by Pikachu, then turned around and thanked Huang Xiao, "Thank you, Huang Xiao." "Nothing, but is Pikachu really okay?" Huang Xiao smiled. "Spray the antidote, I guess the poison has been solved, and now Pikachu just needs to rest for a while." Seeing Pikachu lying in his arms, Ash also smiled bitterly to Huang Xiao. "Ash! Ash, where are you?" Chapter 35, Escape from the Undersea Battle. Ash heard someone calling his name in the distance, and turned around while holding the still unconscious Pikachu, and saw Misty and Sunday running to the deck with Starmie and Nidoqueen. "Ash, a lot of Team Rocket people suddenly appeared in the ship, saying they wanted to snatch our Pokémon. Fortunately, Sunday and I released Nidoqueen and Starmie so that they didn't take our Pokémon away." "Ash, how are you doing here?" Misty reported to Ash as soon as she saw Ash standing on the deck. Sunday, who was walking behind Misty, pointed to the Rocket Team member who was still lying on the ground and twitching, and said, "Misty, look over there, I think the enemies on the deck have been dealt with by Ash." Misty looked in the direction that Sunday pointed, and saw the Rocket Team members lying on the deck, and said with relief, "I said, even we can deal with those Rocket Team members, how could Ash not be able to deal with them?" In response to Misty's opinion, Ash hugged Pikachu in his arms, shook his head and said, "No, I lost, and lost miserably. Pikachu is still in a coma, but now the most urgent thing is to enter the cabin. Now the sky on the deck is so dark, I think it's going to rain hurricane. Obviously, for what Ash said that he lost to the rocket team, Misty was surprised and said, "What? Ash, you actually lost?" Even Sunday on the side didn't believe that Ash would lose to these weak rocket team members. Ash didn't think it was strange to lose the battle. He wasn't an invincible general who would always win. He just skipped the topic and said to Xiao Huang, who was a little embarrassed because of Misty and Sunday, "Okay, now we don't need to talk about whether we lose or not. The most urgent thing is to go into the cabin to avoid the rain. Xiao Huang, you should come with us." "Ah. Me?" Xiao Huang asked uncertainly about Ash's invitation. Holding Pikachu in his arms, Ash smiled and nodded to Xiao Huang, saying, "Yes, we are all friends when we go out. Now that something like this has happened on the ship, one more person means more strength, right?" Misty and Sunday didn't know how Ash knew the boy in the straw hat. Yes, in the eyes of Misty and Sunday, Xiao Huang in the straw hat was just a Pete. They had completely misunderstood Xiao Huang's gender. In this case, the two also invited Xiao Huang. After all, Ash had already invited him. Faced with the enthusiastic invitation of Ash, Misty, and Sunday, Xiao Huang naturally accepted the invitation of the three. When Ash and his party just stepped into the cabin, the SS and started to shake in the sea for some unknown reason, causing Misty and Sunday, who had no reaction at all, to fall to the ground. Ash was also thrown heavily to the side of the cabin because he was holding Pikachu. Only Xiao Huang was in a better situation. At this time, the broadcast in the cabin also sounded, "I am very sorry, I am the captain of this SS and ship. Due to some inexplicable reasons, this ship drifted to the center of the storm unknowingly, but don't worry, this ship will definitely not sink. I think it will definitely sink." Misty, who was sitting on the ground, listened to the extremely unconfident voice of the captain on the radio and said unhappily. Sunday, who had just stood up, asked Ash, who was leaning against the side of the cabin, "Ash, what should we do now? What else can we do?" "Of course. We should go to the deck to find a lifeboat. Looking at the situation, the ship will definitely sink." After hearing the captain's unconfident broadcast, Ash also understood that at this point, the only way was to find a lifeboat on the deck that was probably already baptized by the hurricane rain. Unfortunately, just when Ash and his party were about to return the same way, two people and a cat ran out from the other end of the cabin and ran towards Ash angrily, saying, "Little brat, I finally found you. We will pay you back twice for the humiliation we suffered last time." Sunday, who had never seen these two people and one cat, asked Ash, who was standing aside, in confusion, "Who are they?" As soon as someone asked her a question, Jessie, an old friend of Ash, said, "Since you asked it sincerely, I will tell you mercifully." James on the side also said, "To prevent the world from being." Unfortunately, before Jessie could finish her next line, Gaybite, who was thrown out by Ash, used a dragon rage to hit the two men and the cat directly from one end of the cabin to the other end of the cabin, and the three members of Team Rocket could no longer be seen. "Those two guys are a pair of idiots. You don't need to know who they are. Let's go to the deck now." After dealing with the three members of Team Rocket who suddenly appeared, Ash turned around and said. At this moment, the turbulent waves hit the hull of the Saint Antoine, and the huge waves hit the right side of the hull of the SS Anne, turning the entire SS Anne over. Ash and his crew, who were still in the cabin, were tackled to the cabin wall by the sudden roll. The violent tackle made all four of them faint and fall inside the overturned SS Anne. During the time when Ash and his crew were unconscious, the sunken SS Anne was sinking deeper and deeper into the seabed until it sank onto a towering seabed stone pillar. Pika! 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 Ash, who was awakened by the constant sound in his ears, looked at Pikachu, who was already full of energy, and said, "My head hurts, Pikachu, you're awake." It seems that the toxins in Pikachu's body have been completely cleared. At this time, Misty, who was standing nearby, saw Ash wake up and said thankfully, "Ash, you finally woke up." Looking at Sunday and Xiao Huang standing next to Misty, Ash said, "It seems that everyone is safe, but I think we are deep in the sea now." Yes, the entire SSN had completely turned over when we were knocked unconscious by the huge waves. I just don't know how far the seabed we are now is from the sea surface. Sunday also explained the current situation at this time. It seems that we are going to have a great underwater adventure. Although we don't know where we are in the cabin of SS. And now, if we want to get out of this ship and swim to the sea surface, we need to get to the bottom of this ship, and then use the Pokemon to open a big hole and escape from this sunken ship. According to the plot in the animation, Ash quickly formulated an escape plan and said to Misty and the others. "So where should we start?" Sunday asked Ash. "Let's open a hole here first. Gaybite, come out and use Dragon Rage on the top." Ash took the principle of proximity and released Gaybite directly, letting Gaybite use Dragon Rage to blast a big hole in the road above him that should have been a corridor. After Gaybite, who had done all this, was put back into the Pokeball, Ash said to Sunday beside him, "Sunday, it's up to you now, Nidoqueen, to send us up one by one. Nidoqueen, I leave it to you. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Escape from the Sea. After Nidoqueen sent Ash and his party to the upper floor, they were lucky enough to find a blueprint of the interior of the SS. Ash spread out the blueprint and pointed to a place and said, "Go to the power room from here. The wall there is thinner. It will be easier for us to break through the wall and successfully escape from the ship." However, when Ash and his party were about to reach the power room, he found that the middle part of the long staircase connecting the power room had been completely broken, and there was a raging fire under the staircase, making this area very hot. "Bulbasaur, Squirtle, I'm counting on you." Faced with this situation, Ash also released the two Pokemon and said to Misty on the side, "Misty, please release Staryu and Starmie as well. Staryu, Starmie, come out." Misty first released the two water Pokemon and asked Ash, "Ash, what are you going to do?" "It's very simple, let's do a tightrope walk. I plan to let Bulbasaur use Vine Whip to tie both sides of the power room door opposite, so that we can walk over Bulbasaur Vine Whip. As for calling out Squirtle and other water Pokemon, it's just to cool down here. The temperature here is a little too high." As he said, Ash had already let Bulbasaur use his two Vine Whips to wrap around the power room opposite, and then let Squirtle spit up water gun to cool down the raging fire below. "Then I'll go first. Staryu, Starmie, you guys should follow Squirtle and spray the water gun down." Misty is indeed a strong woman. After Bulbasaur's Vine Whip was set up, she took the lead and walked up alone, completely ignoring the situation below. Seeing Misty walking up alone, Ash also said to Sunday and Xiao Huang, who had not yet planned to go up, "Sunday, Xiao Huang, you go up first, I'll walk at the back." However, Sunday and Xiao Huang did not seem to plan to walk on the steel wire made by Bulbasaur. Sunday also asked Ash, "Ash, do you really want to go up?" "Don't worry, I will take care of you from behind, you just have to treat it as walking on a flat road." Ash encouraged Sunday and Xiao Huang, "Trust me." Finally, after Ash said "trust me," Sunday and Xiao Huang stepped on Bulbasaur's Vine Whip and walked slowly towards the power room. Ash followed Xiao Huang and kept an eye on their movements. In this way, it took Misty only about 5 minutes to walk, but Sunday and Xiao Huang walked for more than 10 minutes to walk only 3/4 of Bulbasaur's Vine Whip line. Ash was watching their every move with fear, fearing that one of them would fall. Just when Sunday successfully walked into the power room, Xiao Huang behind him finally ran out of energy because of walking on Bulbasaur's vines for a long time. He slipped and slid off the 2 vine whips of Bulbasaur. Fortunately, Ash behind Xiao Huang found out in time, bent down and grabbed Xiao Huang's right hand tightly, saying, "I got you." Xiao Huang, who thought he was going to fall down, opened his eyes until he felt the touch on his hand, looked up, and said in surprise, "Ash." "Xiao Huang, hurry up and grab the vine whip of Bulbasaur next to you. If we continue like this, I will lose my balance." Ash, who grabbed Xiao Huang's right hand, tried to control his balance and said to Xiao Huang with difficulty. Xiao Huang felt the power of Ash on his grabbed hand, and suddenly felt full of strength and said, "Yet." Then he grabbed the vine whip on the left side of Bulbasaur with his left hand, and then Ash used all his strength to pull Xiao Huang up a distance, so that Xiao Huang could climb up the 2 vine whips of Bulbasaur again. Fortunately, Xiao Huang was small in stature and not very heavy, otherwise Ash really couldn't pull Xiao Huang up. Misty and Sunday, who were standing in the power room, watched this thrilling scene and couldn't help holding their breath. It was not until Ash bent down and pulled Xiao Huang up that they resumed breathing and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks for your hard work." Ash, who finally stood safely on the power room, took out the Pokeball and put Bulbasaur and Squirtle back into his Pokeball. As for Xiao Huang, who was on the verge of life and death just now, he held Ash's hand tightly and leaned on Ash, as if only in this way could he give himself a sense of security. However, this scene made Sunday and Misty feel so awkward. "Ash, next we have to rely on your Charmander to burn a big hole in the iron plate on the ceiling, so that the sea water above can flow down, and then we can rely on the water Pokemon to send us to the surface of the sea." Misty knew that time was running out, and immediately said to Ash on the side. "Okay." Ash agreed immediately, released Charmander and said to Charmander, "Charmander, I leave it to you." The released Charmander nodded to Ash and immediately sprayed his flamethrower on the ceiling. Soon, Charmander burned a big hole in the ceiling, and sea water poured in from the outside through this big hole. Next, we have to rely on water Pokemon to take us up. Looking at the sea water rushing down from the ceiling, Misty directly released her Staryu, Starmie, and Goldeen and said, "Sunday, Xiao Huang, I will use Goldeen, Staryu, and Starmie are left to you." "Thanks, Misty." Sunday chose Staryu released by Misty. Similarly, Xiao Huang also chose Starmie to thank Misty. "Thank you, Sister Misty." Seeing that Misty and the other 2 had escaped water-type Pokemon, Ash also released Squirtle again and said, "Then I will continue to ask Squirtle." Then the 4 of them tied the ropes needed for outdoor climbing prepared in Ash's backpack to themselves and the Pokemon they chose, and let the Pokemon take them away from here. The 4 water-type Pokemons took the people they carried and went upstream directly, successfully swam out of the big hole, escaped from the inside of SSN, and swam to the bottomless sea. As soon as they entered the sea, Misty, who was known as the underwater mermaid, did not feel uncomfortable at all. She held her breath and let Goldeen lead her to the surface of the sea. Because Xiao Huang chose Starmie, who had Psychic, also took good care of Xiao Huang in the sea, allowing Xiao Huang to float up easily. As for Ash, there is no need to worry at all. The real worry is Sunday, the landlubber. Yes, don't be so surprised. Sunday is a landlubber. Once he entered the sea, although there was Staryu as a guide, Sunday, as a landlubber, felt very uncomfortable. He breathed heavily inadvertently. Breathing in the sea, the consequence is that the sea water keeps pouring into Sunday's stomach, making Sunday drink several mouthfuls of sea water, and also feel that his breathing is seriously uncomfortable, as if he is about to stop breathing normal. Sunday is constantly struggling in the sea. And Ash, who was the last to set off, naturally noticed the abnormality of Sunday in front of him. Although the sea was pitch black, don't forget that there is a Pikachu tied to Ash. Pikachu can learn the practical skill of Flash. After the Mt. Moon incident, Ash also successfully let Pikachu learn Flash. With the help of Pikachu's Flash, Ash also opened his eyes with difficulty in the sea, and saw Sunday, who was already in the drowning contest condition in a daze. Facing the Sunday in the drowning contest condition in front of him, Ash swam towards Sunday with Squirtle without thinking, hugged Sunday, who was constantly struggling in the sea, and passed his fresh air to Sunday's mouth in the simplest way, mouth to mouth. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 Hex. Ash. 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 At this time, Misty, Sunday, and Little Yellow had successfully swam from the sea to a wooden board. On the board, the three worked together to lay Ash, who had already fallen into a coma, flat on the board from the sea water, and kept shouting to Ash. Unfortunately, Ash, who had already fallen into a coma, did not hear the shouts of the three people at all, and was still lying quietly on the board. Does he need artificial respiration? Looking at Ash lying unconscious on the board, Little Yellow, who was sitting on the board, suddenly suggested. Obviously, Misty was surprised by Little Yellow's suggestion and said, "Artificial respiration." However, when Sunday heard Little Yellow's suggestion, he decisively ran to Ash and said to Misty, who was leaning against Ash, "Misty, let me do it." As he said that, Sunday leaned over and gave Ash a kiss directly on his mouth, which made Misty and Little Yellow on the side see this scene, and they were completely stunned and stared at the scene in front of them. In this way, Misty and Xiao Huang watched Sunday give artificial respiration to Ash, who was in a coma, for several minutes, until Ash was awakened by Sunday's artificial respiration, and this artificial respiration was considered to be over. Sunday did not think there was anything embarrassing about his brave action. You know, Sunday's first kiss was given to Ash in the sea before. Perhaps it was because Ash wanted to pass the fresh air in his mouth to Sunday, who was struggling in the sea, so he hugged Sunday tightly in the sea, kissed Sunday forcefully, and gave him his own fresh air, but Ash himself was unconscious in the sea because of lack of oxygen, so Ash appeared on the wooden board in a coma. After being artificially respired by Sunday for a long time, Ash, who was in a coma, finally woke up in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he saw a big face in front of him. Ash's sudden awakening startled Sunday, who was originally planning to give artificial respiration for the second time, and stared at Ash at close range. "Sunday, even if I wake up, you don't have to welcome me like this." Although Ash woke up from the coma contest condition, he still said to Sunday at close range in a somewhat weak tone, "You didn't give me artificial respiration just now, did you?" "Yes, Sunday gave you artificial respiration for more than 3 minutes. It feels good, right?" Misty said sarcastically after seeing Ash wake up. Misty's sudden words separated the two faces that were originally at close range. To be precise, Sunday left from directly above Ash and turned to sit on the side of the wooden board. Both sides of his cheeks were also red, which was very beautiful. Seeing that Misty and Sunday seemed unwilling to pay attention to him, Ash, who was lying on the deck, said to Xiao Huang, who was covering his eyes with his hands but had his 10 fingers open, "Xiao Huang, please help me up." "Okay, brother Ash." Hearing Ash's request, Xiao Huang also put down his hands covering his face, walked forward, helped Ash up, and let Ash sit on the oak board. Ash, who was helped up by Xiao Huang, looked at the endless sea and said, "It seems that we are now in an unknown place in the sea." Just when Ash looked around to see what he could find in the endless sea, Misty, who was a little emotional just now, said to Ash, "Ash, you should put Wartortle back into your poke ball." "Wartortle?" Ash, who was originally looking around, heard Misty's words and asked in confusion, "When did I have Wartortle?" "Idiot! When your Squirtle was in the sea, in order to rescue you who was unconscious in contest condition, it has successfully evolved into Wartortle. Because you were unconscious, it has not been returned to the poke ball." For some reason, Misty now wants to scold Ash severely when she sees him, and even the word idiot came out of Misty's mouth. It was not until this time that Ash saw Warderdle, who was swimming in the sea beside the board, shouting to him happily, "Kami, Kami." On the back of Warderdle's tortoise shell, 2 Pikachu were standing, hugging each other tightly, enjoying the fun of surfing brought by Warderdle. Forget it, let them play for a while longer. Ash saw that Warderdle and the others were having so much fun, so he did not take Warderdle back to the pokeball. He stood on the board and planned to stretch his body and shake off his weak spirit. Kami. Pika. Chew. But Ash stood up and planned to shake off his spirit. The 2 Pikachus surfing in the sea and Warderdle, who was used as a surfing pedal, shouted at this time and swam back to the board quickly. Standing on the wooden board, Ash stretched his body and looked at the 3 panicked little guys and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Pika. Pika. Pika." The panicked Pikachu gestured to Ash, pointing to the other side of the sea. "What is this?" Ash looked in the direction pointed by Pikachu, and saw 4 Gyarados swimming towards him angrily. Before Ash could even shout out the word Gyarados, Misty on the side had already shouted, "It's Gyarados." After that, Misty released her 3 Pokemon again and said, "Come out, my friends, Goldeen, Staryu, Starmie, I'm going to trouble you again." Sunday, who had recovered from the blushing contest condition, looked at Misty's actions and thought that Misty was going to fight these Gyarados, and asked in confusion, "Misty, what are you going to do? What else can I do?" "Run," Misty explained to Sunday, and let the 3 Pokemon she released put on the ropes that had not been thrown away before, pulled the huge wooden board, and swam quickly forward. Misty was letting Goldeen and the others act as power generators, while Ash was also not idle. When he saw 4 Gyarados not far from him, Ash decisively said to Hwang, "Hwang, let your Hillock use Thunder Shock on these 4 Gyarados." "Yes. Hillock, use Thunder Shock on the Gyarados." Hwang agreed to Ash's order and let the Hillock use Thunder Shock on the Gyarados that were chasing after him. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on the Gyarados." Similarly, Ash also let Pikachu use Thunderbolt on these Gyarados to stop the Gyarados from moving forward. As for Warderdle, because it had just evolved, Ash did not intend to let it participate in the battle, but put it back into the Pokeball to reduce some weight on the wooden board. The 4 Gyarados following closely behind endured the thunder shock of the 2 Pikachus, and their already raging mood became even more raging. They were seen circling each other and choosing on the sea surface. After discovering the actions of these Gyarados, Ash also said helplessly, "It seems that I can't escape. I almost forgot about you, Mr. Plot." The 4 Gyarados actually worked together to create a twister, which caught Ash and his group on the wooden board in the twister. Just like the plot normal in the animation, and they didn't know whether they lived or died. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, What a Big Fish! Ash, who was caught in the storm by the twister formed by 4 Gyarados, just woke up on the wooden board for a while, and then fell into a coma again. Contest condition: Ash was lying quietly on the beach of an island swept by the twister. Woo! Ash, who was suffering from a splitting headache due to the twister, finally woke up, took the hat that was quietly beside him, stood on the beach, and looked around. However, Ash looked around, but only saw the figure of Sunday not far away, and did not find the figures of Misty and Xiao Huang. Pikachu! Pikachu! At this time, a Pikachu appeared in the sand pile on the beach where Ash was standing on the beach and shaking off the gravel on his body. After Ash saw Pikachu coming out from the beach, he said to Pikachu with a surprised look on his face, "Pikachu." Pikachu heard Ash's voice, looked around, saw Ash's figure on his right, and happily ran to Ash and said, "Pika, Pika." Ash, who was happily reunited with Pikachu, also smiled and hugged Pikachu, who ran over to him, and said happily, "I thought you were gone, but fortunately, Pikachu, you haven't been separated from me. At this time, Sunday, who had just woken up from the beach, also saw Ash standing beside him and Pikachu in Ash's arms in a daze and asked, "Ash, where is this?" "Oh, Sunday, you woke up too. I don't know where this is, but I think it must be on an island somewhere. Come on, get up first." As he said, Ash handed his right hand to Sunday and pulled Sunday, who was sitting on the ground, up from the beach. "Misty, where are Xiao Huang and the others?" After being pulled up from the beach by Ash, Sunday realized that there was no one else on the beach except himself and Ash, so he asked Ash where Misty and Xiao Huang were. "Well, I guess the two of us were blown away when we were swept into the twister. Maybe the two of them are now somewhere on this island." In response to Sunday's question, Ash also smiled bitterly and said, "As of now, the four of us are separated." After knowing that he, Ash, and Misty were separated, Sunday knew that it must be because of the twister before, and looked at the sea surface of the beach and said, "Then Ash, what are we going to do now? What else can we do? Seeing that the sun is about to sink into the sea, it is estimated that it will be night soon. The two of us will camp on the spot near this beach and wait until the next morning to find Misty and the others." Ash looked at the sun that was about to sink into the sea and said, "The most urgent thing is to find some firewood. It is very cold at the seaside at night." "Okay." Sunday agreed. Ash and Sunday planned to camp near the beach, rest for a night, and then set out to look for Misty and Xiao Huang. Misty and Xiao Huang who were caught in twister were in the house of a man named Mo. Speaking of which, Misty and Xiao Huang were much luckier than Ash and Sunday who were lying on the beach. Although they were separated from Ash and Sunday in twister, they were rescued by a man named Mo who drove his own boat out to sea. He enthusiastically settled Misty and Xiao Huang in his seaside hotel. At this time, Xiao Huang, who was resting in the seaside hotel, was worried about Misty who didn't care about the disappearance of Ash and Sunday at all and said, "Sister Misty, are you really not worried about the safety of brother Ash and sister Sunday?" Misty had experienced a lot with Ash, so she was not worried about the disappearance of Ash and Sunday. She believed that with Ash's ability, he would definitely come to the Blue Pulchy Coast safely. Regarding Xiao Huang's worries, Misty comforted Xiao Huang and said, "Okay, Xiao Huang, don't worry anymore. I've already told you that Ash is a lucky guy and nothing will happen to him. I believe that they will appear in front of us safely in no time." Even though Misty said so, Xiao Huang, who was still worried in her heart, was still planning to say something, but... "Okay, there's no buts. It's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Maybe when we wake up, Ash and Sunday will appear in front of us." Misty pulled Xiao Huang who was sitting next to her and said, "Sister, don't worry anymore. I hope that when we wake up, brother Ash and sister Sunday will appear in front of us." Xiao Huang, who was pulled into the room by Misty, still said reluctantly. Misty and Xiao Huang were preparing to rest, hoping that when they woke up early in the morning, Ash and Sunday would appear in front of them. However, Ash and Sunday were working hard for tonight's meals. At this moment, with the joint efforts of Ash and Sunday, they finally set up a simple outdoor tent. They also built a campfire next to the tent with Charmander's flamethrower. Unfortunately, there was no edible food on the campfire. Sunday looked at Ash sitting on a big rock in the sea not far away with a simple fishing rod made of a wooden stick, fishing like an old man normal, and shouted to Ash, "Ash, are you really sure that your fishing rod made of a wooden stick can catch a fish? Don't worry, I will be able to eat a fresh delicacy soon." Ash, who had just thrown the fishing rod into the sea, answered Sunday on the beach loudly. Then, Ash fished alone on this big rock for a while under the moonlight and soaring in the sky, until Sunday on the beach was a little impatient, and Ash finally noticed that there was a little movement on the simple fishing rod in his hand, and excitedly collected the fish on the hook and caught this big fish in his hand. Unfortunately, the big fish that Ash caught after fishing for a long time was not a very big fish, but a little too thin, and it looked like it was only enough for one person to eat. When Ash got down from the big rock and walked back to the beach, Sunday came over with a curious look on his face and asked, "How is it? Did you catch it? How big is it?" "Fortunately, it's not too big or too small, and it's enough for you to eat." Ash held the big fish in his hand and said to Sunday with a smile, "Wait, I'll roast it for you on the campfire." "Yeah," Sunday said with a smile. After that, Ash skillfully took out the knife from his backpack, gutted the big fish, and quickly skewered it on a wooden stick and roasted it on the campfire. Gradually, under Ash's skilled craftsmanship, the grilled fish without any seasoning also exuded a different fragrance, which constantly captivated Ash and Sunday, who had not eaten anything since escaping from SS Anne. Ash continued to grill the big fish for a while, then took it off the campfire, and kept breathing on the big fish hoo. After breathing for a long time, he handed the big fish to Sunday and said, "Here." Sunday reached out and borrowed the grilled fish from Ash's hand, and asked, Ash, what about you?" "Me? I'm not hungry. This grilled fish is for you to eat." Ash smiled and shook his head and said, "Eat it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Listening to Ash's words, Sunday nodded vigorously, bit off a part of the grilled fish and said, Seeing Sunday eating so anxiously, Ash worriedly said, "Eat slowly, be careful of fish bones." However, after Sunday took this bite, he only took a small bite and handed the grilled fish to Ash and said, "I can't eat it anymore, the rest is for you." "Okay, Sunday, I know what you mean, I'm a man, this little hunger is nothing, you should finish this grilled fish." Ash smiled and shook his head, rejecting the grilled fish handed over by Sunday. Sunday took the grilled fish in his hand and handed it to Ash, saying, "If you don't eat it, I won't eat it either, unless you eat a bite and I'll eat a bite too." Okay, I can't argue with you." Looking at Sunday's stubborn look, Ash said to Sunday gently, "I'll eat it, it's okay to eat it." As he said that, he took a small bite of the grilled fish, and then looked at Sunday's beautiful face. In this way, the grilled fish, which was not big to begin with, was eaten by Ash and Sunday for a full half an hour, until it was too cold to swallow, and Ash finished the last bite. After finally finishing this grilled fish, Sunday lay beside Ash and said, "Hey, I'm so full. This is the most full I've ever eaten." "Yes. It's also the best grilled fish I've grilled." Ash also lay on the beach and leaned against Sunday tightly, and the two of them just held their hands together, and everything was self-evident. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 39 Pokémon Paradise. Early the next morning, Ash, who was lying in the simple outdoor tent, woke up naturally. He opened his eyes and looked at Sunday, who was lying beside him, and looked at the still sleeping Sunday tenderly. After eating the grilled fish last night, Ash and Sunday were close together, lying quietly on the beach, holding hands tightly, and looking at the beautiful night at the same time. At this time, the silent contest conditions were better than words. The two of them lay quietly like this until it was very late at night. The sudden sea breeze made Ash and Sunday feel a little cold, and then they realized that they were still lying on the beach and did not enter the outdoor tent. Until then, the two entered the simple outdoor tent together, but because of the lack of materials, the interior of the outdoor tent was very narrow, and Ash and Sunday entered the tent, which seemed very crowded. Ash originally planned to sit by the campfire for one night and give this simple outdoor tent to Sunday. Sunday certainly disagreed and dragged Ash to stay in the tent. The two hugged each other tightly in the tent and slept for one night. Ash woke up and just looked at the sleeping beauty beside him quietly. Who would have thought that in just one night, the relationship between Ash and Sunday could be described as a day of Norman, and they even experienced such things as sleeping in the same bed. Such an experience made Ash sigh in his heart. Once upon a time, he was just a loser who lived in the basement and ate instant noodles every day. Not to mention a girlfriend, he didn't even have a female friend. Unlike now, his life is more fulfilling day by day, and there are beauties accompanying him every day. It's no wonder that many people think about traveling through time and rebirth every day. Ash is very satisfied with his current life. He has completely forgotten everything about his life on Earth and is only willing to indulge in his own Pokemon world. Just when Ash was quietly looking at the Sleeping Beauty beside him, the Sleeping Beauty opened her eyes, woke up, looked at Ash in confusion and said, what are you looking at?" Ash looked at Sunday, who had woken up, and said to him in a gentle voice, "Looking at you." Unable to bear Ash's fiery gaze, Sunday said to Ash unhappily, "I haven't seen enough." Sunday had just finished speaking, and Ash said sweetly to Sunday, "I can't see enough in my lifetime." "Pretentious, get out of the way, I'm getting up." Sunday was very happy with Ash's sweet words, rolled his eyes at Ash and said, "We too have to get up to find Misty and Xiao Huang." "That's right, we should find Misty and Xiao Huang today." When it comes to Misty and Xiao Huang, Ash also knows that now is not the time to talk about love, and he got out of the outdoor tent first. Because they slept in full gear last night, Ash and Sunday came out of the simple outdoor tent, washed their faces and rinsed their mouths on the beach, extinguished the still burning campfire, and set off. "Ash, do you really think Misty and Xiao Huang also fell on this island from Twister?" Sunday hugged Ash's arm and accompanied Ash to walk most of the island, wondering. "This is really strange, they didn't fall on this island like us, so where did they fall?" Ash was also very surprised. He had been looking for this island for most of the day, why was there no trace of people? Just when Ash and Sunday were looking for Misty and Xiao Huang in the forest, a rumbling sound came from not far away, which made Ash alert. The beasts and birds in the forest immediately began to run away. Ash and Sunday stopped walking and looked ahead vigilantly. The rumbling sound kept coming, and Ash also realized that there seemed to be something huge running towards him and Sunday in front of him. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge Radon coming out of the forest. The height of this Radon was almost as big as the huge Dragonite Ash had seen before. "What a big Radon!" Sunday next to Ash exclaimed after seeing this huge Radon. "It's just a mechanical toy." Ash looked at the huge Radon that was slowly walking towards him, and explained to Sunday, "I think you should have heard of the Pokemon Park near Rampolchi. You are talking about the park built near Rampolchi with huge mechanical Pokemon." As a big lady who eats and clothes, Sunday naturally heard of this unique park built with huge mechanical Pokemon. She looked at the huge Radon in front and said, "So this huge Radon is made of machinery?" "I think so. It seems that we were rolled to Rampolchi by Gyarados, and we fell into the Pokemon Park." Ash pulled Sunday aside to avoid the huge Radon operated by the machine and said, "In this case, this place is probably not far from Rampolchi Beach." Thinking of this, Sunday said to Ash beside her, "Yes. If this Pokemon Park is not far from Rampolchi Beach, you say did Misty and Xiao Huang fall on the beach, or did they wake up and look for us, and finally found the Blue Pulley Coast?" "It's possible. Let's go to Blue Pulley Beach and take a look. If I'm right, there must be a map on this Pokemon Park. Let's go find it." Ash also thought of this possibility and agreed. "Well, let's find out how to get the range map of this Pokemon Park." Sunday nodded and agreed. Soon, after walking out of the forest, on the main road of the Pokemon Park, Sunday saw a bulletin board standing on the side and asked Ash beside him, "Ash, take a look, is this bulletin board the map of the Pokemon Park?" Ash, who was paying attention to the other side, turned his head and looked at the bulletin board and said, "Let me take a look." After inspecting the bulletin board for a while, Ash said, "Yes, this should be the general map of the Pokemon Park. If we follow the instructions on it, we should be here now." He pointed to one of the places on the bulletin board. "Then we have to go back and reach the Blue Pulley Coast from there." Sunday looked at the place where Ash pointed and said, "We have to go back the same way again." "Okay, if we follow the instructions on the bulletin board, it won't take long to reach Blue Pulchy Beach. P.S. Hong Chen has already owed 4 chapters, this is the first chapter to pay back. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40 Reunion. White Beach, Blue Sea, Ash, and Sunday just followed the map on the bulletin board and passed through the forest of Pokemon Park, and then what appeared in front of them was such a scene, which was naturally the Blue Pulchy Leisure Resort. Ash, do you really think we can find Misty and Xiao Huang here? Sunday, standing on the white beach, looked at the bustling beach in front of him and asked Ash, who was looking around. Ash had been standing on the beach for a long time, but there were too many people on the beach, so Ash couldn't find Misty and Xiao Huang at all. It seems that it depends on you, Pikachu, please find Misty and Xiao Huang. After patrolling the beach for a while, Ash finally gave up the idea of finding Misty and Xiao Huang with his own eyes, and said to Pikachu at his feet. When Pikachu at Ash's feet heard Ash's request, he stretched out his little paw and patted his chest and said, "Pika. Pika." He ran to the shops around the beach with an expression of "Leave it to me. Sunday, let's go, follow Pikachu." Seeing that Pikachu seemed to be looking for something normal, Ash also pulled Sunday beside him to chase Pikachu. In this way, Ash pulled Sunday behind Pikachu, passing several shops around the beach along the way, and Pikachu finally stopped in front of a hotel that looked very simple, with a plaque with the 7 big words Mo Beach Hotel written on it, and then went straight into the hotel. It seems that Misty and Xiao Huang lived here after Twister separated from us. Ash, who followed Pikachu, saw Pikachu go into the hotel and planned to go in. At this time, Misty and Xiao Huang were working as temporary workers for the owner of the Mo Seaside Hotel. The Pikachu wearing a red flower, who was put aside by Xiao Huang to entertain himself, naturally noticed the arrival of Ash's Pikachu and ran out of the hotel, bumping into the Pikachu who had just run into the hotel. As soon as Ash and Sunday entered the hotel, Ash saw Misty and Xiao Huang who were helping at a glance, and said to Sunday who followed in, "See, I said Pikachu would find Misty and Xiao Huang." At this time, Misty, who was serving cold drinks to the guests, also saw Ash coming in from outside the hotel, and said with a surprised expression, "Ash and Sunday, how did you find here? It's very simple. It's all thanks to Pikachu that he found you. It was it that found Xiao Huang's Kaihokyu, so Sunday and I naturally found you and Xiao Huang." Ash smiled and pointed at the 2 little guys who had already started playing at his feet. "It turns out that you asked Pikachu to find not Misty and Yellow, but Yellow's Kaihokyu." At this time, Sunday finally understood why Ash asked Pikachu to lead the way. Maybe Pikachu could not find Misty and Yellow in a very short time, but for the Kaihokyu that he liked, Ash's Pikachu would definitely find it in a very short time. Then, the 4 people who were happily reunited naturally talked about what happened after they were caught in the Twister cast by Gyarados and dispersed. Ash and Sunday knew why Misty and Yellow were helping in this hotel, and also let Misty and Yellow know that Ash and Sunday camped on the beach for a night. Really? It's just a change of swimsuit. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? Ash had already changed into a pair of black swimming trunks. The hat he always wore was also placed in the locker. He stood outside the women's locker room built by the beach, waiting for Misty and her group to come out. However, after waiting for a long time, none of the 3 people came out of the locker room, which made Ash complain to Pikachu, who was already wearing a small swimming ring. As Ash complained, Misty and her group, who had changed into swimsuits, finally came out of the locker room. The 3 of them appeared in front of Ash. Among them, Sunday, who was standing in the middle, apologized to Ash, "Ash, I kept you waiting for a long time." Ash, who was still complaining about Misty and her group's extremely slow speed of changing clothes, had already disappeared after seeing the swimsuits Misty and her group were wearing. There was no way, because Misty and her group looked even more radiant after changing into swimsuits. Ash admired the swimsuits of the three of them from left to right. From the far left, Misty was wearing a fiery red bikini. Although Misty's figure did not highlight the characteristics of the bikini, Ash thought that if Misty wore such a bikini again in a few years, it would definitely be very attractive. And Sunday in the middle was wearing a captivating black bikini, because Sunday's figure was indeed much better than Misty's. Sunday in this bikini was indeed more attractive than Misty. As for Xiao Huang, due to her age, she was only wearing a yellow one-piece swimsuit, but because she took off the straw hat on her head, her long golden hair tied in a single ponytail was exposed, which made her look very energetic. Of course, neither Misty nor Sunday felt anything strange about Ash's behavior. After all, women dress up to please themselves. Only Xiao Huang was a little uncomfortable with Ash's gaze. Ash walked on the beach with three bright and beautiful girls, feeling the gazes around him. Ash smiled and said to the three girls around him, "I have to say, it's really stressful for me to walk with you." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. You promised me that you would teach me how to swim later." Sunday, who was walking beside Ash, smiled and said to Ash. For Sunday's request, Ash naturally said with a confident look, "No problem, leave it to me." At this time, Misty, who was walking on the other side of Ash, looked at the two of them talking and laughing, and secretly said in her heart, "These two guys stayed alone outside for a night. What happened? How did their relationship become so good?" I don't know what happened, but Misty, who was walking on the other side, was so angry when she saw Ash and Sunday talking and laughing, especially when she saw Ash's smiling face. She just wanted to throw the inflatable volleyball in her hand directly at Ash's face. Fortunately, when Ash and Sunday were talking and laughing, the group had already arrived at the beach. Pikachu had already taken the lead in jumping into the sea with Xiao Wang's Kaihokyu and started playing in the sea water. As for Ash and his group, they had to warm up on the beach before they could go into the water, otherwise they would suddenly get cramps in the water, which would be bad. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41 Pikachu's Special Abilities, please add to your collection. After the warm-up activities were completed, Ash and his group jumped directly into the blue sea, enjoying the refreshing feeling of the cool summer and feeling the joy brought by the sea. Ash was teaching Sunday, who couldn't swim yet, how to swim in the shallow water. Misty and Xiao Huang, who had already learned to swim, had already swam far away, ignoring Ash and Sunday who were far away. Ash taught Sunday the basic swimming skills in the shallow water for an afternoon. Sunday also struggled from the beginning when he entered the sea water until he could swim alone in the sea water for a while under Ash's patient teaching. It can be said that he made great progress. Now, Sunday has left Ash's protection and is swimming freely in this shallow water area. Of course, Ash is also watching Sunday from the side. As long as Sunday has something wrong, he will swim over immediately. Just as Ash was watching Sunday, Misty swam back from a distance and threw the inflatable volleyball in her hand to Ash and said, "Ash, catch the ball." Ash was suddenly attacked by Misty. It was not until the inflatable volleyball hit Ash that Ash reacted. He took the inflatable volleyball floating on the water and asked in confusion, "What is this?" At this time, Xiao Huang, who was not far away, had found Sunday who had just learned to swim and shouted to Ash, "Brother Ash, I found Sister Sunday too. Let's play volleyball in the shallow water." Seeing that Sunday and Xiao Huang had swam back, Ash took the inflatable volleyball in his hand and slapped it back in front of Misty and said, "Okay, then I will be in a group with Xiao Huang, and Misty, you will be in a group with Sunday. Let's have a 2-on-2 water volleyball battle." The four of them stood in the water and played the water volleyball battle until the sun gradually set, and the sea water under their feet became no longer so warm, but a little chilly, and then they left the beach and returned to the Mo Inn plans to stay here tonight. As the owner of Mo Inn, Mo seems to be a hospitable person. He warmly welcomes Ash and Sunday. Especially when they are cooking dinner, Ash goes into the kitchen to help Mo cook dinner, which makes Mo praise Ash's cooking skills. After playing, eating and drinking, Ash walks out of Mo and comes to the sparsely populated beach. He releases all the Pokemon he has. Ash, who has not had group training for a few days, plans to start a group training on this beach tonight. Charmander, you should continuously spray your flamethrower at the sea at night. Wartortle, you should master the freezing ray you just learned. As for Bulbasaur, you should try to use Moonlight to cast Sunshine Flame. After Ash released his Pokemon, he immediately assigned the tasks that the 3 Pokemons in Kanto needed to complete. As for Gabite and Pikachu, Ash also had a special task for them to complete. Gabite, this is right next to the beach. This kind of terrain will allow you to perform the Sand Tomb move more skillfully. You have to work hard. Ash first suggested to Gabite that Gabite master the Sand Tomb move, which can roll up enough sand to trap rival in the sand and continuously cause damage. Then he looked at Pikachu and said, "Pikachu, we will encounter a big problem soon. Whether we can successfully solve this problem depends entirely on you." Pikachu? Pikachu. But obviously, Pikachu, who was standing at Ash's feet, did not understand what Ash meant and said with a confused look on his face. Ash looked at Pikachu's confused expression and knew that Pikachu would not understand such a profound truth. So he thought about it in his mind, then lowered his head and said to Pikachu, "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Pikachu, what I need is for you to master the Thunderbolt that defeated Raichu in the Vermilion Gym before, so that you can perform it here." Sure enough, after Ash said that, Pikachu immediately understood, nodded to Ash, and said firmly, "Pikachu. Pikachu." Seeing that Pikachu understood what he meant, Ash pointed to an unmanned beach not far away and said, "Then Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on the beach over there." Pikachu. Pikachu. Hearing Ash's order, Pikachu gathered all the electricity in his body and shouted vigorously. Pikachu, who gathered all his power, was like the Volt Tackle normal in the electric skill. Electricity was wrapped around his whole body. The golden electricity covered Pikachu's body, making Pikachu look like the Mega Scion transform normal in Dragon Ball, very dazzling. Finally, after Pikachu successfully gathered golden electricity for a while, this layer of golden electricity finally evolved in the direction of silver, and Pikachu's voice became louder and louder, "Pikachu! Pikachu! Pikachu! Chew!" When it reached the last chew, all the electricity it gathered was split out. On this sparsely populated beach, there was a roar, like a silver thunder from the sky. Normal heavily struck the beach. Ash looked at the big hole on the beach that was hit by Pikachu's thunder attack this time, and excitedly said to Pikachu, who had exhausted his strength and collapsed on the beach, "Well done, Pikachu." Misty and the other 2 in Mo Hotel naturally heard the thunder and ran out of the hotel curiously, which surprised Misty and asked, "What happened?" "I think Ash and Pikachu are experimenting with some moves." Sunday pointed to a big hole on the beach outside the hotel that was hit by Pikachu and said, "It seems to be successful." "Kaihokyu, did you see it? You must be as powerful as Ash's Pikachu in the future." Xiao Huang, who also ran out with Kaihokyu, looked at the big hole on the beach and said to Kaihokyu in his arms. At this time, Ash was looking down at Pikachu who was lying on the beach and asked, "How is it, Pikachu? Can you still encore?" Although Ash knew that Pikachu's special Thunderbolt must have consumed a lot of its physical strength, Ash also knew that it was necessary to strike while the iron was hot. If Pikachu didn't master this special skill now, it would be unknown when he would master it next time. Pikachu, who was lying on the ground, stood up immediately when he heard Ash's question and said, "Pikachu, Pikachu." Apparently, Pikachu himself also planned to work harder to master this special skill of his own. P.S. I'm begging for collections on Hongchen. It's already 100,000 words, but there are only 300 collections. Hong Chen really needs to beg for collections. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42 Ash vs Gary. The sun in soaring in the sky shines on Ash's face lying on the beach. The dazzling sunlight wakes Ash up from his deep sleep and he says dazedly, It's daytime now. Pikachu, who was sleeping on Ash, also fell on the beach because Ash got up. He stretched out his little paws and rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion, Pika, Pika. Ash, who had opened his eyes at this time, looked at the surrounding scene and said to Pikachu, who was also looking around, Pikachu, it seems that we slept on the beach last night, Achu. Then he sneezed heavily on the beach. It seems that Ash, who slept on the beach for a night, has a little cold. However, this little cold is worth it for Ash, because Ash and Pikachu fought on the beach until the early morning last night, until they were really exhausted and simply fell asleep on the beach. Of course, Ash and Pikachu's efforts were not without reward. After Ash and Pikachu's constant exploration last night, Pikachu finally mastered its own original move, which raised the power of Thunderbolt to another level. Now Pikachu can sublimate the golden electricity originally gathered in its small body into silver-white electricity, and then these silver-white electricity directly falls from the sky above rival, looking like a silver lightning striking rival normal, with extremely strong lethality. Ash also named this move Silver Lightning. Of course, while Pikachu's Silver Lightning has high damage, it also has a common disadvantage with the grass-type Sunshine Flame, that is, it requires stockpile, which requires Pikachu to gather its own electricity to the extreme in just a few seconds, and then strike out. In these few seconds, Pikachu must not be disturbed at all, which is also the flaw in this Silver Lightning. At this time, just when Ash was about to take Pikachu back to the Mohotel to eat some breakfast and fill his stomach, an annoying voice came from not far away. I thought who was standing on the beach so early, it turned out to be you, Ash. Ash looked over and saw Gary, who looked arrogant, with his group of girlfriends, followed by Professor Oak in a flowered shirt and his mother Delia. Professor Oak, Mom, why are you here? Ash didn't take Gary's taunt seriously at all, but walked up to Professor Oak and his mother Delia behind Gary and asked, completely ignoring Gary. Long time no see, Ash. I just learned about your recent situation from Professor Bill a few days ago. As for why we are here, your mother came here because she participated in the town meeting trip, and I came here because there happened to be a lecture on Pokemon here. Professor Oak greeted Ash and answered Ash's question. While Professor Oak was explaining to Ash, Delia had already pulled Ash in front of her and examined him carefully. She kept warming Ash and asked him how he was doing recently. Her words revealed Delia's concern for her precious son. As for Gary, who had been ignored by Ash for a long time, he finally couldn't help it and shouted to Ash, Ash! Didn't you see me? Oh! It's Gary. Sorry, I really didn't notice you. Please forgive me. Ash saw Gary running in front of him, and then he said to Gary with a smile. Forget it, Ash, I came to greet you just to compete with you. What do you think, Ash? Do you dare to have a Pokemon match with me? Facing Ash's current crazy and stupid behavior, Gary waved his hand and said, Grandpa is here. So I'll trouble you to be the referee. It's just a Pokemon match, I accept it. Facing Gary's challenge, Ash naturally had no reason to refuse and agreed. Okay, let me see whether you and Ash have improved after traveling for so long. Professor Oak naturally agreed to Gary's request to be the referee, and smiled and said to Gary and Ash, let's use a one-on-one competition. Gary agreed to the one-on-one competition proposed by his grandfather, and released his Earl Dervish Pokemon and said, no problem, then it's mine, go my Wartortle. Facing the Wartortle sent by Gary, Ash did not choose to send Pikachu or Bulbasaur, who had a certain advantage in attribute, but sent Gaybite out and said, "Wartortle? Then it's mine, Gaybite, let's go." What is this? Obviously, it is not difficult to see from Gary's question that Gary does not know what Pokemon Ash sent out. This is Gaybite, a Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. I didn't expect that your Gible has successfully evolved into Gaybite. Professor Oak, who has devoted his life to Pokemon, naturally saw at a glance what kind of Pokemon Ash sent out, and explained to Gary, but for the sake of fairness, he did not explain Gaybite's attributes or abilities to Gary. Although Gary did not know what type of Pokemon this Gaybite sent out by Ash was, he still let Wartortle attack. Who cares about the Pokemon from any region? Wartortle, we attack first, use Water Gun. Gaybite, this field is good for us, use Dig. Ash decisively let Gaybite use Dig to avoid Wartortle's Water Gun. Wartortle aimed the Water Gun at the hole where Gaybite had gone. Gary did not stop Wartortle's Water Gun for Gaybite, who was hiding under the beach, but instead sprayed it into the sand pit that Gaybite had just dug. Too slow. Gaybite, use Double Slash. Unfortunately, Wartortle's Water Gun had not yet been able to spray into the hole dug by Gaybite, and Gaybite had already appeared right below Wartortle, slashing twice in front of Wartortle. Kami. The pained Wartortle could not help but stop spraying the water gun and took a few steps back. Sand Tomb. Wartortle was retreating, but Ash was taking advantage of the victory to pursue him, allowing Gaybite to use the skills he had just mastered, and rolled up a lot of sand and dust to trap Wartortle inside. Faced with such an unfavorable situation, Gary, as an Ash rival, was not unaware of it. Gary calmly said to Wartortle, who was trapped in the sand, "Wartortle, use the shell shrinking. Let Wartortle shrink into his shell to avoid the attack of the sandstorm normal around him." Ash was not surprised that Gary chose to shrink his shell to avoid the sand tomb. If Gary couldn't even think of this, then he was not worthy of being his rival. However, Gary was still too immature. Ash said to Gaybite, "Gaybite, encore dig." What is Ash planning to do? Gary was puzzled when he saw Ash's Gaybite go back into the sand again. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said to Wartortle, who was shrinking in his shell, "Wartortle, use Rapid Spin." Unfortunately, Gary's shouting was a step too late. Gaybite, who had emerged from the sand again, had already appeared in the sand tomb and kicked Wartortle, who was shrinking in his shell, into the sand rolled up on the outside. As for Gaybite, who was in the sand tomb, he went back into the sand and disappeared. Now, Wartortle, who was still curled up in the shell and stayed on the beach safely, was spinning in the constantly rotating sand roll. When Gaybite's sand tomb was over, Wartortle also fell from the sand roll, and his body also got out of the shell, standing on the beach and swaying from side to side. Seeing that contest condition normal Wartortle seemed to be in chaos, Ash naturally let Gaybite send it off for the last time, and said to Gaybite, "Gaybite, end this battle, Dragon Rage." Then he saw Gaybite, who had drilled out of the sand again, sprayed a big ball from his mouth and hit Wartortle, who was still swaying from side to side. Wartortle, who was hit by Dragon Rage, finally stopped swaying from side to side and fell directly on the beach. Wartortle can't fight, the winner is Ash and his Gaybite. Seeing this, Professor Oak, as the referee, also announced the end of this game. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43, The Plot That Happened Ahead of Time. After Ash fought with Gary at the Rampargis Beach, he said goodbye to his mother Delia and Professor Oak. Of course, before leaving, Ash also said to Gary, who lost, "Gary, if you continue to travel leisurely along the way, no matter how many games you play, I will definitely win." Then he returned to the Mo Hotel, called Misty and Sunday, and got ready. As for Xiao Huang, Ash did not plan to take Xiao Huang with him on the trip. After all, they were together on the SS. and for special reasons. Now that they are at Rampargis Beach, Ash can rest assured to let Xiao Huang go home alone. After all, Xiao Huang is still a little young for traveling outside. He has not even reached the age of 10 years old to obtain the Earl Dervish Pokemon in the Pokemon world. By the way, Ash, Xiao Huang said she will not travel with us. She has said it for so long, and she should go back to see her parents. Sunday walked out of the hotel and said to Ash. But Xiao Huang said that when she turns 10 soon and gets her own Earl Dervish Pokemon, she will come to Pallet Town to find you. Misty said to Ash. That's fine, then I won't say goodbye to Xiao Huang. Anyway, we will meet again. Let's go quickly, otherwise we will miss the ferry in the morning. Since Xiao Huang has decided to go home to take a look, Ash said to Misty and Sunday. At this time, Xiao Huang had already discussed this matter with Sister Misty and Sister Sunday in Mo Hotel last night, and left Mo Hotel alone with Kaihokyu early the next morning. Before leaving, he silently watched Ash sleeping on the beach for a long time before leaving Blue Pulky Beach. Because of Xiao Huang's departure, Ash's traveling team became a trio again. When leaving the beach, Misty and Sunday also greeted Professor Oak and Ash's mother Delia and chatted for a while. Of course, the one who wasted time was mainly Ash's mother Delia, who kept talking to Misty and Sunday about Ash's childhood fun stories until Ash said that if he stayed any longer, he would miss the ferry. Only then did Delia's mother give up the conversation on their first meeting. While rushing to the ferry, Misty and Sunday walked together and talked. I didn't expect Ash's mother to be such a funny person. Yet, I didn't expect Ash to be so naughty when he was young. Sunday also smiled and said to Misty beside him, if Aunt Delia hadn't told us, we wouldn't know that. Walking in front of Misty and Sunday, Ash kept hearing Misty and Sunday talking about their naughty experiences when they were young. The laughter from time to time made Ash smile bitterly at Pikachu, who was dejected because of the departure of the little yellow hill. On his shoulder, Pikachu, your master is too embarrassed to see anyone. Pikachu, Ash answered with a weak voice. In this way, the two girls were talking and laughing at the back about the interesting things Ash learned from Aunt Delia when he was young, and the one in front chose to ignore the chat between the two girls. Ash and the dejected Pikachu came all the way to the harbor of Lanpolkai, but the scene in front of Ash surprised him. What's going on? Misty, who was walking behind, also saw the port in front of him, which looked like the end of the world, and asked in confusion. Sunday pointed at the huge black shadow not far away and said, I think the cause of all this is probably that huge monster. Just when Ash and the other two didn't know what to do, an officer Jenny drove a motorcycle in front of Ash and stopped and said, you are passing travelers, hurry up and take shelter. Seeing that the person was Officer Jenny, Ash also walked up and asked, Officer Jenny, what's going on? This Officer Jenny was also an enthusiastic person. After Ash asked her, she also answered Ash's doubts about why a good harbor would become like this. It turned out that James and Jesse, who were trapped in the SS, and with Ash and the others, were lucky and did not sleep in the deep sea. Instead, they escaped by some unknown method and came to this harbor, and then accepted a nouveau riche here to solve the chaos of Tentacole. As a result, for some unknown reason, these two guys actually created a giant tentacole evolution tentacruel with a height of 30 meters. Then, under the leadership of this giant tentacruel, thousands of tentacles carried out a revenge-like destruction on the port city, turning the originally good port city into a normal state of the end of the world. So you should take shelter quickly. We have submitted an application for assistance to the Pokemon Alliance. I believe that the giant tentacruel will not be power-tripped for long. After Officer Jenny finished speaking, she said to Ash, although the cause of the incident is our fault, we can't let this group of tentacole and tentacruel continue to destroy it. I still have to tell others. You should take shelter. Misty, who also heard Officer Jenny's story about the cause of the incident, asked Ash, Ash, what should we do? Yes, it seems that we will definitely not be able to take the ferry now. Where should we go? Sunday also said. After hearing Officer Jenny's explanation, Ash's blood was already boiling. He said to Misty and Sunday, "Misty, Sunday, I want to meet that giant tentacruel. Do you know?" Okay, I already know your idea. What else can we do? Let's risk our lives to accompany the gentleman." Misty saw that Ash was staring at the black shadow not far away with shining eyes and said to Sunday beside him, "You said so, Sunday." "Yes, I also want to meet that giant tentacruel," Sunday replied. However, it was not easy for Ash and the other two to get close to the giant black shadow not far away. Just as Officer Jenny said, this giant tentacruel was marching into this harbor with thousands of tentacles. Along the way, Ash and the other two met a lot of tentacles. Fortunately, the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder exerted force and knocked them all down under his powerful thunder shock. Ash and the other two walked in the ruins for a long time before they came to the giant tentacruel. Chapter 44, Conquered by You. Unfortunately, as soon as Ash and the other two appeared in front of the giant tentacruel, they were surrounded by a group of tentacle guards carried by the giant tentacruel, preventing Ash and the other two from getting close to the giant tentacruel. Seeing that the group of tentacles surrounded the three of them, Sunday took out Nidoqueen's Pokeball and said to Ash, "Ash, leave this to me and Misty, you go and meet the giant tentacruel, be careful." Sunday's Nidoqueen just ran out, and Misty also released Starmie and said, "That's right, Ash, leave this to us." Nidoqueen uses Earthquake. Starmie uses Rapid Spin. Ash was touched by Sunday and Misty's actions, but now Ash still needs to run out of here. Ash said to the high-spirited Pikachu, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on the tentacle in front and split a path." Then he saw that after Pikachu shouted Pikachu, the group of tentacles surrounding Ash in front were electrocuted to the ground by Pikachu. Pikachu used Thunderbolt Slash to come here, so Ash naturally ran out from here and said to Pikachu, "Pikachu, let's go." As for Misty and Sunday, they were surrounded by this group of tentacle. There was nothing they could do, because Misty's Starmie and Sunday's Nidoqueen attracted too much hatred. After Ash passed this group of tentacle, he finally appeared on the back of this huge tentacruel, watching its tentacles, which were said to be 80 in number, swaying on the ground. Sure enough, just standing in front of this guy, I feel a lot of pressure. Ash stood behind the giant tentacruel and couldn't help sighing, let alone 80 tentacles, I'm afraid that any of my Pokémon will not be able to withstand the attack of one tentacle. Just as Ash was standing behind the tentacruel and sighing, the giant tentacruel in front of him turned around, and one of the tentacles was tied with the Rocket Team's talking Meowth, and Meowth spoke to Ash on his behalf, "Human, what do you want to do standing behind me? This makes you look more like a monster." Ash did not answer the giant tentacruel's question, but said, "It looks more shocking from the front." "Human, what are you going to do here?" Seeing that Ash did not answer himself, the giant tentacruel asked Meowth to continue asking, but some of the 80 tentacles had already stretched out in front of Ash. If there was anything wrong with Ash's words, these tentacles would probably attack Ash. Seeing that the giant tentacruel was a little impatient, Ash also said to the giant tentacruel, "I say, you have been making trouble for so long, it's enough. If you continue to make trouble like this, it is inevitable that someone will attack you." "Attack? Can you humans hurt me?" The giant tentacruel didn't care about Ash's words at all. In its opinion, there is nothing that can hurt itself now. "Really? Then, giant tentacruel, how about we make a bet?" Hearing the arrogant words of the giant tentacruel, Ash raised his mouth slightly and said to it, "Bet, interesting, what do you want to bet with me, human?" Perhaps the giant tentacruel was tired of destroying these buildings, and he had a certain interest in Ash, the only human who dared to talk to him. "Simple, just bet whether my Pikachu can hurt you." Ash pointed to the Pikachu at his feet. Apparently, after seeing the Pikachu at Ash's feet, the giant Tentacruel couldn't believe that this little guy could hurt him. So Meowth continued, just relying on this little guy. Yes, how about it, Tentacruel, do you dare to give it a try? Ash confirmed. Well, anyway, I'm tired of destroying these buildings of you humans, so it's just right for you, a human, to relieve my boredom. Come on. The giant Tentacruel agreed immediately. Seeing that the giant Tentacruel agreed to his bet, Ash also said to Pikachu at his feet, Pikachu, how about it, are you confident? Perhaps Pikachu was dissatisfied with the giant Tentacruel looking down on him, and shouted to Ash, Pika. Pika. Okay. Then Pikachu, use Silver Lightning. Seeing that Pikachu was full of fighting spirit, Ash also said directly. Then in the eyes of the giant Tentacruel, seeing that the Pikachu at Ash's feet seemed to be in the stockpile for a while, a silver thunder shock hit him. Although this thunder shock did not cause much damage to the giant Tentacruel, it did cause the giant Tentacruel to feel numb after the thunder shock. Ash saw Pikachu's silver lightning hit Tentacruel, leaving a thunder shock on the giant Tentacruel's blue body, which was like a burnt normal color. Ash smiled and said to Tentacruel, how is it, Tentacruel, you believe it now? After suffering the damage from Pikachu's attack, the giant Tentacruel nodded and said, yes, it seems that I am too narrow-minded. Then you should take this group of tentacle back to the sea. Seeing that the giant Tentacruel realized his shortcomings, Ash said to it, you know, there are many guys on this continent who are more powerful than my Pikachu. Who knew that the giant Tentacruel paused for a while after hearing Ash's persuasion, and then laughed and said, go back. Why should I go back? Ash was displeased by the giant Tentacruel's indifference and said, what? Are you going to continue to destroy here? He asked it to go back with good intentions, but he didn't know that this guy didn't appreciate it. Human, I have decided, I will go with you. The giant Tentacruel's words completely shocked Ash's displeasure. Ash said to the giant Tentacruel in front of him with a surprised face, what did you say? Are you willing to go with me? Yes. The giant Tentacruel nodded again. How is it possible? I didn't defeat you, and I don't have the strength to defeat you at all. Why are you willing to let me conquer you? Ash was confused by the giant Tentacruel's jumping thoughts, and still didn't believe it. Why? Who said you have to defeat me before I can be conquered by you? Don't worry, as long as I am willing, everything is not a problem. The giant Tentacruel continued. Although giant Tentacruel said so, Ash still looked unconvinced and said, Tentacruel, what on earth are you thinking? Why are you willing to be my Pokemon? Obviously, giant Tentacruel was already impatient with Ash's nagging and said, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just tell me if you are willing to subdue me. Okay, no matter what your thinking is, since you are willing, then go get the weight ball. Ash threw out the weight ball he had prepared for giant Dragonite. Originally, Ash wanted to use this weight ball to capture giant Dragonite, but he didn't expect that he didn't capture giant Dragonite, but instead successfully captured this giant Tentacruel who was willing to be subdued by himself. Then Ash saw the weight ball subdue giant Tentacruel, and giant Tentacruel didn't resist at all and was successfully subdued. Is it conquered? Until now, Ash still didn't believe that he had successfully conquered the giant Tentacruel. Even though the heavy ball had returned to his hand, Ash still couldn't believe that he had really conquered the giant Tentacruel. When Ash successfully conquered the giant Tentacruel, the huge black shadow in the deep sea not far away said in his heart, Ash, I can only help you so much. Everything from now on depends on you. P.S. Guess who secretly helped Ash? Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, The Lover Who Has Been Waiting for 1,000 Years. After Ash inexplicably succeeded in catching the giant tentacruel at the harbor, he did not teleport the giant tentacruel back immediately, but teleport Bulbasaur back, and then quickly returned to the Blue Pulch Coast with Misty and Sunday, who had already dealt with the group of tentacruel. The reason why he returned to the Blue Pulch Coast was that Ash planned to find Professor Oak. After the three of them hurriedly returned to the Blue Pulch Coast, Ash directly found Professor Oak, who was giving a speech at the Blue Pulch Coast, and got him down from the podium, and explained to Professor Oak why he came back. Professor Oak was also very interested in the fact that Ash had captured a giant tentacruel that was 30 meters tall. He and Ash sneaked to a cliff on the coast of Lanpolkai where there were few people. Ash let the giant tentacruel out. Unfortunately, without Meowth as a translator, Ash and Professor Oak could not communicate with the giant tentacruel. Professor Oak could only see the giant tentacruel with his own eyes. After that, Ash told the giant tentacruel that it would return to Pallet Town with Professor Oak. The giant tentacruel nodded and agreed to Ash's opinion. Ash then put it back into the weight ball and handed the weight ball to Professor Oak. Professor Oak got the giant tentacruel from Ash, and he didn't even care about the speech here. He immediately prepared to return to Pallet Town to study how this giant tentacruel grew so big. Ash also stayed at the Blue Pulch Coast with Misty and Sunday for another day because of the damage caused by the giant tentacruel in Harbor City. Of course, Ash's mother Delia was very welcome to her son's sudden return, especially to Misty and Sunday, who simply ignored Ash, her own son. Early the next morning, Ash and the other two said goodbye to Delia's mother again and went to Harbor City. As for Professor Oak, he had hurriedly taken a plane back to Pallet Town yesterday. Professor Oak's curiosity about the giant tentacruel was completely aroused. After sitting on the ferry for an afternoon, Ash finally arrived at the Maiden Strait Harbor. Ash said with relief, "Hey, thank God, we finally arrived at the Maiden Strait." "That's right, who would have thought that you would actually subdue that giant tentacruel, who would have thought?" Misty, who was holding the newly subdued Horsa, walked off the ferry and said to Ash. "Misty." Sunday, who followed Misty off the boat, stopped Misty and scolded her. I know, you can't tell anyone about what Ash did in the harbor." Misty smiled at Sunday's scolding. The reason for this is that when they were on the coast of Lanpolkai before, Professor Oak asked Ash and the other three not to tell anyone about Ash's capture of the giant tentacruel. As for the reason, it was because they were afraid that some criminals would illegally obtain the giant tentacruel from Ash by threatening Ash's life after knowing that Ash had a giant tentacruel. Fortunately, there are only 5 people who know that Ash has obtained the giant tentacruel. As for those 5 people, in addition to Misty, Sunday, Professor Oak and Ash himself, there is also one person, Du, one of the 4 elites in the Kanto region, an elite who only breeds dragon Pokemon. When Ash was talking to the giant tentacruel, Wataru was already riding on his Dragonite, directly above the giant tentacruel. Observing the actions of the giant tentacruel. As long as it showed any sign of hurting Ash, Wataru would take action. However, what Du did not expect was that this unknown Pokemon trainer actually successfully captured this giant tentacruel. This was something Du did not expect. Of course, since this trainer had already captured this giant tentacruel, Du rode on Dragonite and returned to the harbor without intervening in this matter too much. Of course, Du also reported the result of this matter to the Pokemon Alliance executives in the Kanto region. Looking at Ash and the other 2 in Maiden Strait Harbor, Ash was saying at this time, "Okay, this matter ends here. Maiden Strait Harbor is holding a festival, so let's go and relax." "Okay, listen to you, let's go and relax." Sunday and Misty also agreed. Just as Ash and the other 2 were about to rush to the festival venue, Ash looked to the right and saw a girl with lavender hair, wearing a white long dress, standing quietly by the harbor. Ash thought he was seeing things, and when he looked carefully, the purple-haired girl suddenly disappeared, which made Ash think to himself, strange? Isn't this the 1000-year-old Ghastly pretending to be a ghost girl? How could I see her? Misty, who was walking in front of him, noticed that Ash had stopped, and shouted to Ash behind him, Ash, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up! Although Ash didn't know why he saw the 1000-year-old Ghastly, he decided to make the best of it, so he walked forward again and said, Here I am. After Ash left, the ghost girl who had just stood by the harbor reappeared in the place where she had just stood, and even said, Ghastly, I have a feeling that he is finally back. A Ghastly suddenly appeared by the empty harbor, and said to the vaguely visible ghost girl beside him, What? You mean the lover you have been waiting for 1000 years has returned? Yes, just now, I noticed his appearance. It seems that this year is my last year waiting here. Ghost girl also seemed very excited. She knew that her wait was worth it. Ghastly was also happy that ghost girl, who had waited for 1000 years, finally waited for her lover. She said to ghost girl, Do you need me to do anything? Ghastly, please bring him here. I can't leave here now. Please. Ghost girl asked. No problem, leave it to me. After saying that, Ghastly disappeared. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46, Domineering Ghastly. Just as Ash, Misty, and Sunday were walking around the celebration, each holding a lollipop in their hands. Please stay. A voice came from behind Ash, calling out to him. Ash turned around and asked in confusion, What? Then he saw a white-haired old woman holding a wooden stick that was only as high as his chest appear in front of him. Young man, I have something to talk to you about. The old woman said to Ash directly. However, Ash didn't want to chat with the old woman that Ghastly transformed into. He bit the lollipop in his hand, held Misty with one hand, held Sunday with the other hand, and ran into the crowd and said, Sorry, I don't want to talk to you. Goodbye, old woman. Ghastly, who turned into an old woman, saw Ash running away when he saw him, and murmured while hitting the ground with a stick, It seems that this method failed. Here, Misty, who was just pulled by Ash to blend into the crowd, said to Ash, Ash, is it really okay for you to ignore that old woman like this? Yes, I think that old woman really wants to ask you something. Sunday on the side also said. Having read the original series, Ash naturally understood what the Ghastly was going to do by looking for him. It was just to pass on the deeds of the ghost girl for a long time. However, Ash didn't want to cause trouble again when he was relaxing. Moreover, as a normal human being, Ash was still a little afraid of ghosts. So in response to the two girls' questions, Ash just said, don't worry, there won't be any problems. What we need to do now is to enjoy this celebration and don't worry about anything else. Since Ash himself said so, Misty and Sunday couldn't say anything more, so they let Ash do what he wanted, and the three of them continued to enjoy this rare celebration happily. The three of them also strolled around the celebration until the evening, and then returned to the Pokemon Center in Maiden Strait Harbor to rest, planning to wait until the evening dance event before going out to play. In the Pokemon Center, after Ash brought Pikachu into his room, he said to the empty room, I said, you have been following me for a day. You are not tired, but I am. You should know that when you approach me, my Pokemon Pokédex will have prompts. Ash had just finished speaking when a gas Pokemon Ghastly appeared in the empty room, and a human voice said, it turns out that you have discovered it a long time ago. Nonsense. When you approach me from time to time, Pokemon Pokédex has been ringing Doduo all the time. Ash did not feel anything strange about Ghastly, who suddenly appeared in the room and could speak, but rolled his eyes and said to Ghastly, what are you going to do? Logically, you shouldn't look for a teenager like me. Nothing, I just want to ask you to go to the edge of that cliff. Ghastly, who appeared in Ash's room, murmured. Obviously, Ash was alert to Ghastly's words go for a trip and asked, "What for?" After all, others may not know, but Ash himself knows that there is a girl who turned into a husband-waiting stone on the edge of the cliff. A stone that looks like a normal human being stands there quietly, and on the husband-waiting stone, it seems that there is a ghost girl's soul that has been waiting here for 1,000 years, attached to the husband-waiting stone. In response to Ash's question, Ghastly still said in a gentle way, "You will know when you go." In the end, Ash's answer was a firm refusal, "No." In response to Ash's refusal, it was Ghastly's turn to ask Ash, "Why?" "I won't go if I don't want to." "There's no reason." Ash, who was originally a little afraid of ghosts, shook his head. "Boy, you don't want to drink wine, do you have to make me do it myself?" Ash's resistance made Ghastly very angry and said, "In this case, don't blame me for being rude." Ash couldn't let go of this Ghastly who had lived for thousands of years and said, "What are you going to do?" "Come with me." Ghastly had just finished speaking when Ash, who was originally standing on the ground, floated up like a normal without gravity, and was completely unable to control his body. "Boy, come with me." Just like that, Ash was driven by the 1,000-year-old Ghastly with super strong confusion and flew out of the window of this house, leaving Pikachu dumbfounded. For such an emergency, he had no idea what to do. "Hey Ghastly, what are you going to do?" Ash, who was being controlled by Ghastly using confusion to float and soaring in the sky and swaying constantly, asked Ghastly. He couldn't understand why Ghastly would do this. Even if it was for the legend of the ghost girl, he shouldn't do this. "Again, you'll know when you get there," Ghastly said as he floated to the edge of the cliff with Ash. At this point, Ash had no choice but to let Ghastly lead him to the cliff of the husband-waiting stone and said, "Okay, I want to see what tricks you are going to play. We're here." Soon, Ghastly brought Ash to the edge of the cliff and placed Ash safely next to the husband-waiting stone. Ash, who was placed next to the husband-waiting stone by Ghastly, looked at the husband-waiting stone next to him in confusion. He really couldn't understand why Ghastly had to bring him here. Just when Ash was confused, a purple-haired girl appeared beside him and said to Ash, "Dear, you are finally back." After seeing the purple-haired girl, Ash did not hear clearly what she said, but when he saw the purple-haired girl floating in the sky, he immediately shouted, "Ghost!" There was no way. As a good young man in the 21st century, even if Ash was so brave, he was still afraid of ghosts. It was a pity that the purple-haired ghost girl was completely trapped in her own world because of Ash's appearance. She said to Ash with indescribable tenderness, "Dear, what's wrong with you? Wait. Why do you call me dear?" Although Ash was a little afraid of the purple-haired ghost girl, he was still confused about what the ghost girl said. "What is going on?" Oh, look at my memory. You should be the reincarnation of Xiaozi's lover. Xiaozi, please get out of the way. Everything depends on me." Ghastly obviously knew why Ash was like this, and said to the ghost girl named Xiaozi beside him, "Ghastly, please." Ghost girl Xiaozi also asked Ghastly. "Leave everything to me," Ghastly said with a smile. Standing aside, completely confused, Ash asked in confusion, "Wait a minute. What are you going to do? Boy, wake up. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47, Lovers in the Previous Life, please collect. What are these? Ghastly used some inexplicable power to make Ash suddenly realize that there were many more memories in his mind like slides. Ash kept recalling them in his mind, and he was also immersed in his own world, watching them carefully. Then Ash watched like a slide normal how a boy who couldn't see his face clearly met the ghost girl he had just met, and how they met, fell in love, and finally the boy who couldn't see his face clearly was forced to enlist in the army by the country because of the war, and finally died in a foreign land. And this ghost girl named Xiaozi has been waiting for the place where she first met the boy who couldn't see his face clearly, on the edge of a cliff, just standing there silently, quietly waiting for the boy to finish the war and finally return victorious. In this way, day after day, year after year, the girl slowly aged from a young girl to a white-haired old woman, but she still waited on the edge of the cliff every day, looking at the sea, hoping to see the ship of her lover returning one day. Unfortunately, in the end, nothing came, leaving only a stone for the world to remember her husband. But even so, even if the girl had died and became a stone, she was still unwilling to leave this world. She still turned into a ghost, clinging to this stone, lingering on, hoping to wait for her lover to return one day. She waited here silently for thousands of years, and she also met this ghastly on the way. During the encounter between the ghost and the pet, the girl also told Ghastly why she was waiting here. After knowing what happened, Ghastly began to travel around the world, just to get some information about the ghost girl's lover. Unfortunately, even if Ghastly traveled around most of the Kanto continent, he could not find any information about the ghost girl's lover. However, Ghastly did not give up. He kept looking for it, silently looking for 1,000 years, and accompanied the ghost girl and the pet for more than 1,000 years. Is it worth it? After accepting all these memories, Ash, who was already in tears, just said to the exhausted Ghastly beside him, "In order to let me recall the memory of one of my lives, you would rather give up your 1,000 years of strength. For Xiaozi, everything is worth it." At this time, Ghastly was very tired and didn't even dare to speak loudly. I promised her that I must help her find her lover. If the Ghastly who brought Ash here before had the top level of Pokemon in the Pokemon game, a level 100 Ghastly, then the current Ghastly has dedicated all his 99 level experience to make Ash recall the memory of Ash's life, making the current Ghastly a Pokemon with only level 1 strength. Ash should have thought of Ghastly's answer long ago. Now he smiled gently at the ghost girl who had been floating in the air and quietly waiting there, saying, "Xiaozi, I'm back." After waiting for 1,000 years for the answer, the ghost girl Xiaozi excitedly nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. Yes." Unfortunately, because she had turned into a ghost, Xiaozi could not shed tears of happiness. Even if she wanted to stretch out her hands and hug Ash into her arms, she found that she could not do it at all. Seeing that Xiaozi in the air had stretched out her hands and made a hugging gesture, but did not float forward to hug herself, Ash made his own move, walked forward, stretched out his hands, made a hugging gesture, and hugged the ghost girl's soul in his arms. Just by doing this, Ash felt a chill all over his body, which made Ash shiver, but such a cold did not stop Ash from hugging Xiaozi himself, but made Ash hug Xiaozi in front of him tighter. The two were in a warm embrace like lovers. Ash also looked at Xiaozi's beautiful face right in front of him. Because of the height difference, he stood on his tiptoes and kissed Xiaozi's forehead and said, "This way, you can leave with peace of mind." Unfortunately, the only regret is that Ash can't really hug Xiaozi's body and kiss her forehead. Xiaozi shook her head at Ash's action and left Ash's side. She knew that she couldn't stay with her lover for a long time. She understood the principle that humans and ghosts have different paths. She also understood the meaning of leaving when her lover asked her to leave. It was to let herself go to reincarnation with peace of mind, so she shook her head. "Dear, don't worry, I won't leave." Xiaozi smiled and said to Ash, "I will always follow you and stay by your side." "But, your body..." Because of the memory of the previous life, Ash had a different feeling for this ghost girl, and worriedly said, "Your body can't hold on for much longer." The reason why Ash said this is that in the memory of Normal, Ghastly found the conversation between Ghastly and Xiaozi a few years ago about Xiaozi's current spirit body, which was because of the worry about the current condition of Xiaozi's spirit body. You should know that Xiaozi has been attached to this waiting for husband stone for thousands of years. She should have been a person who went to reincarnation. If it weren't for a trace of regret, she could stay in the world for thousands of years. Now that she has met the reincarnation of her lover, her regret should be let go. If she doesn't go to reincarnation again, I'm afraid it won't be the current situation. In serious cases, Xiaozi may even be soul-destroying. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with Xiaozi's physical condition. Ghastly, who had rested for a while and had a certain amount of physical strength, said at this time, "Boy, I will give this thing to you now." As he said, a ring came out from Ghastly's gas body and floated in the air. What is this? Ash reached out and took the seemingly ordinary ring floating in the air and asked in confusion. "Xiaozi, is it okay?" Ghastly said to Xiaozi, who was quietly floating in the air. "Yeah." Xiaozi's answer was naturally a heavy nod. "Okay. Boy, I will tell you how to use this ring. You know, it took me a lot of time to find this ring." Seeing that Xiaozi had nodded in agreement, Ghastly also said to Ash. "P.S. Hong Chen will not say anything, please collect it." Now Hong Chen's collection has not broken 400, what a blow. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48, Saffron City Gym Battle. I say, is it really okay for you to come out in the daytime like this? Ash turned his head and looked at Xiaozi, who seemed to be carried by him but had no weight. Xiaozi, who was leaning on Ash's back, smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, no one will see it anyway, right?" "Okay, it's up to you, everything is up to you." Ash also replied with a smile. Misty, who was walking behind Ash, asked Sunday, who was walking beside him, "Sunday, have you noticed that since Ash left the Maiden Strait Harbor, he often talks to himself inexplicably?" "Really? Why didn't I notice it?" Sunday asked in confusion. "I feel that Ash is very normal." "No, something must have happened to Ash that we don't know about." Misty still believes that something must have happened to Ash that she doesn't know about, despite Sunday's affirmation. And if we want to talk about why the ghost girl Xiaozi can appear in the sun, it all depends on the seemingly ordinary ring that Ghastly, who had been captured by Ash and teleported back to Professor Oak Laboratory for recuperation, gave to Ash to wear on his right middle finger. Who could have thought that this seemingly ordinary ring would be the place where Xiaozi lived after leaving the Wangfu Stone? Xiaozi had become the spirit of this ring, successfully escaped from the contest condition of the lonely ghost, and from now on became the spirit of Ash alone. Of course, Ash was not without a price to make Xiaozi the spirit of his ring. Ash paid with his own life. From now on, Ash's life will be shared with Xiaozi, who has become a spirit. The fate of the two has been closely connected since Xiaozi became a spirit, and will never be separated. At this time, Ash, who was walking in front, turned his head and said to Misty and Sunday, who were walking behind him, "Sunday, after passing through this path in the forest, it should be Saffron City." "Yes, according to the instructions on the map, after passing through this path, it should be Saffron City, the most prosperous city in our Kanto region." Sunday immediately took out the map of Kanto region in his arms, looked at it and nodded. As a person who has always lived in Cerulean City, Misty has long heard of the name of Saffron City, the most prosperous city in the Kanto region. However, she has never had the time to appreciate it. Now that she finally has the opportunity, how can she not be excited and say, "Then let's go quickly. Since we have arrived at the most prosperous city, let's go shopping in the mall in Saffron City. There is no other way." When it comes to the most prosperous city, Misty, as a woman, naturally thinks of shopping. Seeing that Misty was very interested in shopping in Saffron City, Ash naturally said, "Then when we get to Saffron City, Pikachu and I will challenge the gym, and Sunday, you and Misty will go shopping in the bustling Saffron City Mall." Misty was obviously very satisfied with Ash's suggestion, and said in agreement, "Then it's settled, Sunday, you will accompany me to go shopping." Sunday seemed to be more interested in shopping between her and Misty than Ash's gym match, and also agreed, "Okay, Ash wishes you success in challenging the gym." After the three discussed the arrival of Saffron City, they also quickened their pace and soon arrived in Saffron City. Looking at the high-rise buildings around them, it must be said that Saffron City is worthy of being the most prosperous city in the Kanto region. The high-rise buildings are hard to see in other cities. Ash, Sunday, and I are going to the mall to shop. As soon as they arrived in Saffron City, Misty pulled Sunday aside and said to Ash, "I wish you victory in the gym tournament." Go ahead. After you win the gym tournament, Pikachu and I will go to the mall to find you." Ash waved his hand. In this way, Misty took Sunday and temporarily left the team. The two of them rushed to the mall in Saffron City together, intending to go shopping. Ash was left alone with Pikachu to go to the gym in Saffron City. No, maybe it should be accompanied by Xiaozi, who has always been with Ash. Is anyone there? Ash brought Pikachu to Sabrina's gym in Saffron City. He walked into the gym, but found that it was empty and there was no trace of anyone. He couldn't help but shout loudly in the gym. At this time, Xiaozi, who had always been with Ash, reminded his lover, "Dear, be careful, I found something wrong here. Are you here to play with me?" Just when Ash was about to say something, a little Stephanie holding a ball suddenly appeared in front of the gym and said to Ash, "Okay, Sabrina, don't play tricks. I'm here to challenge you in the gym. Don't tease me with this doll." After seeing the little Stephanie in front of him, Ash spoke directly. "Were you discovered? That's boring. If you want to have a gym battle, come in." Little Stephanie said with a smile, still holding the ball. After that, a door suddenly opened on Ash's right-hand side. It seemed that the owner of this gym, Sabrina, was in this room. "Dear, be careful. I found a powerful force in that room." Xiaozi beside Ash said to Ash at this time, "Be careful." For the powerful force in Xiaozi's mouth, Ash naturally understood that it was the power emanating from psychic Sabrina since childhood. He cast a reassuring look to Xiaozi beside him and said, "Don't worry, Xiaozi, I will be careful." As soon as he walked into the room, Ash saw Sabrina sitting on a chair opposite the competition venue in a fiery red dress with no expression on her face. She said to him, "You are finally here. I knew you would come." Hearing such ambiguous words, Ash still said, "I will apply for the gym challenge to you." "No problem, the gym chooses a one-on-one match, but there is a condition. If you lose, you have to stay here as my friend and play with me." Sabrina, who floated down from the chair like a ghost normal and stood opposite Ash's competition venue, said, "I accept your conditions, but in the same way, if you lose, you have to smile for me." Ash agreed to Sabrina's request at once, and also gave Sabrina a request. Laugh. Sabrina, whose expression had not changed for thousands of years, finally showed a little strangeness in response to Ash's request. Ash nodded, showed Sabrina a hearty smile and said, "Like this." "Okay, no problem." Sabrina also agreed to Ash's request and said, "Then let's start the game, come out Abra. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49, Fighting, please add it to your collection." Ash watched Abra, released by Sabrina, fall asleep as soon as he appeared on the competition field. However, Ash knew that this Abra could evolve into Brawlhalla at any time to fight. For such a Pokémon that could evolve at any time during the battle, Ash decisively sent his Gaybite and said, "Gaybite, it's you." After Ash sent Gaybite to the competition field, he also knew that Sabrina would not give any instructions to this sleeping Abra. Ash directly ordered Gaybite, "Gaybite, use Dragon Rage." Then he saw Gaybite spraying a mouthful of Dragon Rage directly at Abra sleeping in the middle of the competition field. Abra sleeping in the middle of the field did not react at all and was directly bombarded by Gaybite's Dragon Rage. However, Even if Abra was hit by Gaybite's Dragon Rage, Sabrina, as Abra's trainer, still did not react at all and ignored Abra, who had already suffered an injury. Gaybite, continue, use Dragon Claw on this Abra. Ash didn't care what Sabrina did. Since Abra didn't react, Ash asked Gaybite to approach the sleeping contest condition Abra again and let Gaybite use Dragon Claw to deal with Abra. Until Gaybite's Dragon Claw was about to swing at Abra, Sabrina finally said, "Teleport." $GSZ at. Sabrina's words had just fallen, and Abra, who was still sleeping in the contest condition, suddenly moved and disappeared in an instant, making Ash's Gaybite Dragon Claw swing in the air, and Abra appeared behind Gaybite after disappearing. Abra had just appeared behind Gaybite, and Sabrina had already said, "Shadow Ball." Unfortunately, the Shadow Ball in Abra's hand had just gathered, and Ash had already said, "Dig," and let Gaybite hide directly under the competition venue. Gaybite had already hidden in the hole she had dug, and the Shadow Ball in Abra's hand had just been successfully gathered, but she didn't know where to throw the Shadow Ball in her hand. Seeing Gaybite hiding in the cave, Sabrina spoke again, "Double team. Let Abra, who stayed on the field and held the Shadow Ball, throw the Shadow Ball casually on the field, and use double team to split 9 identical versions of himself and appear on the field." Facing Sabrina's defensive moves, although Ash has seen which of the 9 Abra is the real Abra, Gaybite Underground can't find out which one is the real Abra, so Ash has to let Gaybite, who is hiding underground, come out and say, "Gaybite, come out." Then Gaybite appeared from the other side of the field, watching the 9 Abra in the center of the field not far away with vigilance. "Gaybite, kill all these 9 Abra. Use Sand Tomb," Ash said immediately. According to Ash's order, Gaybite immediately gathered a sandstorm in the center of the field, surrounding all 9 Abra in the sand, and not letting any of the real or fake Abra go. In response to Gaybite's action, Sabrina, who was holding the doll, spoke again, "Teleport." The real Abra among the 9 Abras also flashed out of Gaybite's sand tomb in an instant, and stood silently at the edge of the competition venue waiting for Sabrina's next order. Earthquake. The Abra was waiting for Sabrina's order, and Ash's next instruction had been conveyed to Gaybite. Gaybite stepped heavily on the playing field with his left foot, causing a violent shake that caused considerable damage to Abra at the edge of the playing field. The damage caused by the full-screen skill seemed to be not to be underestimated. Just when Ash was afraid of an accident and gave Sabrina's Abra the final blow, a silver-white light appeared on this Abra, which seemed to be a call for evolution, so Ash had to stop Gaybite from attacking. After all, according to the rules of the Pokémon Alliance, in the game, if the Pokémon of either party has the premise of evolution, the Pokémon of the other party cannot interfere during the evolution of rival to prevent the other party from evolving. Yongjira. After the silver-white light ended, the original Abra also evolved into Yongjira, holding a spoon in his hand and looking at Gaybite proudly. "Interesting, can't you finally resist evolving?" Facing the successfully evolved Brawlhalla, Ash, who had known that this would happen, smiled and said, "Gaybite Encore Dragon Rage." Facing another Dragon Rage, Sabrina would not let Brawlhalla suffer from Gaybite's Dragon Rage again, and said, "Confusion." By gently waving the spoon in Brawlhalla's hand, Gaybite's Dragon Rage was stopped in the air by Confusion, and then the spoon was waving again, rebounding the Dragon Rage back. Gaybite did not dodge at all and was hit by the rebounded Dragon Rage. After fighting with Brawlhalla for so long, Gaybite finally suffered a blow. Sure enough. At this time, Ash muttered in his mouth. According to the confusion performed by normal Pokémon, it should not be possible to counterattack Gaybite's Dragon Rage. It seems that Sabrina with Psychic must have helped a lot in this. Since long-range attacks don't work, Gaybite, let's switch to close combat. Knowing that Sabrina was secretly helping, Ash also said to Gaybite, "Use Double Chop. Teleport." Unfortunately, Gaybite's close combat attack was destined to have no way to hit Yongjira. As a psychic Pokémon, Young Jilla only needs to rely on a teleport to completely make Gaebite's close combat attack miss. It seems that Ghastly should still play this game. Looking at young Jilla, who kept flashing on the competition field, Ash also thought secretly, however, in terms of endurance, my Gaebite will not lose to anyone. Then, on the competition field, one person kept using teleport to dodge the opponent's attack, and the other kept swinging the sharp blade in his hand towards the place where young Jilla had left and into the air. Finally, Sabrina may have noticed that young Jira's physical strength was a bit insufficient, and said, "Self-recovery." Let young Jira, who was exhausted from continuous use of teleport, stop and start self-recovery. Gaebite, your chance has come, use Dragon God Dive. When seeing Sabrina's young Jira staying in place to use self-recovery, Ash also ordered Gaebite, allowing Gaebite to perform another powerful move of Dragon Pokemon. P.S. As I said, please collect it. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50, Rampage. Hugging. However, to Ash's surprise, before Gaebite's Dragon God Dive was ready, Sabrina used Psychic to control Gaebite, floating in the air and stopping Gaebite's action. Hey! Hey! You are cheating! Faced with Sabrina's actions, Ash couldn't help but complain, even if you can use Psychic, you can't interfere with the game so blatantly. Unfortunately, Sabrina ignored Ash's complaints and concentrated on using her confusion to tightly control Ash's Gaebite in the air above the competition venue. Seeing that the young Jira on the competition field was about to recover, Ash could not care less and immediately said to Xiao Ziyi, who had been watching the game silently beside him, "Xiao Ziyi, please save Gaebite from the control of that woman." Should I intervene? Xiao Ziyi, who was in the cute contest condition, reacted after hearing Ash's call and pointed at herself and said, "But dear, can't you do it yourself?" "I can." Although Ash was puzzled by Xiao Ziyi's words that he could also stop Sabrina's Psychic, the most urgent thing was to let Gaebite, who was unable to move in the air, recover and fall normally from the air. Ash immediately replied, "Don't worry about it, Xiao Ziyi, you should free the controlled Gaebite first." Xiao Ziyi, who was quietly floating beside Ash, didn't understand why her dear didn't take action herself, but asked herself to take action, but still nodded and said, "Okay, dear." Then, Sabrina controlled Gaebite in the air of the competition field. Gaebite was only glanced at by Xiao Ziyi, and then returned to the competition venue safely, leaving Gaebite standing on the field without understanding what happened. "Since my control has been lifted." Because of Xiao Ziyi's interference, Sabrina found that her Psychic was ineffective. Her face, which was originally expressionless, could not help but show a trace of surprise. You know, since Sabrina controlled Psychic, this is the first time that her own Psychic has lost its effect. While Sabrina was surprised, Ash had already said to Gaebite, who had returned to the competition venue, "Gaebite, use Dragon God Dive." This time, Dragon God Dive was naturally without Sabrina's interference, and successfully tackled young Jira, who had just used self-recovery to recover a lot of physical value. The strong murderous aura on Gaebite also frightened young Jira, causing young Jira to fall into a retreat contest condition. Although Sabrina's own Psychic lost its effect, the game continued, and Sabrina's Ujira did not fall. Sabrina also ordered Ujira on the field, confusion. However, Ujira, who was trapped in the retreat contest condition by Gaebite's Dragon God Dive, did not obey Sabrina's order. Instead, he stayed on the field in panic, not knowing what he should do. "Gaebite, give Ujira the last blow, Dragon Claw." Facing Ujira, who was trapped in the retreat contest condition, Ash gave Gaebite the last order without mercy. Sabrina wanted to use her Psychic to interfere with Gaebite's actions, but before Psychic was used, it was blocked by Xiao Ziyi beside Ash, so Sabrina could not use her Psychic as she wished. Gaebite's Dragon Claw also directly grabbed the panicked Ujira, causing Yujiro to fall heavily on the field, with his eyes spiraling, unable to fight. Seeing her own Brawlhalla fall on the field, Sabrina put Brawlhalla back into the Pokeball, and then said, "You win." Then Sabrina, "Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Ash, who won the battle, also put his Hirogabite back into the Pokeball, smiling. But Sabrina said, "I can't laugh, this is the badge of the Saffron Gym, it belongs to you." Then, she used Psychic to move the saffron badge in her hand from the air to Ash's front. Ash took the saffron badge floating in front of him, and then smiled again and said, "It's okay, I'll teach you, just like this." Sabrina also kept her promise, and made a smile that was uglier than crying and asked Ash, "Like this?" "No, your mouth should be like this." Facing Sabrina's smile that was uglier than crying, Ash couldn't help but walk to Sabrina, stretched out 2 fingers of his hands and gently raised Sabrina's mouth corners slightly, saying, "Then, like this." Sabrina, who was suddenly attacked by Ash, subconsciously stretched 2 fingers on her face. Ash was heavily bounced away with Psychic. Fortunately, Xiaozi, who had been paying attention to Ash, reacted in time and prevented Ash from falling heavily to the ground. "I said, I just want you to smile, there is no need for such a big reaction." Ash, who was bounced away by Sabrina and then saved by Xiaozi, complained to Sabrina, "You are so fierce, no wonder no one wants to be your friend." "What did you say?" Obviously, Ash's words touched Sabrina's inner outrage, making Sabrina float in the air, and her long flowing hair was also flying around in the air. Looking at Sabrina floating in the air, who looked like a dark normal, Ash smiled bitterly and said, "I say, there's no need to be like this, is she going berserk?" "What a thing!" he just complained, who knew Sabrina's mind would be so fragile. "Dear, I found from this woman that her energy is out of control now. If she continues to lose control like this, it will cause incalculable consequences to her body." At this time, Xiaozi said to Ash. After hearing what Xiaozi meant, Ash immediately asked Xiaozi, "Xiaozi, do you have any countermeasures? I don't know about this either. Although her mental power is not that strong for me, I dare not use mental power to stop her because she is out of control in contest condition." Xiaozi shook her head. "Damn, this really got me into a big trouble." Looking at Sabrina, who was destroying everything in the competition room, Ash had a headache and asked, "How can I make Sabrina stop? By the way, dear, maybe you can do this." However, Xiaozi at the side thought of something and floated to Ash's ear and whispered to Ash. After hearing Xiaozi's whisper, Ash looked at Xiaozi with an unbelieving expression and said, "Are you sure this method is feasible?" "Believe me, dear, if it's you, there will be no problem," Xiaozi said very confidently. Seeing Xiaozi's confidence, Ash also made up his mind and said, "No matter what, I'll try my best." "Xiaozi, send me up." "Okay, keep going, dear." Xiaozi smiled and cheered Ash, and then saw Xiaozi using her confusion to send Ash to Sabrina, who was in the runaway contest condition on the competition field. After Ash was safely sent by Xiaozi to Sabrina, who had dull eyes but an aggressive aura, he didn't care about anything and directly hugged Sabrina, who was in a crazy contest condition, into his arms in the air. Although Ash, who was a little shorter than Sabrina, couldn't hold Sabrina in his arms in terms of height, because they were both in the air at this time, and Xiaozi sent Ash up a little bit, Ash successfully held Sabrina in his arms. Then Xiaozi, who was floating on the ground, saw Ash lower his head and kiss Sabrina's mouth, performing a romantic drama of a couple hugging each other tightly and forgetting everything and soaring in the sky. Although all of this was initiated by Ash, Sabrina was always in a passive contest condition. "How romantic! When can I do this with my dear?" Xiaozi, who was watching this scene from below, couldn't help but sigh. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time. October 1st to October 7th.